The terrifying corrosive power of this black water was evident from this. If this black water continues to spread, the affected sea area will have no living creatures left, becoming a dead sea. No wonder it is called the goddess of the underworld sea. Princess Minia, take the opportunity to leave quickly with Tassa. The goddess of the underworld sea's indiscriminate area attack has already created gaps in the encirclement, Ryan transmitted mentally. Ryan, you're a metal type, and fighting the goddess of the underworld sea is too disadvantageous for you. Let me handle it. As for you, help block the Leviathan whale, and Tassa should be able to leave safely. All right. Okay. Without time to say more, Ryan immediately agreed. Because the goddess of the underworld sea, Hela, had already launched her attack. She raised both hands, and the surrounding black seawater instantly surged up hundreds of meters high, like a dark curtain sweeping toward Minia and Ryan. Come on, let me see how strong this arrogant ant is. Along with the disrespectful dragoon descendant behind you, let's send them all to the deep sea. Faced with Hela's strike, Minia spread her wings and rushed in front of Ryan. She lightly touched the blue gemstone pendant at the base of her neck with her dragon claw, silently reciting something. In the next second, the energy inside the gemstone seemed to be drawn out. To Ryan's surprise, the energy was not fire but a freezing cold energy. A blue cold wave like a silk ribbon curled around Minia's red dragon body. Just a little of this blue energy dissipated, instantly freezing the surrounding turbulent seawater. Moreover, after this cold energy was released, Minia did not directly blast it toward Hela. Instead, she raised her other claw and swung out the already swirling fiery energy. This immediately formed a mixture of extreme cold ice and concentrated flames in front of her. Two comets, glowing with dazzling blue and red light, intertwined like snakes mating, spiraling and rushing toward the goddess of the underworld sea, Hela, like shooting stars. Frostfire flame, Minia said in a deep voice. The cold power of the ancient frost giant Emer. Quite a clever move. It seems Dragoon left you quite a few good things, Hela, the goddess of the underworld sea, said seriously despite her pretty face. Because the explosive energy contained within was very unstable and could trigger a big explosion with just a slight touch. Additionally, neither ice nor fire can be completely controlled by the Abyss Sea. In fact, to some extent, they even have a certain level of suppression. While Ryan was marveling at Minia's secret techniques, he suddenly dove down toward the giant Leviathan whale, Juergenmann. He wanted to seize the initiative in the battle while the enemy was focused on Hela and Minia fighting. Control the weakness. Rarely, Ryan activated the core skill of the King of Blades even in his dragon form. Usually, using too many core skills at once would greatly drain energy. Although Ryan only had 6 remaining attribute points now, it was not the time to be stingy with energy. He saw a 3-dimensional reflection of the opponent's body in his vertical pupils. The large body was outlined with virtual lines, with many blue dots, a few yellow dots, and 2 red dots marking weak points. Facing the 40-meter-long dark silver dragon, Juergenmann, the Leviathan whale, was not afraid at all. It roared and charged toward Ryan. But what it didn't notice was a sudden, buzzing silver metal disc appearing behind Ryan's right side claw. As they approached each other quickly, go! Ryan raised his dragon claw. Before Juergenmann could react, a flash of silver light shot out. Juergenmann immediately felt a sharp pain in its right fin. Looking down, it saw that its tens of meters long fin had been completely cut off by a single strike. This was Ryan's tactical move based on the weak point detection results. The red dots, indicating weak spots, were on Juergenmann's left and right fins in the joint of its body. 6th form. In the moment before close combat, Ryan suddenly transformed again into his ancient dragon form. Roar. Juergenmann, in pain and anger, roared halfway through. Ryan, now in his ancient dragon form, spun rapidly, narrowly brushing past Juergenmann's body. His cold, sharp claws left long, nearly half-meter deep scratches on the whale's tough, thick skin. Snarl. Although Rain is nearly 60 meters long, he still falls far short of the Leviathan whale Jormungandr, which is over 200 meters long. However, Rain does not compete in strength with him. More importantly, one of Jormungandr's main fins has been cut, greatly reducing his agility. At this moment, Rain, with a pair of dragon claws, looks like a small ermine hunting a rabbit several times its size. The agile and strong dark silver dragon jumps around and bites at the Leviathan whale, quickly leaving Jormungandr covered in wounds. Meanwhile, Minya's Frostfire Flame and Hela, the goddess of the dark sea, clash, creating a beautiful and spectacular scene. Red, blue, and black colors intertwine, and a huge wave of energy radiates from the collision point, forming ripples. Because both energies are too concentrated, they do not explode but instead repel each other. In the air, a red and blue spiral beam fights fiercely against a black water curtain. The injured red dragon Tassa sees an opportunity and quickly flies toward a gap in the surrounding circle. From afar, Reginald's eyes light up, and his dragon partner Ted, without needing his control, rushes toward Tassa to block the pursuing flying fish knights and manta ray knights behind. Oh, trying to run? Can you escape? Hela, the goddess of the dark sea, smiles slightly and waves her hand toward Tassa. Suddenly, dozens of black water whirlpools appear out of nowhere, chasing Tassa from different directions like guided missiles. Not good. Queen Minya is surprised that even with all her effort, Hela can easily cast ancient magic to attack Tassa. She wants to stop her, but cannot free herself from the fight. In the next moment, 7 or 8 black water whirlpools strike Tassa, who is already badly injured. Roar! As Tassa screams in pain, his once shining red body is now surrounded by black water. Large patches of his flesh begin to rot, turning black and dripping away. It seems I will have one more dark dragon under my command. Seeing this scene, the goddess of the undersea, Hela, immediately stopped Minya from rushing to help and teased her at the same time. Meanwhile, the sea god cult's flying fish knights, manta ray knights, and even the high-level dark sorcerer chasing behind Regent, all looked happy and rushed toward the badly wounded and dying red dragon Tassa. Minya, remember to melt my scales into your staff, so that flames will burn your enemies forever. As Tassa's voice echoed, a red reverse scale fell like a shooting star toward Minya. No, Tassa. Minya immediately turned pale and cried out in shock. In the next moment, a second sun suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and its light was instantly hundreds of times brighter than the real sun in the sky. At this time, the high-level dark sorcerer, flying fish knight, and manta ray knight, who were attacking Tassa and trying to share the spoils, raised their hands to shield their eyes. Many of them looked horrified and desperately tried to retreat. But it was too late. The shockwave caused by Tassa's self-destruction not only created a huge dent on the sea surface, but also shattered all the enemies in the dense air around them into dust, inch by inch. Boom. At this moment, a powerful sound wave began to spread out. Rin, who was fiercely attacking Leviathan whale Juergenmann, looked up. Did Tassa self-destruct? Just a glance, the familiar aura in Minya's cry immediately made Rin understand what had happened. The red dragon Tassa, who once gifted him dragon scales, had left forever. The next second, Rin turned around and stared at Juergenmann in front of him, his eyes seemingly burning with fire. For some reason, Juergenmann looked at Rin's calm face and suddenly trembled inside, as if expecting something bad to happen next. Sure enough, Rin, in his old dragon form, suddenly appeared beside Juergenmann at the wound and then charged in. No. No. Get out of here. Rin. Juergenmann, the Leviathan whale, looked terrified. He didn't understand why Rin didn't care about his highly corrosive body fluids. Was he trying to die with him? And why could his tough body be easily pierced by the other? One problem after another appeared in its mind. Juergenmann only felt as if a constantly spinning saw blade was cutting inside its body, hitting left and right, wildly slicing. In this situation, no matter how strong its life force was, it could not resist. Not good. It's coming toward my head. With a sharp, splitting pain, it felt the pain getting closer to its forehead. Juergenmann couldn't help but feel fear and began to beg. Please, Ryan, just come out, and I will leave immediately. No, I was actually tricked into fighting against you all. Forgive me. But before it could finish speaking, in the next second, the expression of the Leviathan whale froze. On its huge whale face, a very human-like expression of fear, reluctance, and regret appeared. A dark silver dragon, modeled like rust, leapt out from the forehead of the Leviathan whale. Although Ryan was covered in a steel armor and dragon scales, his dragon body was still corroded by the fluids inside the Leviathan whale, forming pits and holes. However, Ryan's expression remained unchanged, as if these corrosions did not happen to him. The giant Leviathan whale, over 200 meters long, slowly tipped over. As it surfaced, it revealed a grayish-white belly that was slightly different from its dark blue body. Ryan silently cast a spell to accelerate healing. The wounds caused by corrosion quickly healed, damaged dragon scales fell off, and new scales grew rapidly, perfectly repairing the surface. In the next moment, Ryan leapt out of the water and looked toward Hela, the sea goddess of the abyss, who was fighting with manhwaedit. Meanwhile, several dozen miles behind the battlefield, many Federation fishing and merchant ships also noticed the dramatic change in the ocean. The towering water columns hundreds of meters high, the whale spouts several kilometers long, and the fierce battle between the giant beasts could be seen clearly even from over 100 miles away. As for the energy fluctuations, they spread even farther. Not good. This is the Imperial Delegation's airship fleet fighting the giant beast. A Federation 3-masted sailing ship responsible for nearshore patrols passed nearby, and the lookout at the top of the mast shouted in alarm. As the official forces of the Empire, they naturally knew about the visiting Imperial Delegation. When they saw one Imperial airship after another being destroyed by explosions, they immediately realized the situation was serious. What? In the control room, a Federation Navy captain heard the lookout's report and quickly picked up a brass telescope to investigate. Sure enough, what appeared before his eyes were Imperial airships that looked very different from Federation ones. The dragon head emblem on the huge airship's balloon clearly identified the enemy's identity. Immediately contact the Zeta 2 Fleet headquarters and report the situation. Hurry. Captain, they're Imperial ships. Isn't it good that they are killing the monsters for us? The deputy officer asked, confused. Idiot. If the Imperial airship fleet had the upper hand, it wouldn't be a problem. But look at how one airship after another is falling. It's clear we're losing. But I heard that the Imperial Delegation includes 2 Dragon Knights and a legendary level strong person. The leader is even a member of the Imperial royal family, the Red Queen Minya. With all that, we're clearly at a disadvantage. You can see how powerful the enemies they face are right now. Also, if the Imperial Delegation is wiped out here, it will be a big problem. On the sea surface, in the middle of the battlefield, Rain's sudden appearance, along with the massive Leviathan whale that floated belly up, froze the smile on the face of the sea goddess Hela, who had just been feeling confident. Juergenmann actually died so quickly at the hands of a mortal like you? It seems the long-standing seal has greatly weakened its strength. In fact, the Leviathan whale Juergenmann had recovered about 70 to 80% of its power thanks to the full restoration by the sea god cult. But Hela the sea goddess refused to admit this. However, your ending won't change. Endless pain and torment await you. The red dragon just now was quite clever, choosing to self-destruct. Otherwise, its dragon soul would have been extracted by me, and its body would be turned into a dark dragon. Ignoring Hela's words, Rain stepped in front of the grief-stricken Red Queen Minya and said, Sea Goddess, don't you think you're talking too much nonsense? If you have the guts, come at me. Fellow mortal, do you really think you managed to escape from me twice before because of your strength? How naive. Naive? Let's see who's more naive after we fight, Ryan calmly said as he looked at the goddess of the dark sea, Hela. But in the next moment, he suddenly charged forward with a loud rush. Although Ryan mocked Hela verbally, he didn't dare to be overconfident. He kept his old dragon form and even began to swell his neck, revealing 2 more dragon heads, showing his strongest form. Old dragon form plus 3 heads. Hey? A multi-headed dragon bloodline? Seeing Ryan's multiple heads, Hela immediately looked surprised. However, because of Ryan's earlier teasing, Hela didn't dodge when the 3-headed dragon charged at her wildly. Instead, black water gathered beneath her, and her shape quickly grew larger. In just a blink or two, she was over 50 or 60 meters tall, soon taller than Ryan's current old dragon form. She also condensed an energy trident in her hand. Whoosh! A ring of black waves swept toward Ryan. Roar! Facing the black waves, Ryan's right dragon head spat out a cone-shaped flame. In an instant, red and black flames clashed fiercely, creating a large cloud of foul-smelling black mist. Fish knights and ordinary sea creatures that couldn't dodge were instantly killed. Ryan, with his high poison resistance, was unaffected by the toxic fog after the black water vaporized. 3 dragon heads leapt out of the mist, and with a claw, they attacked Hela, who had turned into water. Clang! A huge dark silver dragon claw collided with the energy trident, making a harsh metallic sound. Ripples of energy spread out from the collision point. Is that all? Hela said easily. CHH. Ryan didn't answer. Instead, his other dragon claw twitched secretly, and a dark silver disc flashed and vanished. Whoosh! Because they were fighting very close, and Ryan's special attack, Blade Tooth Spin, was very fast. The spinning metal disc sliced through Hela's waist, which had turned into water. You. Hela's face showed shock and anger at this attack. Before Ryan's attack was over, he transformed into 3 giant dragons that leapt high into the air. Using both their front and back legs, they reached toward Hela's split body. At the same time, the 3 dragon heads did not tire and spat out flames at the face, neck, and chest of the goddess of the dark sea. Flame breath, void breath, particle breath. In an instant, the combined powerful gust of these 3 breaths completely submerged the goddess Hela in a huge whirl of chaos. At this moment, Ryan quickly flew back a distance. The energy from the 3 combined breaths was too wild and chaotic, causing a strong explosion. Few at the same time, he felt a wave of exhaustion and deeply exhaled. Although the fight lasted less than 10 seconds, Ryan used all his strength and quickly exhausted his full stamina. The fierce continuous attack had a clear effect. Hela, who was about 100 meters away in the sea, was hit so hard she disappeared from sight. Nearby, high-level sorcerers and dark magic practitioners of the sea god cult looked at Ryan with shock, as if they had seen a ghost. The flying fish and manta ray knights retreated far away, trembling as if they feared Ryan like a fierce beast. It was as if they were saying, "What kind of monster is this? Even our goddess has been defeated." The Pope of the sea god cult, Egel, also looked shocked but did not retreat. Instead, he kept fighting with Reginald, seeming to rely on some hidden strength. Looking ahead where Hela's figure had completely vanished, Ryan felt a slight relief. However, a faint sense of danger grew in his mind. The feeling of threat was not gone but seemed to intensify, which came from his danger perception ability. He wondered, is she not dead? Be careful, Ryan. Queen Minia's voice suddenly came from his right side. He saw a large black water vortex suddenly surge on the sea surface not far from his right rear. It quickly transformed into the shape of Goddess Hela, and dozens of black whirlpools shot toward Ryan as she raised her hand. However, Minia happened to cut between Ryan and Hela. The blazing flames she spat out immediately blocked many of the black whirlpools. Human, I admit I underestimated you. But this time, you have no chance to win. Hela's face became much more serious. Clearly, Ryan's sudden outburst just now still surprised her. Not a chance? I wasn't the one beaten up just now, Ryan said calmly with a hint of sarcasm, despite feeling shocked inside. From the way Hela was radiating energy at the moment, it seemed there was little difference. If anything, she was slightly weaker than before. This means that although Ryan's entire combo attack defeated his opponent, it had little effect on the vast sea. Fortunately, Queen Minia seemed to recover from her recent sadness. Ryan quietly added some points to his attributes. As a warm flow of energy surged from his heart, his stamina instantly reached its peak. In another part of the battlefield, High Priest Egel of the Sea God's Church saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. He said to the shocked Reginald, "The power of the gods is beyond what mortals can measure. Even though we are dawn mages, in front of the divine, we are just bigger ants. Reginald, surrender to our lord. Otherwise, you and your dragon friends will surely fall here." So what if they are gods? In ancient times, top mages had the power to kill evil gods. It is people like you, who willingly fall from grace, that bring shame to humanity. You think your goddess will win? Well, let's wait and see, Reginald said calmly. Although he was very worried about Minya and Ryan, he kept his composure on the surface. You, stubborn fool. High Priest Egel was so angry he clenched his teeth. He waved his hand and led the high-level dark magic users behind him to attack again. Far away, in midair, the Empire's airship fleet that had just escaped from the battlefield core had gone from more than 10 ships at Zataya to only 7 now. Nearly half of the airships were destroyed by the whale spout of the Leviathan whale Juergenmann. On the flagship Queen, inside the captain's cabin, Messenger, send the order. Besides the storm, all ships, including the Queen, must turn immediately and join the fight. A tall, neat old man in an Imperial general's uniform said in a deep voice. Yes, sir. The messenger looked surprised and stared at his commander in disbelief. They had just escaped from the encirclement of the beast and the sea god's church, and now they were being ordered to rush back into the trap? Additionally, it's not about whether they fear death, but when facing such giant beasts, their attacks seem like jokes. However, the messenger clearly understands that in the absence of Princess Minia and Crown Prince Reginald, the old man before them is the highest commander of the Empire's airship fleet. As soldiers of the Empire, we do not follow the tradition of leaving a member of the royal family behind to cover our retreat. We carry out orders." The old man said firmly. "Yes." The messenger responded immediately, bowing and answering loudly as if enlightened. After the messenger ran out of the captain's room, the deputy beside the old man softly suggested, "General, if we need to send a message, wouldn't it be better for the Queen's ship to continue toward the Empire?" The old Major General clearly understood the deputy's implication, that he was trying to persuade him to retreat. "No, since I made this decision, I must participate in the next action. Otherwise, how will the soldiers of the Empire see us, the commanders?" The old man said with firm resolve. Meanwhile, the battle between Ryan and Menia against the sea goddess Hela in the Dark Ocean continues. Although Ryan and Menia are fighting with almost all their strength, facing Hela, who relies on the sea and has an almost endless body, their efforts are not very effective. They only manage to weaken Hela's breath slightly and cause some chaos. Moreover, the Red Queen, Menia, cannot recover just by allocating points like Ryan can, so both her mental and physical stamina are now near their limits. Ryan, though not showing signs of fatigue, has already allocated points 3 times, with only 3 attribute points remaining. The more troublesome part is that they are surrounded by countless flying fish knights and manta ray knights. Under Hela's oppressive power, these flying knights seem reckless. If Ryan tries to retreat toward the island, they will swarm to block him. Although they can only block for a moment, this gives Hela a chance to attack and slow down Ryan and Menia's movements. Right now, Ryan is still about 5 kilometers away from the island. This means that if nothing changes, even if Ryan manages to reach the island, his remaining attribute points will be exhausted, leaving him no strength to fight back. "Ryan, I will use my final attack soon. When the opportunity comes, let's rush out together," Menia transmitted mentally. Although his tone was calm, Ryan could feel a hint of determination inside. "Princess Menia." Ryan's heart tightened at her words. The body of the undersea goddess this time is extraordinary. It seems to be the body of a powerful mermaid from ancient times, which can greatly enhance her strength. The woman in front of us has nearly epic-level power, and we have no chance of winning. Menia stared at the faint image of a mermaid princess inside Hela's large water form. "Wait, Princess Menia, there's an island nearby. Trust me, if I can lure the enemy there, I believe I can win," Ryan hurriedly said. Hearing Ryan's confident tone and the news of the island, Menia's desire to immediately attack was suddenly cooled. "But I'm almost out of energy. I might not even be able to hold my dragon form much longer." "Princess Menia, don't worry, I am here," Ryan said seriously. At this moment, Ryan didn't notice that Menia behind him was looking at him with deep, meaningful eyes. Meanwhile, the undersea goddess Hela was not in a rush to attack. Instead, she calmly observed Ryan in his 3-headed dragon form and said, "Mortal, you truly surprise me. After such a long battle, your companion Dragon's Heir is already exhausted, but you still fight as if you just joined. However, this time, I want to see how long your stamina can last. Whether I have enough strength, you'll find out soon enough. I promise you'll be satisfied. But your black water smells terrible. You'll need a good wash." When Ryan said this, Menia beside him looked at him with surprise, her beautiful eyes seeming to say, "How dare you say that? Are you not afraid Hela will attack you for insulting her? Blasphemer! Blasphemer! Mortal! The undersea will swallow you completely. Die." Sure enough, Ryan's words made Hela tremble with anger. Her towering water body splashed water everywhere, and her calm expression from before was gone completely. Just as she prepared to unleash her dark water curtain once again, suddenly hundreds of bright red iron balls rained down densely from the sky, heading toward her area. Hela looked around with a hint of confusion and suddenly realized that the Imperial airships that had previously escaped were now back. The heavy guns on the sides of the airships could not harm the sea goddess Hela, but the problem was that the gunfire covered not only her but also the flying fish knights and manta ray knights. These flying knights were not immune to powerful artillery, especially since the guns had been upgraded to the most advanced models in the Empire, used specifically for this expedition. As a result, the once dense formation of sea god cult flying knights quickly became chaotic. "Let's go." Reen looked at the returning Imperial airship fleet and understood that their appearance was meant to create a chance for them to break through the encirclement. Without hesitation, because every second now was a fight for survival by the Empire's soldiers, Reen quickly grabbed Menia, who was gradually losing her dragon form, and rushed out of the chaos of the sea god cult flying knights, heading toward the island nearby. trying to escape. Hela, who had just released a black beam to destroy an airship, saw this and immediately chased after them. Soon after, she also spotted the island in front of her. However, her anger did not make her believe that the island could change anything. To her, the island was small, and if needed, she could retreat calmly back into the sea. Without hesitation, she held her energy trident tightly and hurried after Reen onto the island. Half a minute later, they reached near the center of the island. Reen turned around and stopped, facing the sea goddess Hela. Finally not running anymore? Do you think because we're not on the open sea, I can't change my body freely? Hela, after half a minute of pursuit, had calmed down and saw through Reen's intentions. Her lips curled slightly in a mocking smile. At least it's not as unfair as on the sea. Reen gently lowered Minia, who had exhausted her strength and transformed back into a human, shielding her behind him. TCH? Really? I hope you truly believe that now, Hela chuckled at Reen's words. At this moment, Ryan and Minia also noticed the tremors coming from the island's surface. They saw 4 towering figures, each over 100 meters tall, approaching from the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. These were the sea goddess Hela. Hela suddenly controlled a large amount of seawater and transformed herself into 5 identical copies, surrounding Ryan and Minia from front and back. Seeing this scene, even Ryan's heart skipped a beat. If the opponent only had 1 additional clone, it might still be manageable, and they could fight to a draw. But now, the sea goddess Hela seemed to cheat by creating 5 clones all at once. This was overwhelming. Ryan also noticed that the countless flying fish and manta ray knights of the sea god cult, like a flock of crows, gathered from all directions to form a huge net that trapped them. Moreover, it seemed they received some command. Since these flying fish and manta rays are fierce water creatures, they started spitting water mist in an organized way. Soon, a light rain began to fall around them. It was clear that the rainy environment favored the sea goddess Hela. In other words, although Ryan had managed to lure the sea goddess Hela onto the island, her actions greatly weakened their situation. This made Ryan's brow furrow even deeper. While Ryan quickly thought of a way to break the situation, suddenly, he heard Minia's mental voice behind him. Ryan, I have a plan, but you need to trust me completely. Ryan, do you trust me? Huh? Ryan was puzzled why Minia suddenly said such a random sentence. He slightly turned his head and saw Minia looking at him very seriously. But he didn't quite understand what she meant by trust, so for a moment, Ryan didn't answer whether he trusted her or not. Trust me. After Minia said this for the second time, something shocking happened. She was dressed in a red wizard's robe, and at this moment, faint strands of blood floated around her. Although the amount was small, Ryan could feel the powerful energy contained within. At the same time, a transparent figure emerged from her mature and graceful body. The next moment, a shadow appeared in front of Ryan. Just as he was about to resist, he suddenly remembered what Minia had just said. He relaxed his mind. In an instant, Minia's transparent figure stepped forward and completely merged into Ryan's body. Then, a faint golden-yellow blood-like substance flowed out, like a gentle stream, and merged into Ryan's body. Dragon blood sacrifice? Seeing this scene, the goddess of the undersea, Hela, clearly understood what Minia had just done. That dragoon descendant was willing to perform a dragon blood sacrifice for you? Hela looked at Ryan and the pale, doll-like Minia slowly falling behind him with some disbelief. Well, you have multiple dragon bloodlines, so you can almost fully absorb everything from the other. At this moment, Ryan was not paying attention to Hela's words. He was shocked as he felt the changes happening inside his body. The system kept flashing messages. Host has been infused with unknown energy, greatly increasing mental power. Host has received high-quality dragon bloodline infusion, significantly increasing bloodline density, automatically activating the 7th form Ancient Dragon form. Wow, Ancient Dragon form? For a moment, Ryan felt an endless surge of energy within his body. His 3-headed dragon form made his body even more. Compared to his original old dragon form, which was about 30% larger than a normal giant dragon, his size now increased by more than 20 meters, reaching nearly 80 meters. His strength, agility, and other attributes also increased simultaneously. After a rough check, Ryan felt his strength had increased by more than 60%. Meanwhile, a fragment of memory that didn't belong to Ryan flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Images of a young girl, learning royal etiquette, luxurious palace banquets, a majestic dragon, an elegant young man, and a multi-headed dragon. Is this Minia's memory fragment? Ryan exclaimed in shock. He could sporadically see fragments of Minia's memories from childhood to now. He even had a feeling that, over time, if he absorbed all the energy from her, let's call it infusion for now, he might be able to acquire all of Minia's knowledge. In other words, all of Minia's secrets would be open to him. This was a huge sacrifice for a woman. Most importantly, Ryan finally understood why Minia had shown a strange expression when she looked at him before. Princess Minia, it's not you asking me if I believe in you, but rather whether I am worth your trust, Ryan thought to himself. But clearly, now is not the time to keep thinking about this. Ryan also quickly realized the huge cost of the move Minia just used. He needed to act fast to resolve the fight as quickly as possible so he could separate the opponent's consciousness and send it back into their body. Otherwise, Ryan wasn't selfless. He used this method to improve his strength, which went against his principles. Also, increasing his strength wasn't exactly as simple as eating or drinking, but honestly, it wasn't hard either. You could see this from how he had advanced to level 4 of the Dawn Mage in less than 2 years. So, following his heart might be more important for Ryan. Yeah, with a roar, Ryan's dark silver three-headed ancient dragon charged at the nearest form of the sea goddess Minia. The huge body moved faster and more agile than before. Suddenly, the sea goddess Minia, Hela, realized that Ryan had already appeared in front of her. In a rush, she quickly raised her trident to block. Clang! A muscular, sharp dragon claw struck, shattering her energy trident. Another claw shot out like lightning, tearing a large hole in Hela's transformed body and splashing hundreds or thousands of tons of seawater everywhere. Flame breath. Next came a cone of flames nearly twice as powerful, instantly vaporizing most of Hela's form, which was over 100 meters tall. Foolish mortal, do you think you can turn the tide? It seemed Hela's main consciousness had already transferred to another water form, and she shouted angrily. Along with Hela's furious scolding, 4 water clone copies suddenly attacked Ryan from all sides. However, Ryan, who possessed the Minia bloodline and was infused with spiritual power, had greatly increased his strength. Moreover, he did not hold back his stamina. 3 water clones were quickly destroyed one after another by Ryan in a very short time. Soon, Hela, the goddess of the Dark Sea, was left with only 1 water clone. Although the other clones had been destroyed, the faint black residual water around them unknowingly gathered at the foot of Hela's last clone and quickly merged into it. Additionally, the mist from flying fish and manta rays, as well as the rain around, were attracted to Hela's final clone, gathering toward her. This clone's size suddenly increased again, reaching nearly 170 or 180 meters tall. However, it seemed this was the limit of what she could control in her hurried state. Some residual seawater remained at her feet but had not yet merged. At this moment, Ryan had already reached her front. Ding! This time, Hela's reinforced energy trident finally blocked Ryan. But Ryan's methods were clearly more than just that. Hela realized that the dragon head on her right side, which had just been in the void, had retracted and was now replaced by a red dragon head. This meant that Ryan, in his current ancient dragon form, could repeatedly grow the same type of dragon head. Even more surprising was that the breath from Ryan's main dragon head turned into the most damaging attack, flame breath, and at the same time, the other 2 red dragon heads also opened their mouths and spat out flames. In an instant, the 3 dragon heads shot out cone-shaped flames that converged in midair. It seemed that a small change caused a big transformation. After the 3 flame breaths collided, they formed an even hotter, dazzling white flame sphere. This was a secret red dragon technique from Queen Minia's memory, Core Fire, a powerful attack that required at least 3 ancient red dragons working together. What was even more unstoppable was the true damage contained within. Because true damage's power is proportional to the dragon's bloodline concentration, mental strength, and magic power, it was now at its peak. No. Since the white fiery sphere formed right in front of Hela's clone, it collided with her clone instantly and exploded suddenly. There was no time to react, let alone dodge. A bright white light flashed, followed by a shining beam of light spreading quickly. It not only pierced through the rain of flying fish and manta rays just created, but also blasted a deep hole, about 100 meters deep, into the ground at the center of the island. The intense heat instantly vaporized all the water vapor, and the real damage simultaneously erased the consciousness of Hela, the sea goddess of the Underworld. Meanwhile, Ryan stood in front to protect Queen Minia's body, which was nearby, and was also burned by the molten core flames. However, after the seawater clone of Hela was destroyed, Ryan suddenly saw a rare female mermaid body floating above the large hole. The body was almost intact and emitted a faint colorful glow. After a brief thought, Ryan turned around, took Mania in his hand, and then flew over to grasp the mermaid's body as well. At this moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding. Detected a large amount of unknown high-quality energy capable of enhancing the physical form of mental power. Do you want to absorb it? Note: system absorption can remove impurities. Ryan's eyes lit up immediately, and he was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he chose yes. In an instant, he felt a powerful and pure energy from the female mermaid's body being rapidly absorbed, rushing from all over her body into his mind. The mental energy core, which was about the size of a walnut, began to swell and grow larger. However, Ryan didn't have time to carefully feel the changes brought by this energy this time. Instead, he planned to immediately extract Mania's mind or consciousness from his body. But to do that, he needed to find a relatively safe place for a short time. Huh? An underground dark river? A cave? Ryan suddenly noticed that the large underground hole created during the battle was now filled with a strong flow of water. After a brief thought, Ryan quickly dove down. With a splash, he entered the water, and a few seconds later, he swam through a narrow passage to reach an area resembling an underground cave. There are underground rivers and lakes around, but they are small and much warmer than the surface. It looks like this was once a gap formed after an underwater volcano eruption. Ryan quickly surveyed the area and found no dangerous creatures besides some small fish, so he immediately laid Mania's body on a flat stone. Then he began to peel her apart. When Ryan was about to extract nearly half of Mania's spiritual body and bloodline, a pain like pulling out his own spine from inside his body shot through his nerves. In the next moment, Ryan separated Mania's transparent spirit and a bright, golden red blood from her body, quickly pressing them onto her mature, graceful human form. Although the whole process only took a few seconds, Ryan's forehead was covered in sweat, and he felt weak. This is normal, as he had just received an extra infusion of power. Now that everything was returned to its original place, Ryan naturally felt empty inside. However, since he absorbed most of the divine power from the goddess of the undersea, Hela, this time, he still gained a lot. Ryan glanced at his system panel. Spirit, 272, materialization 61%. The materialization level has increased from 34% to 61%, which means I've officially entered the late stage of the Dawn Sorcerer. Not bad. After this battle, Ryan unexpectedly caught up to the strength of seasoned protectors like Mania, the Red Queen of the Empire. But before he could reflect further, he heard a muffled groan from a large stone nearby. Your Highness Mania, how do you feel? Ryan quickly turned to look. Ryan, did I win? Mania supported her pale forehead, her face slightly pale and pained. Yes, you won. Having just experienced that tearing sensation in his nerves, Ryan knew how much pain Mania was suffering. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to support her. Looking closely, he realized that Minia's face was actually very beautiful, but she usually kept a serious expression to maintain her royal dignity and presence. Minia's beautiful eyes looked at Rain as if she wanted to see through him. After all, 99% of people, when offered her blood essence and consciousness fragments to greatly increase their strength, would eagerly absorb and strengthen themselves. It was almost impossible for them to risk losing power just to take her consciousness and bloodline essence again. Additionally, this was thanks to Rain quickly defeating the goddess of the Dark Sea earlier. Otherwise, if more time had passed, it would have been much harder to extract her again. Rain, if you absorb my spirit and bloodline, it will greatly improve your strength. Thank you, Princess Mania, but I've heard a saying. Mania looked at Rain curiously, eager to hear what he would say. He slowly said, some say that if a person loses money, they haven't really lost anything. But if they lose their strength, it means they've lost something. Yet if someone loses their character, they lose everything. Character? I understand. Rain, the person who said that is a true knight. Mania nodded approvingly. Besides, you are too. Actually, in my heart, you are the one who truly has the qualities of a knight, Rain said seriously. Whether it was Minia's performance in the recent battle or the scenes of combat from her consciousness fragments that Rain sensed, he felt a deep respect for this mature, beautiful, and wise woman. Although he hadn't fully merged with her consciousness and couldn't see all her fragments, a glimpse was enough to understand her character. Rain knew her virtues well. Hearing Rain's words, Minia was slightly stunned. When she recovered, she found that Rain was still gazing at her with intense focus. If anyone else had been so rude, Minia would have been angry. And if this had happened before, even with Rain, she would have felt offended. But she was different now. Unknowingly, after experiencing the fusion of their consciousness, she felt a natural closeness and familiarity with Rain. In some ways, this closeness even surpasses that of lovers. At this moment, Ryan looked at Minia and felt that her expression was completely different from before. Instead, it was like how one might look at Anna, seeing someone very familiar. "Thank you." Faced with Ryan's gaze, the usually dignified and commanding Red Queen Minia blushed slightly, feeling shy. Rarely, she slightly bowed her head in front of a young man. If others saw this scene, they would surely be shocked. However, in Ryan's eyes, Minia now appeared even more charming and graceful on top of her noble appearance, with a touch of mature elegance and shyness, making him stare more intently. Ryan, I need some time to recover." Cough. "Of course, Your Highness Minia," Ryan quickly nodded, trying to hide his earlier awkwardness. "However, although I brought healing potions, they probably won't be very effective against the aftereffects of sacrificing my dragon blood. So, I might need a few days to regain some fighting strength." Minia's beautiful eyes swept around, as if judging whether the area was safe. "Don't worry, Your Highness Minia. With me here, you can rest assured and recover." Ryan assured her immediately. "By the way, is there anything I can help with?" He had long sensed that although Minia didn't seem seriously injured, her aura was weak and unstable, far from normal. She was barely maintaining the level of a level 4 Dawn Mage. If she didn't receive immediate treatment or rest, she might fall below the Dawn Mage level. This was understandable, given how powerful secret techniques could be, but their side effects were also very serious. In fact, normally, after sacrificing her dragon blood, Minia would likely have died. Fortunately, Ryan, who had been infused with dragon blood sacrifice, was an exception. He forcibly ended the sacrifice and restored everything to its original state. But this wasn't like borrowing something and returning it. There were complex and delicate changes involved. Ryan knew that even if Minia recovered well, her strength would probably drop at least one level, down to the middle of level 4 Dawn Mage, which was the best estimate. If not treated immediately, she might even fall to the early stage of Dawn Mage. Even in the worst-case scenario, falling to the peak level of the third stage crystallization is highly possible. "Thank you, but I don't need anything right now," Minia shook her head and said. "All right, just call me if you need anything." As Minia entered a deep meditation nearby, Ryan carefully examined the surroundings again. After confirming that there were no aggressive creatures in the dark lake and the surrounding rock walls, he felt reassured and returned to Minia's side. This place is hundreds of meters below the surface, and the hole above has created a lake due to siphon effects. It's unlikely that the Sea God's cult has discovered it. However, if something like this happens, the Federation will probably go into chaos. He had just tried to use magic communication, but because he was deep underground, the magic waves were heavily affected, and he couldn't contact Regent. Hopefully, Regent has escaped trouble. Thinking for a moment, Ryan shook his head again, feeling that reaching out to Regent was somewhat risky. It wasn't that he was worried Regent would reveal their situation, but if there were many high-level Sea God's cult mages around the island, his magic communication might be sensed by nearby mages. Right now, he only had a few remaining attribute points. If the cult came after him and Minia was in a critical healing phase, it would be the worst outcome. But Ryan wasn't completely idle. Besides reviewing battle experiences, although he currently lacked the raw materials for elven leather crafting or goblin engineering, he remembered that he hadn't yet thoroughly studied the goblin engineering knowledge he had previously memorized. Hylam had shared all his research progress with him, and the prerequisite for Ryan to become a legendary goblin engineer, mastery of goblin engineering knowledge, was now at 63%. So, Ryan planned to use Minia's recovery time to try to improve this progress further. Of course, before that, he had one more thing to do: check on the condition of the girl who seemed to be an ancient mermaid. Her state was strange. She had no consciousness inside her body, neither her original awareness nor the residual consciousness from the sea goddess's possession, yet her blood was flowing slowly, and her skin was bright and lively. It was as if she was sleeping. A few minutes ago, on the sea near the island, just as Regent Reginald was desperately trying to control his dragon partner, Ted, and catch up to Princess Minia and Rain, who had separated and were retreating toward the island, they were suddenly blocked by the sea god cult's Pope, Aegir, and a large group of high-level dark magic users. Unable to continue, Reginald had no choice but to fly toward the other side, where the remaining Imperial airships were gathering to support him. He planned to use the cooperation of the Imperial fleet to withstand an attack, then look for a chance to reunite with Minia and Rain. He knew that although Rain's combat skills were still impressive, Minia was in very poor condition, almost unable to maintain her dragon form. If Minia lost her fighting ability, the battle's balance would be broken, and both would face danger. At this moment, he was very anxious. Imperial airship fleet, coordinate with His Majesty Reginald and launch a fierce attack on the island ahead. The captain of the Imperial flagship, an old rear admiral, saw what was happening and immediately gave the order. Just as the fleet turned to engage in fierce combat with the sea god cult's flying fish knights and manta ray knights, suddenly, a dazzling white pillar of light appeared before everyone. This light pillar emerged from the center of the island nearby, almost piercing the sky, rapidly expanding to dozens of times its original diameter. Then, a powerful shockwave swept over the island, crashing onto the sea. The dense sea god cult flying knights were blown dozens of meters away by the shockwave, and the 4 remaining Imperial airships wobbled like candles flickering in the wind. Only Reginald and his dragon managed to stay relatively stable in midair. Could it be this kind of fire energy wave? Reginald's face suddenly turned pale as he murmured. He knew very well that Rain was a metal mage, capable of releasing such a powerful fire magic wave. Only Princess Minia, known as the Red Queen of the Dragoon Empire, could unleash such magic. But Minia was already exhausted and nearly unable to maintain her dragon form. How could she still have the energy to cast such a powerful attack? Meanwhile, Aegir, the experienced Pope of the Sea God cult, saw this scene and felt a surge of joy in his heart. That young man named Rain is not a Dawn Fire Mage. Only someone like the Red Queen, Minia from the Dragoon Empire, could cast such a powerful spell. Based on the recent situation, it is clear that the other side is no longer capable of releasing such powerful magic. It seems they have been forced to self-destruct by our leader. Hearing their religious leader's analysis, the high-level evil mages of the Sea God's church behind Egel nodded in agreement, their faces showing happiness. That's a great victory. I heard that this dragon knight named Minya is the niece of the Emperor of the Dragon Empire and a top royal warrior. Killing her is a significant achievement. I also heard that the Red Queen Minya is a famous protector of the Dragon Empire. Defeating her will boost our church's reputation even more. Haha, should we push harder and wipe out the enemy here? Not yet. Let's first check the situation on the island. We can decide about Reginald later. Egel, the religious leader, thought for a moment and decided to go see what was happening on the island. He considered that if Ryan was still alive and so close to the explosion center, he would be badly injured. We could help our goddess stop him from escaping, and if luck was on our side, we might even get some benefits. Also, Reginald was known as a defensive earth mage, accompanied by a yellow dragon with earth magic talent, making him very tough to defeat quickly. So, priority was clear. First, eliminate Ryan. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the island strangely reached a kind of agreement. Both the Sea God's Church and the Empire fought desperately, rushing toward the island. The fighting became more intense along the way. Soon, the scene of the island appeared before everyone. Almost everyone stopped in shock, staring at the huge crater now turned into a small lake. Many looked around, as if searching for something. The ground, like a hurricane passing through, had all vegetation destroyed, leaving only radiating dirt and rocks, a clear and obvious scene. There was no sign of Hela, the sea goddess of the abyss. No sign of Ryan, the three-headed dragon. Even after careful searching, they found no trace of Minya, the Red Queen. It was as if the 3 of them had all disappeared in the explosion. This caused many high-level evil mages of the Sea God's Church to whisper among themselves. Could they have all perished together? Unlikely. It's possible. Although my lord lost an avatar, defeating the Empire's Red Queen Minya was a small victory. These words naturally reached Cardinal Egel's ears, but he frowned slightly because the scene before him was different from what he had expected. Additionally, his opinion differed from others within the church. If his goddess had the upper hand, even if Red Queen Minya self-destructed, there should still be an avatar of his goddess present. But now, there was none. The recent explosion was definitely a fire energy wave. Red Queen Menia must have died, without a doubt. However, Raynor might still be alive, and he even defeated my lord's clone. At the same time, the enemy is likely seriously injured, so they've hidden before we arrived. That explains why the scene is now empty. Cardinal Eggel's mind was running quickly, and his eyes gradually brightened. Especially when he silently prayed to his goddess and received no response, it confirmed his suspicions. Stop the Empire's airship and search the whole island. Eggel immediately ordered. Understood, Your Holiness. Similarly, the idea also crossed Reginald's mind. Princess Menia is probably dead, but Raynor might still be alive. I haven't seen the sea goddess's water clone here, which suggests that after Menia's self-destruction severely wounded him, Raynor took the opportunity to defeat the sea goddess. Could it be at the bottom of that explosion crater? The sudden attack from the Sea God Church interrupted Reginald's thoughts. Despite their fearless attack, the remaining Empire airship fleet was at a disadvantage. Under Reginald's leadership, they fought while retreating, barely holding on. Soon, the Sea God Church realized that a small fleet from the Federation was rushing toward them from nearby waters. Though this fleet was quickly destroyed by the Sea God Church's flying knights, it scattered some of their forces. Shortly after, several other Federation fast ships arrived nearby. For a while, a long front spanning several kilometers stretched across the sea, with cannon fire roaring and sea beasts roaring. After some time, the Holy Father, His Holiness, his subordinates have searched the entire island but still haven't found any trace of Rain, the target. At this moment, a sorcerer reports. Keep searching. Eggel commands firmly. Your Holiness, more and more Federation Navy ships are gathering here. The Flying Fish Knights and Manta Ray Knights have suffered heavy losses. Maybe we should reconsider. A high-level sorcerer suggests. Actually, when His Holiness Eggel ordered a full island search, many high-level sorcerers were suspicious. They believed that both the Empire's Menia and Rain, as well as the goddess's avatar, should have perished in the recent explosion. Especially now, with no results from the search, this idea became even stronger. Eggel, the Sea God Church's leader, clearly understood what his trusted subordinates meant. He looked around and saw that more Federation ships had appeared on the distant sea. Soon, the Federation's strongest fighters would arrive. He had just tried praying again, but his goddess did not respond. Clearly, even his prayer received no reply, meaning his goddess's avatar had probably fallen. But whether she was truly gone forever, he couldn't be sure. Could she really be gone forever? Eggel pondered deeply. Suddenly, a silver streak shot across the eastern sky. A powerful figure was rushing toward them at high speed. A huge silver cross-shaped sword light sliced through the sky, instantly cutting down dozens of Manta Ray Knights and Flying Fish Knights who tried to block the way, turning them into a rain of blood. Faced with such power, other Flying Knights dared not step forward to stop him. The Federation Sword Saint, Tyrio. Eggel narrowed his eyes. The arrival of the Federation's strongest fighters was the last straw that pushed Eggel to abandon his plan to continue occupying the island in search for Rain. Just as he was about to order his subordinates to retreat, a Flying Fish Knight quickly flew over and bowed. Your Holiness, Vice Holy Mech has returned. Mech successfully released the giant beast Glasser from the sealed gate. It's about 5 nautical miles from here. Good. Haha. As expected, my lord's protection. Eggel, the Sea God Church's leader, couldn't help but laugh loudly. Upon hearing the news, the group of high-level dark magic users behind Agar also sighed in relief. Although the Federation Sword Saint is very powerful, our Sea God Church's strength is much greater. If 2 epic-level experts hadn't gone ahead to seal gates and explore ruins elsewhere, the Imperial delegation might have been completely wiped out. Of course, this was completely unexpected. After acquiring the body of the ancient mermaid Princess Narilla to serve as the vessel for our goddess's descent, we never thought there would be any mistakes. Has the terrifying ancient sea creature Glasserus, known as the smoldering electric eel, also been released? Haha, great. I can use the Federation Sword Saint in front of me to test him. Yes, and with Lord Mech also here, we have no need to retreat. Exactly. This is a good chance to let the Federation see the strength of our teachings. The dark magic users discussed excitedly. Glasserus is an ancient, extremely large electric eel. Its body has purple lines, which are actually natural patterns caused by high-energy electrical currents. When released, it doesn't just stun enemies, it can set them on fire until they turn to charcoal. That's why it's called the smoldering electric eel. It also loves to devour enemies. According to ancient texts, it can swallow creatures like gray whales that are dozens of meters long in one bite. In ancient oceans, the area where Glassrus was located had no other large sea creatures. It was a formidable presence, comparable to the Leviathan whale. However, having been sealed for so long, its strength is naturally not at its peak. Still, in the eyes of the dark magic users, killing a sword saint is definitely within its power. Meanwhile, on Tilio's side, he quickly defeated a group of flying fish and manta ray knights sent by the sea god church to block him. Then, he immediately flew toward the dragon knight Reginald and the remaining Imperial airships in the sky. Your Excellency Reginald, where are Princess Minia and Lord Rain? Tilio asked anxiously. Coincidentally, the day before yesterday, after saying goodbye to Rain, Tilio left Zataya, heading north. However, along the way, he received urgent news about serious casualties during the exploration of the floating city ruins led by the military. This surprised Tilio and forced him to pause his plan to head north. Soon, he received a letter from Bertrand, the vice speaker of the federal parliament. After thinking for a moment, Tilio turned back towards Zataya. After all, whether he accepted or refused, it was better to meet Bertrand face to face. However, before he could meet Bertrand, he received news that the Empire's delegation had been heavily attacked by the sea god's cult in nearby waters. Tilio immediately rushed over without regard for his strength. He got along well with Rain, despite their large age difference. Rain's strength and character made Tilio truly admire him. But when Tilio arrived at the scene, he saw that the battle was much more intense than he had imagined. Princess Minia is probably gone, and Lord Rain's life is currently unknown, Reginald said with difficulty. Hearing this, even Tilio, a brave swordsman, felt a sharp pain in his heart. What? Princess Minia is gone? Are you sure? I didn't see it myself, but the last strong wave of fire magic was probably released by Princess Minia when she was badly injured. I can't think of any other explanation. Reginald shook his head and said seriously. Soon, Reginald explained his analysis. After hearing it, Tilio looked very grim and nodded. Ah, this. Tilio let out a heavy sigh. Remember, the Federation and the Empire had just signed a cooperation agreement. The situation was promising, but the Empire's delegation was ambushed at the edge of Federation waters by the Sea God's cult. Princess Minia was killed. Although the Sea God's cult was responsible, how would the Empire see this? Would they think the Federation was pretending to cooperate but secretly colluding with those evil cults within the Empire's territory, attacking Empire's strong fighters? Also, Princess Minia was beautiful and charming, a rare and stunning person. It was such a pity that she fell here. However, facing the Sea God's cult led by the goddess's avatar, and with Princess Minia and Lord Rain fighting so hard, their strength was truly astonishing. Then what about Lord Rain? Is he alive or dead? Has anyone found him? Tilio asked urgently. Currently, we have not found Lord Rain's body. I suspect that, in his severe injuries, he found a hiding place. Most likely, he is somewhere on this island right in front of us. Yes, based on your analysis, that seems very likely. We must take control of this island. The Sword Saint Tilio pointed to the island ahead, which looks like a giant crater caused by a meteor strike. Exactly. Lord Tilio, this island is close to the Federation. Could you please contact the Federation leaders and ask for more support? Of course, no problem. Tilio nodded firmly. Zataya. On the top floor of the City Hall, in the first luxurious office on the right corridor, it is temporarily used as Vice President Bertrand's office during his stay in Zataya. Bertrand, who was scheduled to leave in a few hours to return to the capital for a parliamentary inquiry, was currently discussing matters with the parliament member Trina, such as plans for exploring the floating city ruins. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly knocked on the door and said, "Urgent military news, Vice President." The Imperial delegation was ambushed on their way back by the sea god cult. The sea goddess herself descended, and the situation for the Imperial delegation is very dangerous. What? Hearing this, Vice President Bertrand froze for a moment, then suddenly stood up with a changed face, shouting angrily, "Quick! Deploy the nearest Federation Navy patrol ships and airships to support them. No matter the cost, rescue the Imperial delegation." Yes. The servant saluted immediately and hurriedly ran out of the office. Bang! At this moment, Bertrand, with a furious expression, slammed his heavy mahogany desk and gritted his teeth, saying, "See God cult." Beside him, the beautiful Parliament member Trina had never seen Vice President Bertrand lose his composure like this before, but she was not surprised. As a Federation Parliament member, she immediately understood how serious this situation was. What if? That would be terrible. A divine incarnation personally ambushing them? Although she was confident in Rain's combat ability, the opponent was a god. This cast a shadow over Trina's heart. But since the situation was unclear and there might still be a chance, she kept hope. Less than 2 minutes later, the next piece of intelligence nearly made Bertrand faint on the spot. Report. Latest intelligence indicates that His Highness Prince Menia of the Empire may have fallen in battle, Lord Rain is missing, and only Regent Reginald of the Earth Pulse survives. Additionally, almost the entire Imperial airship fleet has been destroyed, the messenger hurriedly reports. Next to him, Trina hears this news and is momentarily stunned. However, she quickly notices something strange about the wording in the report. Military reports should be clear, but this one is vague. She immediately scolds. What do you mean by suspected? Missing? Don't you have concrete information? Trina's words seem to energize Bertrand. He reacts and says, "Intelligence is what they're for. I need accurate information. Understand? Your Highnesses, this is confirmed by Sword Saint Tilio," the messenger quickly adds, which makes Bertrand momentarily hesitate. But he responds swiftly with a key piece of information. Has Tilio arrived? Bertrand's face relaxes slightly. Yes, sir. Tilio is currently fighting alongside Regent Reginald of the Empire against the Sea God cult, aiming to control Reef Island. Reef Island? Bertrand had never heard of this island before today. Yes, sir. Reef Island is the last battleground where the Empress Menia and Lord Rain from the Empire, along with the Sea Goddess Avatar, fought. Tilio believes that to fully understand the situation, they need to take control of Reef Island. But the Sea God cult shows no intention of retreating. Instead, they gather more strong fighters and elites, and a fierce battle has broken out. Order me to coordinate the nearby Federation forces around Zataya. I need them to support Tilio as quickly as possible. What? Reef Island, the messenger softly reminds him. Exactly, Reef Island. Also, immediately contact the Federation's 2nd Fleet stationed in Zataya and the 7th Airship Squadron to support Tilio. Yes, sir. The messenger quickly runs out again. As commands are rapidly issued from Zataya, Federation warships leave the port one after another, sounding their horns. Several combat airship formations fly across the sky, and the Federation's massive operation begins to accelerate. Meanwhile, deep underground in a cave hundreds of meters beneath Reef Island, Rain is unaware of what is happening on the sea surface. At this moment, he was studying the vividly realistic ancient mermaid girl in front of him. Not only was her beauty rare in the world, but her seemingly eternal, uncorrupted body was something he had never heard of before. After studying for a long time, Ryan shook his head and gave up. He lacked knowledge in this area, especially about the history or secrets of ancient mermaids. Perhaps, when Princess Menia woke up, she might have some useful suggestions. Thinking for a moment, Ryan used his metal-shaping magic to transform the enchanted silver on his wrist into a ribbon, wrapping it around her delicate body. Of course, his main goal wasn't to imprison her, but to serve as a warning. Although she was unconscious, in case something unexpected happened, this arrangement would give him enough time to respond. Suddenly, Ryan turned his head to look at Menia, who was deep in meditation nearby. He sensed that the surrounding fire energy particles were being absorbed by her. Does recovering from injuries require absorbing a large amount of fire energy particles? Ryan immediately noticed that the free-floating fire energy particles around him had almost been completely absorbed by Menia. Her slightly furrowed brow seemed to indicate she needed more fire energy particles. Ryan knew this was different from consciously drawing mysterious energy particles from the subspace using mental power during spellcasting. This was simply an unconscious act during her deep meditation, so she naturally couldn't be drawing fire energy particles from the subspace. After a moment of thought, Ryan cast a fire magic spell called High Temperature Force Field. Sure enough, as the fire energy particles gathered, Menia's furrowed brow relaxed. But to Ryan's surprise, her deep meditation, or healing process, turned out to be unexpectedly long. Half a day passed with no sign of her waking up. Meanwhile, Ryan kept casting the high-temperature force field spell to help channel the fire energy particles indirectly. This isn't working. I can't do anything like this. Oh, right. This place seems to be an island formed by a submarine volcanic eruption. Whether it's a dormant or active volcano, there's likely a magma lake beneath. Princess Minia's current state would be best if she stayed near the magma, just like that ancient fire dragon Anguskin. Under special conditions, the concentration of fire energy particles is much higher than in normal environments. That is why fire dragons love to stay in magma. Ryan's eyes sparkled slightly. He decided to try it immediately. Because he already mastered the metal-type Dawn Attack Blade Tooth Spiral, digging a tunnel with abilities dozens of times more powerful than modern tunnel-boring machines would be easy for him. He saw Ryan step back a little, then bend down and place one hand on the ground. As a dark silver ripple spread out, a fast-spinning disc appeared on the ground and quickly started digging downward. The speed was so fast, it was like a blade slicing through tofu. Whoosh! A few minutes later, Ryan sensed that he had hit an underground cavity, and a wave of heat rushed out from the opening. Sure enough, there must be lava below. Thinking for a moment, Ryan first returned to Mania's side and set up a simple protective magic circle. Then he quickly jumped into the newly dug hole. For safety, he couldn't take Mania down directly. He needed to check the situation first. Over the Sea of Summer, in the sky, a flying ship painted with the Empire's dragon head emblem was speeding toward the Empire's waters. This was the only ship in the Empire's envoy fleet that didn't turn back, but was responsible for delivering an urgent message to the Empire called the Storm Ship. Inside the captain's cabin, a scene of tense activity. Hurry! Abandon unnecessary supplies and accelerate. Underground on Dark Reef Island. Huh? When Ryan reached the bottom, his eyes lit up. He found that here, besides the large amount of expected dark red molten lava, there were also many exposed mineral ores with metallic lusters on the lava walls. Clearly, these were high-temperature resistant raw minerals. Ordinary rocks had already been melted by the lava. In addition, Ryan saw several monsters about meters long, with dragon heads and bodies similar to crocodiles, all dark red, with two fan-shaped fins on their backs, crawling up and down the lava lake. What kind of creatures are these? From their appearance, they seem to have the bloodline of red dragons or red dragon descendants. But it looks like the fins on their backs come from some aquatic creature. Yes, this is an underwater volcano. It has two fish fin-like fins on its back, which prefer lava. We can temporarily call it a lava double-sail dragon. Rayan examined it carefully. When the unfamiliar visitor, Rayan, suddenly appeared, many lava double-sail dragons ran over with bright eyes, clearly thinking Rayan was a tasty treat. With a hiss, Rayan's hardened fine gold instantly transformed into a spear and stabbed into one of the lava double-sail dragon's heads, pinning it in place. Although Rayan killed it instantly, he could feel the toughness and resistance when the spear entered, as well as the body's involuntary twitching after death. These were not traits of ordinary fierce creatures. Not bad strength. Probably a dragon descendant. When Rayan saw the dragon head earlier, he guessed this. Dragons tend to mate often and can produce offspring with many different creatures. Their dominant genes are very strong and unmatched. Even after killing one lava double-sail dragon, other dragons seemed fearless and continued rushing toward Rayan. If it's a dragon descendant, then it's simple. Rayan released a bit of his dragon bloodline aura. Instantly, the other monsters, which had intended to surround and devour him, seemed suppressed by his bloodline. They scattered in panic and dove into the lava to hide. Rayan didn't chase after them. Instead, he found a rock crevice not covered by lava and quickly returned to the surface. He needed to hurry and send Mania down. He approached Mania and gently called, "Your Highness Mania?" After several calls, she still hadn't woken up. Rayan thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness Mania, I need to take you to the lava lake below." Then he gently lifted Mania into his arms. As he did, he felt her body was warm and soft, with an excellent touch. Her red wizard robe seemed to be a high-level magic tool. When Mania transformed earlier, it automatically stored away. Now, it was still intact, soft and smooth like silk, perfectly outlining her beautiful figure. As Rayan held her, Mania let out a slight moan. Her head naturally leaned on his chin, exuding a mature woman's aura. At the same time, she tilted her body forward, making her full chest more prominent, and her hips sank, rubbing against Rayan's lower abdomen. This made Rayan, who hadn't been close to a woman in a while, feel a surge of thoughts and feelings. As he walked, Rain couldn't help but glance down at Mania. But once he looked, he couldn't stop. He thought she was so beautiful, so kind, and he felt a deep tenderness for her. He couldn't resist wanting to kiss her. During their shared consciousness, Rain had uncovered a past mystery. That was why Princess Mania sometimes looked at him with a special kind of gaze, and why she warned him not to use the multi-headed dragon transformation. It was because, when she was young and studying at the Imperial Royal Academy, she met a young man. Although he wasn't from the royal family, he had rare red dragon blood and was very talented and hardworking. They quickly fell for each other and developed feelings. However, just before graduation, the young man, after years of training, awakened his true bloodline. He was not just a red dragon, but a rare multi-headed dragon. Most importantly, according to secret royal family records of the Dragoon Empire, multi-headed dragons are considered abnormal and evil outsiders. So, their ending was predictable. Although Rain didn't see all the details clearly, he understood the general story. Because of this painful past, Mania had never married. When Rain saw her transform into a double-headed dragon in Ferdinand Forest, she was stunned and issued a command to keep silent. That's why Rain's feelings for her were filled with tenderness. As a woman who can almost be called the Empire's Valkyrie, she always appears noble, elegant, and strong. But who knows the pain she hides inside? Because their consciousness had partially merged, Rain felt an overwhelming sense of closeness to Mania, like a deep, innate connection. Now, with the vivid scene before him, Rain couldn't help but feel some romantic thoughts. With these feelings in his heart, Rain jumped into the hole again. After reaching the lava lake below, he quickly found the spot he had chosen earlier, planning to gently set Mania down. At this moment, he looked again at her beautiful face and cherry-red lips. For some reason, his heart fluttered, and he softly leaned in to kiss her. Just a quick kiss. It should be okay, right? Rain was thinking this to himself. Hey, why is Princess Minia's face getting redder? Rain glanced at Minia's pretty face and suddenly noticed something. He thought it was strange, but he just assumed it was because the air near the lava lake was very hot, so he didn't pay much attention. After setting up the magic circle, he quickly went up to try to bring down the ancient mermaid girl. After Rain left, Minia's beautiful eyes slowly opened at that moment. She looked at Rain's back with a complicated expression, sighed softly, and then entered deep meditation again. On the sea, there was a fierce fight over the Dark Reef Island between the Sea God cult and the Federation. They kept sending more people and forces, and the battles kept happening one after another. As soon as the fight started, the Sea God cult relied on an ancient terrifying sea beast called glowing electric eel Grathas. It injured the Federation's sword Saint Tyrio right away. Although the injury wasn't serious, Grathas's fierce power was overwhelming, making several fast Federation fleets afraid to get close. It wasn't until half a day later, when other epic-level Federation experts arrived, that the situation was balanced. By the next day, with more Federation strong fighters arriving, including several giant golems called Ajakas, the tide turned in their favor. The Sea God cult began to retreat gradually. Although they suffered significant losses, the Pope Ager's real goal was to let glowing electric eel Grathas recover more strength, because nothing replenished energy like blood food. After the Federation took over the Dark Reef Island, they immediately launched a big search. They turned the small island upside down but couldn't find Rain. During this time, Reginald and Tyrio used their magic detection spells many times but found nothing. Maybe Lord Rain has some kind of magic device that blocks detection spells. Tyrio, the Sword Saint, thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Keep searching, inch by inch." Yes. The Federation soldiers began searching manually. From above, the island looked like it was covered with countless ants. After about an hour, a military officer, sweating heavily, came to report, "Sir, we still haven't found Lord Rain. Have you searched everywhere?" "Yes, we've searched everywhere." "Wait. No, sir, that lake hasn't been searched yet." The bearded officer shivered suddenly, as if he had remembered something, and pointed to the lake formed at the explosion center. At this moment, the lake was no longer the same as right after Ryan used the melt core flame explosion. Due to the surface air pressure siphoning effect, the underground Dark River's water was pulled up, making the lake's surface grow larger. Also, because of the ongoing fierce battles, the ground shook again, collapsing the narrow tunnel Ryan had created. This stopped the siphoning, and the lake finally settled into its current size. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tyrio's eyes lit up when he saw the lake. Yes, the explosion's center was very likely the source. Reginald also looked intently at the lake. Understood, my lord, the bearded officer replied. 10 minutes later, one by one, members of the Federation surfaced from the lake, shaking their heads. Meanwhile, several water element mages used water magic to investigate, but found nothing. Sir, there are no passages or caves below. We couldn't find any trace of Lord Ryan, they reported. Tyrio listened, his face calm, and waved his hand. Could I be wrong? Did both Princess Minia and Lord Ryan sacrifice themselves in the previous battle? Reginald, exhausted after several days without rest and continuous fighting, looked downcast, his lips cracked. Even as a level 4 Dawn mage, with his heart heavy and fighting nonstop for days, he was starting to feel the strain. I personally think it's possible that Lord Ryan carried a concealment device and stealth magic tools, Tyrio said after some thought, speaking in a serious tone. Because, just like when they were trapped in the floating city before, hiding outside the shield and concealed by a magic formation, even the patrols and detection devices of the floating city couldn't find them. But since this involved the secret of the floating city, Tyrio naturally didn't want to say it openly. That isn't impossible. But if Lord Ryan was badly injured and inside the shield? Reginald hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Let's wait a bit longer, Tyrio, the Sword Saint, said after a moment of silence. Meanwhile, the Empire's airship, the Storm, had already arrived in the capital, Tamriel. Queen Minia is suspected to have fallen? The Empire's Count, no, Marquis, and the Vice Commander of the Sword Bearers, Lord Ryan, are missing? When the Imperial officials heard the news, they immediately exclaimed, "Quick! Notify the royal family, the Senate, and the Sword Bearers' headquarters." Understood, Your Majesty. As these commands were passed along, news spread quickly that the Imperial delegation was ambushed by the Sea God's cult at the edge of the Federation waters. Rumors, including conspiracy theories about the Federation planning the ambush, spread wildly. Fortunately, not long after, Reginald, the Earth Pulse, used the Federation's long-distance magic communication device to report the incident to the Empire. This helped reduce the spread of conspiracy theories. Reginald used cautious words like suspected and high probability, but the deep knowledge of the Empire was enough to handle such doubts. On the Star Mage platform, when Marshal Alfred, along with General Augustus and a tearful Elena, arrived, they found that an elder from the Imperial Senate was already there. Your Grace Dalian, my old friend, I need you to personally perform a divination, said the elder. I didn't expect such an incident to happen during our visit to the Federation, said the great Star Mage Dalian with a sigh. Alfred, you're here too, the old man, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, nodded. Hello, Elder Ivan. Alfred bowed slightly. Elder Ivan was from the Imperial royal family, a senator and a protector of the Empire, with very long experience. This crystal pendant was worn by Minia for many years. Dalian, try to find Minia first, Ivan sighed. Great river of stars. Please light my way. Find the lost traveler. Dalian began to chant a grand astrology spell while holding Minia's crystal pendant, which she had used before. Suddenly, a vast star map appeared before him, with stars of different sizes shining brightly. Because the target of the divination was Queen Minia, who was even more powerful than Dalian, the spell consumed a lot of energy, and its accuracy was affected. After a few minutes, the grand astrology spell ended, and Dalian frowned, deep in thought. Your Grace Dalian, how's the situation? Prince Minia really? Augustus the Great couldn't help but ask. Not sure, but based on the display and guidance from the vast starry sky, Prince Minia probably isn't dead, but he doesn't seem to be in perfect condition. Not in perfect condition? Everyone was surprised and started to think. Because that word sounded strange when used to describe a person. Prince Minia's state is very strange. This is the first time I've seen something like this. In the vast starry sky, each person corresponds to a star. If the star's light is dim, it usually means the person is badly injured or trapped somewhere secret. But Prince Minia's star is clearly missing parts. This. Star Master Dalian frowned. Hearing Dalian's words, everyone fell silent. Maybe we should try to find Lord Ryan first? Because if Lord Ryan is still alive and we can find him, we might learn what happened to Prince Minia, suggested Augustus. Yes, that's one way to try, nodded Star Master Dalian. At this moment, Elena, with red eyes, quickly stepped forward and respectfully handed a box to Dalian. Inside the box was the first badge Ryan ever earned in the Minster Province Sword Bearers Division, a bronze badge. Elena had specially contacted Minster to send it as quickly as possible. Such personal items are common in Ryan's home, but Elena didn't want Ryan's family to worry before the situation was clear, so she kept this secret. The item was sent from the Minster Sword Bearers Division. Star Master Dalian took the wooden box and carefully took out the bronze badge. He paused slightly, realizing that a sword bearer's bronze badge seemed very distant from Ryan's current status. However, he didn't say anything and immediately began to cast a spell. After a few minutes, Lord Ryan is still alive, but his star is dimmer, probably due to severe injuries from the battle. Dalian finished his spell and looked somewhat relieved. Based on the information, he believed Ryan was badly hurt, not for any other reason. The problem is, why did His Royal Highness Reginald say he couldn't find Lord Ryan? Augustus the Great General frowned and asked. Even if Lord Ryan had a concealment magic array or similar magical tools, it doesn't make sense. The Federation has already conducted a thorough search, almost counting every ant on the island called Dark Reef. Augustus's question left the great mage Dalian unable to answer immediately. Actually, there was one thing he didn't mention. When he used a major astrology spell to predict Lord Ryan's location earlier, he found that searching for him was extremely difficult, more difficult than searching for Princess Minia just moments before. This suggests that, from a certain point of view, Ryan's strength might be above Princess Minia's. But how could that be? Princess Minia is a late-stage Dawn Witch and also has royal blood, plus she is a veteran Imperial Dragon Knight. Dalian was also puzzled by this. The key point is that the strength of the target being divined affects the accuracy of the spell. All divination magic, whether it is major astrology, crystal ball reading, watergrass divination, or others, will be less accurate if the target's strength exceeds that of the caster. So, the level of divination Dalian can achieve is only up to this point. At that moment, Elder Ivan from the Council of Elders thought for a moment and said, according to Reginald, after the explosion, they arrived near the island almost simultaneously with the sea god cult. But at that time, they could no longer see the goddess of the abyss, Minia, or Ryan. Is it possible that the goddess of the abyss defeated both of them, then took control of them, and returned to the temple in the sea? Elder Ivan's words caused the hall to fall silent. Everyone present was lost in thought. Yes, it's not impossible. After all, if they were on the island, even if Ryan had a concealment magic array, they would have found him after searching inch by inch. After pondering for a moment, Marshal Alfred asked, Dalian, can you now roughly determine Lord Ryan's location? Yes, I believe he's still near the Federation's waters, Dalian nodded and replied. In this way, I agree with Elder Ivan's opinion. It is very likely that the goddess of the Dark Sea transformed into her avatar and severely injured Lady Minia and Rain, then took both of them to the underwater temple. Marshal Alfred said in a serious tone. Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment and then showed a look of realization. Yes, this matches the strange phenomena shown by the great astrology. The top 3 people present with the highest strength and status all agreed, and others naturally nodded as well. Even if they still had some small doubts in their hearts, they could only keep them to themselves. After all, this is at least good news. It shows that Rain is still alive, and as for Lady Minia, it seems she has not completely perished. With the guidance of the Star Mages platform, the Empire's high officials faced difficulties after their research. Although they roughly determined the area, the main base of the Sea God's cult is underwater. Unlike land searches, which are easier, the ocean is complex, making it very difficult to find the exact location. Secondly, even if they locate the goddess of the Dark Sea's temple, there will be fierce battles. If there aren't enough strong fighters going, they might face danger instead. But the problem is, after the Ferdinand Forest incident, the activities of various evil cults within the Empire's territory have become more frequent. Each Imperial protector almost has their own province or region to guard, except for the Imperial capital Tamriel, which has many standby protectors. However, after the last Imperial city battle, having this number of protectors is necessary. Since that's the case, let the Elder Council send someone to investigate, Elder Ivan said after looking around. News of the high-level meeting quickly spread within the small circle of the Empire's top officials. Many top nobles were initially skeptical when they first heard the news, especially since Regent Reginald's report used words like suspected or possible. But now, it was different. The news had been confirmed by Dalian, the Empire's most renowned star mage, at Duke Dram's mansion, in a luxurious second-floor study. Ha ha ha, that Rain is arrogant and lawless. Now he's been defeated and captured by the goddess of the Dark Sea Avatar. Even if he's alive, he can never return to the Empire. Such a pity about Princess Minia. Hearing the news, Duke Dram slammed his redwood desk hard, his face flushed with happiness and excitement. It wasn't because he was cunning, but because of his son, Greenwood, who was killed by Rain. He had thought that his son's revenge was impossible, as Rain's strength was growing too fast. But he didn't expect that a normal visit would lead to such a fortunate event. Your Grace, in this way, Lord Greenwood's revenge is finally fulfilled, the new butler said with a smile. No, it's not enough. Duke Dram quickly calmed his excitement, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Investigate who has pledged loyalty to Rain before, those people and factions. I want to eliminate them one by one. Then, I will completely wipe out his family. Your Grace, it seems his family is already settled in the Imperial capital, under the special protection of the Empire's sword bearers. Also, if we act now, it might be too obvious. So, start with his supporters. As for his family, there's no rush. We can wait until people forget him, Duke Dram said with a sinister smile. By the way, remember to inform Marquis Orens. His family had conflicts with Rain before and lost shares in the Axon Auction House's Munster branch. Your Grace, your wisdom always leads to the best decisions, the butler complimented. Below the reef island, at the edge of an underwater volcanic magma lake. Actually, Minia had already woken up shortly after Rain picked her up. But she felt not only his warm breath in front of her, but also something pressing against her beneath her full hips, leaving Minia completely unsure how to respond. In fact, after her consciousness was separated from Rain and returned to her body, she no longer knew how to face someone who almost knew all her secrets. She was a woman, and the one who knew her secrets was a man. A young man with extraordinary strength, also possessing the bloodline of multiple-headed dragons. Since Ryan possesses a system, he doesn't actually have the multi-headed dragon bloodline. He only has the ability of multi-heads. However, Minia obviously couldn't know this. From appearances alone, she assumed Ryan had the bloodline of a multi-headed dragon. For a moment, Ryan seemed like the young man she once admired in her youth. After all, tragedies like Romeo and Juliet are unforgettable for a lifetime. Minia felt this way. She couldn't bring herself to take that step in her heart, but at this moment, she felt as if she saw her own Romeo again. So, when Ryan behaved rudely and even kissed her, Minia didn't know how to react properly. Should she refuse? It felt instinctive not to speak. What about agreeing? She was much older than Ryan. Minia's thoughts drifted away for a long time before she finally refocused and entered a deep state of meditation again. Meanwhile, Ryan didn't know what Minia was thinking. While she was lost in meditation, he first studied the knowledge of goblin engineering he had forcibly memorized, then moved to the exposed ore on the lava wall. Bang! Ryan's fist applied a little force, smashing open the surface of the ore. It was a thick, dark gray solidified layer of rock formed by high-temperature magma crystallizing on the ore's surface. It was extremely hard, but in front of Ryan, it was completely insignificant. Is this black iron, or rich ore? Different minerals have different standards for what counts as rich ore, but the black iron ore here contained over 60% black iron. In any type of mineral, that would be considered a rich deposit. After a moment of thought, Ryan pressed his hand, glowing with a deep silver light, onto the black iron-rich ore, which was about a meter long and protruding from the lava wall. As Ryan's hand glowed, the metal black iron in the ore slowly seeped out like mercury, then quickly gathered into a sphere in his palm. But that wasn't the end. Because the metal in the black iron ore wouldn't just be black iron, it also contained small amounts of other metals like copper and tin. So, at this moment, besides the black iron sphere, 4 other metal spheres of different sizes and colors formed in Ryan's palm. They were a copper sphere, a tin sphere, a silver sphere, and a gold sphere. This is one of Ryan's abilities after reaching the 4th level as a Dawn Wizard. His strong affinity for metal particles and his powerful mental energy as a Dawn Wizard make it easy for him to do this. Although he could do the same at the Crystallization Wizard level, it was difficult and only possible with one metal at a time. Now, it is much easier, as simple as eating or drinking. Bang! Soon, a sphere weighing hundreds of kilograms, made of pure black iron, was placed in front of Ryan. Following it, 4 smaller metal balls fell to the ground. Ryan looked at the 5 metal balls and then at the nearby mineral deposits, which numbered in the hundreds. He looked thoughtful. This is good. Maybe I can gather enough raw materials to start making mechanical devices for gnome engineering. His eyes sparkled as he immediately thought of something. But the metals I have now are far from enough. After a moment, Ryan's figure flickered and appeared in front of a dark gray mineral deposit on the rocky wall. He gently struck it, using the same method as with the black iron ore. Hey, this is magic iron ore. After a quick check, Ryan's eyes lit up. He thought most of the deposits were of one type, but he found there were other kinds of ore too. Great. The plan is feasible. Soon, Ryan gathered 7 or 8 rare metals and more than 10 common metals. He was surprised that the minerals inside the underwater volcano were so diverse, enough for him to learn gnome engineering and try to make things at the same time. Ryan followed a ratio, using magic iron as the main material, mixing in a small amount of copper and tin to make an alloy. Then he used his fire magic skill, Burning Touch, to melt the metals. After cooling, he quickly used metal shaping magic, following a beginner gnome engineering blueprint, to transform the magic iron alloy into a rifle-shaped object. He also shaped other firearm parts one by one. At this moment, the system notification sounded. You have crafted a basic gnome engineering item, magic iron rifle, increasing related understanding. You have learned a new skill, magic iron rifle. Your skill in crafting the magic iron rifle has improved, gaining plus 10 experience points. You have successfully crafted a basic goblin engineering device, the magic iron rifle. Since you are not yet a goblin engineer, your understanding of goblin engineering has increased by 1%. Great. Ryan looked at the system notification and couldn't help but feel happy. Indeed, just reading about this isn't enough. I need to practice and apply what I learn, combining theory with practice. This will greatly improve my efficiency. Previously, Ryan spent several hours studying to improve his understanding by just 1%. But just now, he spent less than 10 minutes making a magic iron rifle, which immediately increased his progress by 1%. Now, his progress in mastering goblin engineering knowledge has reached 65%. The next day, while Ryan was working on a new goblin engineering device, the stabilizer of fine gold, he suddenly heard a soft hum from Mania. Ryan immediately stopped his work and turned around. He saw Mania with slightly furrowed brows, gently rising while holding her smooth, fair forehead. Your Highness Mania, how do you feel? Ryan quickly stepped forward, showing concern. In fact, Ryan could already sense that although Mania's mental stability had improved significantly compared to 3 days ago, it still fluctuated quite a bit. Additionally, the strength of her mental power was showing some decline. It's not enough. My strength has been decreasing. Ryan, it's been a few days? I might need more time. Mania quickly glanced at Ryan, then lowered her head, her beautiful eyes flickering with uncertainty, hesitant to look at him. Your Highness Mania, it has been 3 days. If you want to continue deep meditation to recover, perhaps you should eat something first. There's a fire beast here that might help your recovery, Ryan suggested. Although a level 4 Dawn Mage's food needs are more controlled, they are not at the level of a level 5 Full Moon Mage, who is semi-divine. They still need food to maintain essential life elements. All right, thank you, Ryan, Mania nodded. Hey, is that a double-sail dragon? When Mania saw Ryan handling a lava double-sail dragon, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Wow, it's really called a double-sail dragon. I just call the semicircular dorsal fin a lava double-sail dragon, Ryan said with a smile. Yes, this is a fire-type double-sail dragon. It's probably a descendant of a red dragon or a fire dragon that bred with a sea fish dragon. Given how many there are, it seems a fire giant dragon once lived here in this magma lake for a long time, Mania explained. Soon, Ryan finished grilling some double-sail dragon ribs. Mania took a small bite and found it juicy and tasty, quite tender and delicious. After a few seconds, her expression showed surprise. Your Highness Mania, how does it taste? Ryan, these double-sail dragons might not be ordinary fire dragons or fish dragons. Really? I can feel a trace of bloodline essence inside, which likely comes from an ancient red dragon, at least an elder dragon level, maybe even an extremely old dragon. Minia's words made Ryan slightly startled. He hadn't been far from Minia these days, and this magma lake was so vast that he couldn't see its edge. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that the magma lake wasn't at the bottom of a volcano but was shared by a group of underwater volcanoes. Are you saying that beneath this magma lake, there might be an ancient red dragon sleeping? Ryan narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "It's uncertain. It seems this island has existed for a very long time. And if it's an old dragon, that's one thing. But if it's an extremely old red dragon, I wouldn't be able to help you now. I'd only be a burden." Minia shook her head. "So, Ryan, if you want to explore, wait a few days until I can control my injuries for now." "Of course, no problem, Your Highness Minia," Ryan replied without hesitation. And Minia was right. If the opponent was an extremely old red dragon, its strength would be close to the peak of the epic level, probably not much different from the Red Dragon King, Strass. Ryan wasn't afraid, but once they fought, he wouldn't be able to protect Princess Minia beside him. Worried that a powerful red dragon might be in the magma lake, Minia quickly entered deep meditation to recover. Naturally, Ryan continued studying his goblin engineering. Considering Minia's injury is stable, Ryan can temporarily give up on using magic communication to contact her. After all, if there are sea gods, mages, or evil sorcerers on the island, they might detect the signal and reveal his location. However, in such a quiet environment, studying an interesting subject carefully is also a very happy thing. Soon, with the successful creation of the 31st Magic Iron Rifle, the goblin engineering knowledge also reached 100%, as expected. The system prompt flashed across Ryan's mind. Ding. The host has mastered basic goblin engineering knowledge, triggering subsequent class change. Goblin Engineer, Legendary. Prerequisites for promotion to Goblin Engineer, Legendary 1. A forging or mechanical extraordinary profession at level 5 or above, Master Armorer qualifies. 2. Strength 18+, Constitution 18+, Spirit 20+. 3. Knowledge of Goblin Engineering. 4. Independently craft 3 qualified Goblin Engineering devices. Conditions are met. Do you want to change to Goblin Engineer, Legendary? Note: after becoming a Goblin Engineer, Legendary, the original Master Armorer, Extraordinary, class panel will merge into the Goblin Engineer, Legendary, panel. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Starting class change. Ding. Successfully promoted to Goblin Engineer, Legendary. Strength +3, Agility +3, Spirit +5. Gained core skill. Emergency modification, active, the system panel displayed. The original Master Armorer, Extraordinary, class panel had disappeared, replaced by the Goblin Engineer, Legendary, panel. The entire panel shimmered with a very intense blue light, which, in Ryan's memory, seemed even brighter than the blue of the Weapon Master, Legendary. Before, almost comparable to the blue glow of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. This seems to indicate that even among legendary professions, the Goblin Engineer, Legendary, is a top-tier class. Of course, Ryan's perspective has also improved, so he wasn't overjoyed, but a sense of happiness was inevitable. Emergency modification? Ryan couldn't help but focus on the new core skill because its name alone was very intriguing. The skill description is as follows: Emergency modification, active, effect. Goblin engineers can quickly modify mechanical devices based on the situation and available resources. For example, when certain specific parts are missing, they can create temporary substitutes using other materials or repurpose mechanical components originally meant for different uses to meet current needs. Note: when modifying parts in an emergency, it consumes mental energy. The more complex and rare the materials, the more mental energy is used. Also, the duration of the modified parts is limited. Interesting. After carefully reading the description of this core skill, Ryan's face showed a smile. If it were small or medium-sized mechanical devices, that would be fine. But large machines are not made entirely of metal. Even the prototype Golem, which is almost 99% metal, has some insulating ceramic parts and rubber seals inside. So, even if Ryan found a lot of various metals by the lava lake and mastered fire magic to melt and shape alloys freely, he still couldn't make large mechanical devices. Some key parts remained impossible to produce. But now, things seem to have taken a turn. Maybe I can try to make a large mechanical device myself, and in the process, level up as a goblin engineer, gaining some attribute and skill points, Ryan thought silently. Since the last battle, Ryan had only a few remaining attribute points, which made him quite vulnerable against stronger enemies. Without hesitation, Ryan quickly started crafting. Soon, various shaped metal parts rapidly transformed and appeared in his hands. A small mechanical land bird, which had appeared many times in the ruins of the floating city, gradually took shape in front of him. After about 10 more minutes, following his silent chant of emergency modification, Ryan, without any insulating materials, used his mental energy to manipulate mysterious energy particles. This allowed him to influence and change the properties of the metal quickly, assembling a small energy furnace about half a meter long, roughly cylindrical in shape. Finally, after he inserted a hellfire crystal, a suitable power core for the mechanical chocobo was completed. This was also the most difficult part. Logically, making a small energy furnace requires many insulation parts to prevent energy from escaping inside. But Ryan used his core skill emergency modification to perfectly avoid this problem. The next steps were simple. Soon, a humming mechanical chocobo appeared in front of Ryan. Yes, it works. That's great. Ryan smiled happily as he admired the familiar mechanical chocobo, recalling his insights from gnome engineering. At the same time, system notifications appeared. You have crafted a mechanical chocobo. Your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill, mechanical chocobo crafting. Your skill mechanical chocobo crafting has increased. Experience plus 20. You are focusing on mechanical chocobo crafting. Your gnome engineer, legendary. Profession experience plus 30 because Ryan had the advantages of metal affinity, the late-stage dawn mage. In the advanced meditation method Heart of Steel level 4, he could almost match a small gnome engineering workshop alone. Some parts that normally require machines like molds and milling machines, Ryan handled all by himself, with even higher precision. This is why, instead of taking 10 days or half a month with several gnome engineers, Ryan finished making the mechanical chocobo in less than 2 hours. Plus 30? So, building 4 mechanical chocobos could upgrade me to level 2? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Excited, Ryan quickly resumed working on the mechanical chocobo. 3 days later, Ryan didn't wake Minya, but he did see the gnome engineer reach level 5. Meanwhile, a series of new system notifications appeared. Most importantly, the previously unclear promotion conditions for the gnome engineer, Epic, which appeared in the floating city but were not detailed, were now clarified. Ding! The host's gnome engineer, legendary, has reached level 5, triggering a promotion to gnome engineer expert, Epic. Promotion prerequisites for gnome engineer expert, Epic 1. Gnome engineer, legendary, level 5 or above. Second, the character must have more than 20 points in strength, constitution, and agility, and over 40 points in spirit. Third, master advanced knowledge of goblin engineering. Fourth, independently create 5 qualified advanced goblin engineering devices. Currently, the conditions are not met. The attempt to change to goblin engineering expert, Epic, has failed. Indeed, all the conditions for the job change have appeared. High-level goblin engineering knowledge. No problem. It's basically the same as what was in the second memory crystal last time. Advanced goblin engineering devices, like prototypes or large mechanical creatures such as mechanical octopuses. Reen carefully examined the requirements and realized that as long as his related knowledge kept up, he could almost always attempt the job change later. This made him very happy, because this not only means gaining a powerful combat profession, but also, as the profession level increases, it will provide significant attribute points and skill points. Suddenly, his mind drifted to a scene. A goblin zombie in a white coat, constantly waking up prototype machines on the second basement level of the floating city ruins. He should be the so-called goblin engineering expert, right? Reen wondered. In the Imperial capital, Tameril, inside the Bishio Mechanical School, Dean Moria is leading Master Magaro and many core members in the school's mechanical hall, trying to repair the supergiant golem destroyer, which was destroyed in the Ferdinand Forest battle. Although the explosion was caused by a large furnace core filled with abyss fire, and the explosion was very close, nearly melting the destroyer golem. However, when the wreckage was brought back for inspection, everyone was surprised. Although only 20% of the exterior was intact, about 80% of the interior remained undamaged. Most of the damage was to the outer metal and some wiring. This means they don't need to make a new destroyer golem from scratch, but can consider repairing it directly. Now, nearly a month has passed, and over 70% of the repair work is complete. The remaining work mainly involves resolving differences between ancient large furnace devices and modern furnaces. Adjustments are needed when changing parts, and wiring must be synchronized. Although not very difficult, it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the hall. Come in. Molia lowered his head without lifting it and spoke calmly. The visitor was Vice Leader Bradley. He looked grim and reported, "Leader, the joint meeting of the Empire Scholars has informed us that our promotion application has been put on hold." What? Why was it put on hold? Hearing this, Magaro, who was bent over checking the wiring, also looked up in surprise and turned to Bradley. Other key members of the faction also showed shock on their faces. What's the reason? Even though the Destroyer Golem isn't fully repaired, Lord Rain is a genuine level 4 Dawn Mage and should meet the promotion requirements. Compared to others, Leader Molia remained calmer. After thinking for a moment, he asked this. Bradley looked around at the others and whispered, "Leader, please, can you and Magaro come aside with me?" "Huh, sure." Molia looked at Bradley with some confusion and nodded. Soon, the two of them followed Bradley to the side. Bradley's face turned serious and said, "I heard that Lord Rain has had an accident." "Really? An accident? But wasn't Lord Rain accompanying Lady Menia on her visit to the Federation? How could there be an accident?" Magaro looked at Bradley suspiciously. "Lady Menia also had an incident. I've checked with a few old friends. They said that the Imperial delegation was ambushed on their way back by the Goddess of the Dark Seas avatar and a large group of sea god cult followers." Bradley shook his head and sighed. "What? Even Molia, the Com faction leader, widened his eyes at this news. Are they both?" Magaro asked in shock. "I don't know. But according to the rumors from the Star Divination Tower, the great Star Mage Dalian's divination showed that both are likely alive. But it seems they are imprisoned by the Goddess of the Dark Sea. How does the Empire respond to this?" Molia calmed his excited heart and asked again. "It's not clear yet." Bradley shook his head. "No wonder the Imperial Mage Guild Union put our application on hold. A bunch of followers who follow the wind." In an instant, Molia understood the reason. Naturally, large mage factions preferred fewer competitors. No big faction liked to see medium-sized mage factions rise. Previously, it was impossible to stop him because Ryan's combat strength was too powerful. Additionally, the Empire did not want many large wizard schools to appear, and some factions deliberately interfered. So, what seemed certain before suddenly changed. In the deep sea, it's still the main base of the sea god cult. Our school is too weak. We can't rescue Ryan," Minor Magaro said with pain. "Ryan is his most proud student, but now, knowing he is in trouble, he can't go to help him, which is very painful. The biggest problem now is that the Isodra School of Magic thinks our Destroyer Golem technology stole their data. They want us to send detailed information to the Imperial Wizard School Union within half a month," Bradley said angrily. "What? That's so shameless. These shameless people. They are taking advantage of the chaos." Moria almost jumped with anger. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial City, Snyder family residence. "Lord Luther, we have a good relationship with the Snyder family, and we cooperate in many fields. This time, I was entrusted by a friend to deliver a message. Your friend, Lord Ryan, may have already encountered danger. So, I hope you won't pay too much attention to some matters." A well-dressed middle-aged man bowed slightly. "Lord Ryan is not only my friend, but also someone who has made great contributions to the Empire. What you're doing is too much," Luther said with a bad expression. This was the fourth visit, and subtly, the Imperial noble representatives hinted that the Snyder family should not interfere. Although they claimed to discuss trade when they entered, the main focus of the conversation was always about his friend Ryan, and the underlying meaning was clear. If it was just one or two families, Luther wouldn't be worried. But now, it was the fourth family, and representatives from the Guardian family had also come. Despite the Snyder family's power being the strongest in the main province, in the Imperial City, they were still weaker. Most importantly, he didn't know how to persuade his father, especially since he had heard that Ryan might really not come back. One side was his good friend Rain, and the other was the interests and safety of his own family. For Luther, this was an extremely difficult choice. The same situation also happened at the Bavarian family estate. "Lord Harlowin, you don't need to feel guilty for a friend who will never return. You simply did what was best for yourself and your family, right? You should know that our two families can cooperate deeply in many trade areas. By the way, your father, Duke Munster, seems a bit too persistent. I won't hide it. Soon, we will take action in Munster. I hope you can persuade your father. After all, Munster province is your family's land." Harlewan, nicknamed the Gun of Bavaria, was in the reception room, looking serious as he watched a middle-aged nobleman leave. The words just spoken still echoed in his mind. The man was from the Drum family, and his words could be summarized as telling him to mind his own business regarding the Bavaria family. It looks like I need to discuss a plan with someone. The other side plans to act in Munster? But Lord Rain's family is all in the Imperial capital, isn't it? Anyway, I must inform my father immediately and prepare. Harlewan looked thoughtful. Summer sea, deep underwater somewhere in the ocean. A grand temple and dozens of surrounding buildings are enclosed within a large, semicircular shield emitting black glow. This is the headquarters of the sea god cult. Great mistress of the abyss, please hear the prayers of your devout followers. Inside the spacious prayer hall, in front of a prayer altar with a statue of the abyssal sea goddess, Ager, the cult leader who had just returned to the base, was leading high-level dark magic practitioners in devout prayer. Using the cult's prayer altar and the power of faith, it was easier to connect with their goddess than praying alone. Sure enough, a response from the abyssal sea goddess, Hela, arrived. Suddenly, a transparent projection of a girl in a black robe appeared above the altar, her figure curvy, her face stunningly beautiful but with a cold expression. Ager, I know what you want to ask. Hela spoke before Ager could ask. That despicable mortal, Rain, did not die, and he even saved the heir of Dragon. What? Upon hearing this news, Ager's expression froze in surprise. Clearly, this news was beyond his expectations. The high-level evil sorcerers around them from the Sea God's church also looked at each other in shock, puzzled and unable to understand. It was not surprising that Rain was still alive, but that Mania, the so-called Red Queen, was also alive? Then, our great and wise master, we should. Ager bowed respectfully. The black-robed girl's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered as if she was casting a high-level prophecy spell. Then she snorted and said, So you were hiding there. No wonder you couldn't find it. The enemy is now deep beneath the underground of the Reef Island, near the magma lake. Although Dragon's heir was rescued, his strength is greatly weakened. This is a perfect opportunity. Ager, you go personally. Understood, my lord. Ager replied immediately, but his brow furrowed slightly as he lowered his head. He couldn't refuse his goddess's order, but the problem was, it was very difficult. Report to my lord, the Federation has sent heavy troops to guard Reef Island. At least 3 epic-level fighters from the Federation are on the island. If we attack directly with them present, we may return empty-handed. No, you must not only watch out for the Federation. I have also seen 3 Dragon Knights from the Dragon Empire heading to Reef Island. They're expected to arrive in a day. The goddess of the Dark Sea, Hela, her starry eyes flickering as if she was peering into something again. Even the religious leader Ager looked troubled upon hearing this. The high-level evil sorcerers behind him, if not for their goddess's projection present, might have started whispering among themselves. After all, 3 Dragon Knights plus 3 epic-level fighters are forces they cannot oppose. How is Glacis's strength recovery going? Report to my lord. After the previous battle and consuming blood, he has recovered about 60% of his strength. Take me to Glacis. Understood, my lord. Soon, a group of people surrounded the semi-transparent girl in the black robe and arrived at an underwater area outside the temple, resembling a coliseum. There, the terrifying ancient sea creature, the glowing electric eel Grathers, about 100 meters long, was quietly resting with its eyes closed. However, its body, especially the purple lines on its back, had become brighter and more sparkling than before. Even ordinary people could feel the huge electrical energy stored within. From the bulge in its belly, it seemed to have just finished eating. Report to my lord. Grathers has just swallowed 3 gray whales and is now resting. Feeling a faint aura from the projection of the undersea goddess, Grathers slowly opened its massive eyes and lowered its head, making a deep humming sound, as if showing submission and happiness. Grathers, I will use my divine power to help you recover your strength. You need to assist Ager in killing a vile blasphemer. The undersea goddess Hela spoke clearly while raising her delicate, fair finger. A black beam of light shot from her fingertip and instantly entered the body of the glowing electric eel Grathers. Immediately, Grathers showed a very human-like expression of joy. Its purple lines on the back shone even brighter, almost dazzling. Ager, give Grathers some blood to eat. In half a day, its strength will recover to 90%. At the same time, Grathers will lead you directly through the seabed rock layers to reach the magma lake, Hela said calmly. The shadow cast by her spell grew dimmer, indicating that this was only a projection. She wasn't unwilling to do more, but this was the best she could do with a projection. However, with 90% of its power, Grathers had already reached epic peak strength. Plus, her followers from the Sea God cult had enough power to defeat that despicable blasphemer. In Hela's view, if it weren't for Ryan's use of the dragon blood sacrifice performed by the Dragoon Heir last time, she could have already defeated that vile mortal. Now, that rude Dragoon Heir was badly injured and unlikely to perform the dragon blood sacrifice again. Grathers would easily crush the opponent with its strength. Additionally, I will soon condense the final energy of this projection into a divine crystal. After eliminating that blasphemer, you can pour the divine energy crystal into the lava lake. When the underwater volcano erupts again, it will completely destroy the island and all nearby Federation ships. Understood, my great and wise lord. Hearing the goddess of the abyss, all the high priests of the sea god religion, including Pope Egel, showed joy and bowed to the goddess's illusion, because setting out in half a day allows them to avoid the 3 dragon knights rushing from the Empire. Secondly, they will follow Grathers into the magma lake directly, without entering from underground beneath the island, avoiding conflict with the Federation over the Reef Island. Finally, and most importantly, with the divine power of their goddess restored, the smoldering electric eel Grathers has reached epic peak strength. The sea god followers believe that they don't need to act themselves, just follow behind and easily overpower Ryan and the badly injured Minia. Don't let me down again, Egel. With that, the illusion of the goddess of the abyss, Hela, flashed with black light. In the next second, she completely disappeared into the air, leaving only a faceted crystal radiating powerful energy waves, floating gently in the air. Half a day later, a terrifying long snake-shaped beast slowly appeared in the deep sea. Grathers, the smoldering electric eel, moved toward the vicinity of the Reef Island, surrounded by a group of high-level sea god priests and sorcerers. Since eels naturally dig holes, for Grathers, piercing through seabed mud and hard rock layers is almost the same, no difficulty at all. Grathers twisted his large body, glowing with purple light. The seabed stirred up a lot of mud, and the water became murky. Soon, more than 100 meters of his long body sank mostly into the depths. Your Holiness the Pope, with Grathers, the smoldering electric eel, this mission is much easier. Thanks to my lord's power, Grathers has finally regained the might of ancient terrifying sea beasts. Yes, Ryan will definitely die this time. I wonder what expression he'll have when he sees Grathers appear suddenly? The high-level sorcerers saw this scene and smiled, their tense feelings easing considerably. The Sea God Church's Pope, Ager, felt a slight relief, but he still maintained a serious expression. He waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone stay alert. Don't be careless. Follow me and prepare for battle." Meanwhile, by the lava lake, Ryan was still working on a goblin engineering project. This time, it was not a mechanical landbird. In front of him was a prototype of a mechanical raptor, taller than the mechanical landbird. It had small, delicate front claws with sharp, sickle-like blades about 30 centimeters long. This was an ancient Goblin Empire's standard combat machine, the mechanical raptor. Ryan remembered that when he left the floating city through Gate 3, he had caught a distant glimpse of it. Now, using the knowledge from 2 goblin engineering crystals, he was building it himself. Although both used small furnace cores, making this mechanical raptor was more difficult than the landbird. The hardest part was making the hooked claws, which needed special alloy for hardness, and the powerful hind legs with a complex transmission system requiring high precision. For an ordinary goblin engineer, this was challenging, but for Ryan, solving these problems was not too hard. As Ryan finished installing the last part of the transmission device, a system prompt sounded. "You have crafted a mechanical raptor. Your understanding has increased. You have learned a new skill, mechanical raptor crafting. Your skilled mechanical raptor crafting has improved. Experience plus 35. You focus on crafting the mechanical raptor. Your goblin engineer, legendary, profession experience plus 85. Meanwhile, Ryan's goblin engineer, legendary, level also advanced to level 7. This legendary profession had already granted him 6 attribute points and 6 skill points. His attribute panel showed 7 remaining attribute points, 19 skill points, and nearly 600 gold skill points, close to a record high. Not bad, at least enough for a medium-intensity battle, Ryan thought happily. Just as he was about to continue making the mechanical raptor, he suddenly heard faint sounds from Minia's side. Ryan quickly turned his head and saw that Minia had already regained consciousness. Her beautiful face looked somewhat tired. Ryan immediately put down his medal and walked quickly over. "Princess Minia, your strength." What surprised Ryan the most was that as he approached, he could sense that although Minia's aura was now relatively stable, her power was vastly different from before. Sacrificing dragon blood is a secret technique that always involves risking your life. It's good enough that I survived. Right now, I can barely maintain the strength of a Dawn Mage, thanks to your quick actions at the time, Minia said with a slight smile. However, her reassuring smile made Ryan feel even more guilty. He knew from their merged consciousness that this beautiful lady had spent a lot of time and effort to improve her strength. She had fallen from a late-stage Dawn Mage to an early-stage Dawn Mage. Her actual combat power had dropped by more than half. Moreover, Minia had also lost her longtime dragon partner, Tassa the Red Dragon. This made Ryan furrow his brow and look serious. "I'm really fine. Ryan, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have recovered to this point," Minia comforted Ryan. Suddenly, she saw Ryan look up sharply toward the end of the lava lake in the distance. Bang! Suddenly, a large chunk of rock exploded, and a creature with a snake-like head, flashing with terrifying purple arcs of electricity on its body, charged into this underground space. Its power was so strong that dozens of lava double-winged dragons, originally wandering happily in the nearby magma, fled wildly. But in the next second, a chain of purple lightning flashed around the creature, and at least 20 or 30 of the dragons, unable to escape, were instantly scorched and killed. Such incredible power! Ryan's pupil shrank slightly, and he whispered, This is an ancient sea beast, the Shadowfire electric eel Grathas," Minia said with wide eyes, looking somewhat incredulous. Following closely, the black-robed figures immediately made it clear that the terrifying ancient sea beast was not here by chance but was coming specifically for them. "Princess Minia, you go ahead. I'll handle this," Ryan said. Reen took a step forward, blocking Minia in front of him, and spoke in a deep voice. But suddenly an unexpected change occurred. "Who dares disturb the great, crimson flame wing, Felman's slumber?" Draconic language, with a deep roar, a surge of dark red lava shot into the air. A huge red dragon, over 80 meters long, emerged from the lava. Its sharp eyes were fixed intently on the smoldering electric eel Grathers. As for Reen, he didn't even bother to look. The ancient red dragon Felman sensed a strong threat and quickly woke from thousands of years of deep sleep. It's understandable Grather's current strength could cause it serious harm. Faced with this situation, Felman wouldn't continue sleeping peacefully. This natural alertness comes from the dragon's bloodline deep within. Reen had only killed a few lava double-sail dragons before, never transformed, and hadn't released any aura. So, he naturally didn't alert Felman. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Reen and Minia exchanged a quick glance, both thinking the same thing. "I didn't expect there to be a very old red dragon deep in the lava lake." As for the members of the sea god cult, including Pope Egel, they looked like they'd seen a ghost, their hearts racing as if a herd of wild horses was galloping through their minds. What exactly is this powerful red dragon that suddenly appeared? Before everyone could fully recover, Felman, the ancient red dragon, swept his giant vertical pupil over the circle of dead lava double-sail dragons. He roared in anger, "How dare you kill my descendants and guards, invading the territory of the great Felman? No matter who you are, you shall all die." Draconic language. Immediately, a huge wave of dragon flames and a tsunami of lava poured down, covering the sky and crashing toward Grathers and the high-level dark magic users of the sea god cult. The sudden change happened so fast that Pope Egel didn't even have a chance to explain. He was immediately hit by a blast of flame breath and lava burst. In the chaos, aside from Pope Egel, most of the high-level dark magic users in the sea god cult were injured to some extent, as only Egel could instantly defend himself with innate sorcery. The burns on her body had torn her wizard robes, leaving large holes, and her skin was blistered and swollen from burns. She no longer looked confident. In her shame and anger, the high-level evil sorcerers of the sea god's cult, all with red eyes, began to attack the red dragon in front of them. The ancient terrifying sea beast, Glethers, was not known for having a good temper. Although it knew it had invaded the territory of the red dragon, the ocean law was clear: the strong eat the weak. It couldn't apologize. Moreover, if the red dragon in front of it could be swallowed, it might fully regain its strength. So, facing the fiery breath and magma tsunami of crimson flame-winged Fellman, Glethers twisted its body and moved forward actively. Its purple stripes on its back suddenly glowed brightly. In an instant, a giant purple electric snake over 100 meters long appeared from its body surface, striking against the flames and lava, and they clashed fiercely. For a moment, sparks of lightning and bright flames flickered above the lava lake. Led by Glethers, the sea god's cult fought fiercely with the ancient red dragon Fellman, who had just awakened from deep sleep. Crimson flame-winged Fellman? I think I've heard of this red dragon before. Manhwaedit, who was fluent in dragon language, naturally understood Fellman's angry roar just now. She frowned slightly, as if recalling something. I remember now. Before the Empire was established, during the chaotic period, there was an ancient red dragon that was active. It was older than the current oldest red dragons in the Empire. I didn't expect it to still be alive and to have chosen to sleep in the magma lake of this underwater volcano. No wonder it had the strength of a very old dragon. Oh? Ryan looked curiously at the two sides fighting nearby. Then, its blood essence should be enough to fully restore Lady Manhwaedit, right? Full recovery is unlikely, but maybe about 70 to 80%. Wait, the other side probably can't. Manhwaedit initially didn't pay attention and answered based on Ryan's question, but she soon realized. Is it about whether she can recover? That is blood essence. Even taking out a small amount would greatly weaken her vitality. The other side isn't related to her. How could they give it up? Reen, convincing a hot-tempered, very old red dragon to share its blood essence is impossible, Manhwaedit said, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Reen. She was a bit confused about what Reen meant. It's okay. It will agree, Reen replied confidently. Huh. Manhwaedit looked even more puzzled. By the way, how was its reputation back then? Is there any record in ancient texts? It wasn't exactly bad, just a bit unpredictable in its actions. Your Highness Manhwaedit, please hide here for a moment. The mechanical swift raptor will warn you if there's danger. I'll go deal with the sea god's teachings and this sea beast first, then discuss the blood essence with the red dragon. Before Manhwaedit could say anything, Reen suddenly vanished in a flash. After Reen moved a little closer to the opponent, he suddenly remembered something and stopped immediately. The biggest advantage of the sea god's team this time is probably this shimmering electric eel. If we can defeat it smoothly, the entire sea god's team will fall apart. However, the opponent's purple electric attacks are very powerful. With the red dragon Fellman present, there's no need for me to transform into a giant dragon and fight in close combat. After a moment of thought, Reen made up his mind. He raised his hand, and a jagged, dark silver disc with a diameter of several meters floated above his right palm, spinning rapidly. This was his new dawn attack skill, Blade Toothspin Disc. Unlike before, Reen had now reached the late stage of the 4th level Dawn Mage. Plus, with his Metal Affinity super talent and the advanced meditation technique, Heart of Steel, the power of this dawn attack had reached epic heights, capable of causing serious damage even if he wasn't careful. However, as Reen looked at the intense battle scene ahead, where magma and electric plasma clashed, with red and blue light intertwining, he didn't rush to attack. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Roar. Although the ancient red dragon Fellman was burned by the purple electric current and roared in pain, it endured the attack from the sea god's high priest Aegir and several high-level evil mages. With a fierce claw, it slammed Grathas into the magma. Perfect opportunity. Reen's eyes lit up at this scene. With a swift movement, the dark silver metal disc above Reen's head rapidly shot out and instantly sank into the lava. If someone were to look down from the sky at the raging lava lake, they would see a fast-moving round object beneath the dark red lava, like a torpedo in water, quickly approaching the recently submerged smoldering electric eel Glathers. Clash. At this moment, Glathers was angry about being blasted into the lava by the red dragon. Its giant eel body contracted and stretched, preparing to leap out of the lava and counterattack the red dragon in front of it. Suddenly, it sensed a wave of fear and dread in its heart, as if a great danger was approaching. Glathers' large vertical pupils looked around in panic, but even through the sulfurous fumes rising from the lava lake, it saw nothing threatening except the red dragon. In the next moment, it realized something. It seemed as if something flashed through the lava. But before it could react further, with a sharp sound, it felt a sudden, intense pain in the middle of its body. Glathers looked down in horror and was immediately stunned. It was shocked to find that its powerful body had been split in two from the middle. It's rain. Seeing this sudden change, the high priest of the sea god cult, Egil, was filled with rage and hatred. Although he still couldn't see rain directly, the powerful metal disc just now indicated that it was undoubtedly Rain who had taken action. Hidden in the shadows, Rain had struck and killed the ancient sea beast, Glathers, in one. Remember, Glathers was their greatest reliance in this mission. Other high-level dark magic practitioners of the sea god cult also looked on in horror, their eyes wide with panic, unsure of what to do next. If even the strongest Glathers was killed, how could they continue fighting? Without Glathers, they couldn't even defeat the red dragon that suddenly appeared before them. For a moment, the sea god cult's momentum was broken, and their spirits wavered. Meanwhile, the ancient red dragon, Felman, first turned to glance at Rain with a look of surprise, then nodded in gratitude. Stranger and powerful human wizard, thank you for your help. All you fools who dare invade our territory, go die. Suddenly, the ancient red dragon Felman flapped its fiery wings and rushed forward. It bit down on the upper half of the smoldering electric eel, which was still writhing, and with a loud snap, crushed Glazer's sharp tip. But it wasn't over yet. Facing the Holy Sea God Church's Pope Ager and more than 10 high-level evil mages who had just attacked it, Felman was furious. It spat a fierce flame breath at them and flapped its huge red wings, creating 2 blazing whirlwinds of magma that swept toward the enemies. Retreat! Pope Ager shouted loudly and quickly turned to run away. Clearly, the fight was over. They couldn't continue. Not to mention Rain. Just this powerful ancient red dragon put them at a disadvantage. Shameful invaders, do you really think you can escape? As expected, dragons never forget a grudge. Felman chased relentlessly. Its body was too large to enter the narrow passage the church members had entered, but it opened its huge mouth and aimed a fiery breath inside. A cone of bright red flames filled the entire passage, and screams echoed everywhere. Dragon breath from a top-tier ancient dragon was incredibly powerful. Even Pope Ager's protective magic was trembling, not to mention his lower-level subordinates at only the 3rd crystallization stage. As the flames gradually died down, Ager's tense heart finally relaxed a little. But when he looked around, he saw only 2 of his elite followers still alive. The rest had been burned to death in the fiery blast. Ager's heart sank to the bottom, almost spitting blood in anger. Not only had they failed to complete the task assigned by their goddess, but most of their core members had been lost. Suddenly, he remembered the divine power crystal given by his goddess earlier. If he threw this crystal into the magma, it wouldn't kill the annoying red dragon and Rain with an explosion or volcanic eruption, but it would be better than fleeing like a scared dog. At least, it could hurt the enemy. Ager's face turned fierce as he pulled out the shimmering black crystal from his robe. But in the next moment, a flash of dark silver light suddenly streaked past Ager's eyes. In an instant, Ager's heart was filled with terror. He didn't even know what this thing was. Just now, it was this object that, under Glather's strike, was split into 2 pieces. He knew that Ryan was chasing after him. Egil desperately tried to dodge, but because the attack came so suddenly and he was in a narrow rocky tunnel, he didn't have enough time to fully avoid it. With a sharp sound, Egil's natural defense magic on his body shattered like a bubble. Immediately after, a bloodline appeared on his right shoulder blade, almost splitting him in half from the middle. Egil let out a terrible scream. His right arm, which had just held a black crystal, also fell to the ground. Ryan's figure flashed and appeared nearby. To ensure his safety, Egil had to give up picking up his severed arm and the magic crystal. He quickly cast a secret spell, releasing a large amount of black smoke, like a desperate octopus, and rushed toward the cave entrance without looking back. Ryan, who initially wanted to chase him, unexpectedly saw the black crystal tightly held in Egil's severed hand. He immediately shouted, "Huh? Is this a magic crystal?" This made Ryan very happy. However, after a moment of hesitation, the figure of Egil, the sea god cult leader, disappeared completely. Ryan thought for a moment and decided not to chase him. Instead, he bent down and picked up the black crystal from Egil's severed hand. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded, "Ding." Detected a magic crystal that can enhance the crystallization of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. In an instant, he felt a powerful, majestic, and evil energy coming from the black crystal. But after being purified by the system, the pure energy surged from his arm straight to his mind. At this moment, the mental power points in his mind also began to swell further. A few seconds later, Ryan checked his attribute panel. Mental, 282, crystallization 70%. The increase in total mental power was due to the continuous points added during the previous battle, plus the reward from changing to a legendary goblin engineer. Crystallization level increased by 9%, not bad. This improvement may not seem very large, but Ryan was not disappointed because he had expected this increase. This was not the first time Ryan had obtained a divine power crystal. Although during the liquefaction and crystallization stages, divine power crystals could bring at least a 20 to 30% boost for a level 4 Dawn Mage like Ryan. The improvement from divine power crystals was much smaller. Only large chunks of divine power crystals could cause a significant increase, but this was still quite powerful. If he relied solely on advanced meditation methods to improve, even Ryan would need several years of effort, and other Dawn Mages might need 10 years or more. When Ryan returned to the space inside the lava lake, he saw Mania talking with the red dragon Fellman. It was clear that Mania had come out on her own. It seemed she was worried Ryan might act recklessly. "Beautiful human lady, I seem to smell an ancient and unique aura around you. Are you a descendant of the Dragoon bloodline? Honorable Lord Fellman, Mania Dragoon sends you sincere greetings." Mania slightly bowed and greeted the ancient dragon before her. I sense you are injured quite badly. Did you use the dragon blood sacrifice?" Fellman's large dragon eyes showed surprise. It looked at Mania and then at Ryan, sighing. "Young and powerful human mage, I envy you for finding a partner willing to perform the dragon blood sacrifice. And beautiful lady, your partner was able to stop the dragon blood sacrifice. Such strength is rare among humans." Hearing Fellman speak so politely, Ryan found it hard to respond. Unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to handle the matter, saying, "The blood essence of the dark flame electric eel has remarkable healing properties for bloodline injuries, even more so than ordinary dragon blood essence. If you both are willing, as a token of thanks, I am willing to help the beautiful lady recover from her injuries free of charge." Mania looked at Ryan, smiled, then slightly bowed to the ancient red dragon Fellman. "Of course, we accept." "Thank you, Lord Fellman." Fellman nodded and then grabbed the 2 remaining parts of the dark flame electric eel Glathers, beginning to recite the dragon language. Soon, purple blood essence appeared on Glathers' remaining body and quickly gathered into a blood clot in midair. As the blood essence was drawn out, Glathers' once shiny corpse began to shrink visibly, and the purple stripes on its back lost their glow. Roar. After most of the blood essence was drained, Fellman aimed at the purple blood clot in the air and suddenly spat out a hot, cone-shaped dragon breath. The flames burned the purple blood clot, causing impurities to vaporize. The size shrank from that of a carriage to a millstone and became more concentrated. A moment later, as the blood clot further shrank, its color turned a bright purple red, shining like a gem, and it emitted a tempting fragrance. "Beautiful lady, please prepare to enter the meditation process." As the purple-red blood clot quickly moved in front of Mania, strands of blood essence began to flow into her body, which was deep in meditation. Rain could feel Minia's aura steadily strengthening, or more accurately, recovering. This made him feel very happy. When Glathers' blood essence was fully absorbed by Minia, the ancient red dragon Fellman let out a long sigh, lowered his head close to Ray, and whispered, "Lord Ray, both of you have made sacrifices for each other. It's truly admirable, sincere love. But I can see that this beautiful lady still hasn't taken the final step with you. The blood of a fierce eel species has special energizing effects. I can only help you to this point. Your lady is about to wake up. I think I should leave now and go see what has changed in the outside world." After hearing Fellman's words, Ray's eyes widened. It took him a while to understand what Fellman meant by energizing effects, and he also realized what acting a bit impulsively meant. Yay. But at this moment, the somewhat disrespectful red dragon Fellman leapt out of the magma, flapping his huge wings and flying toward a hollow above. Watching Fellman leave, Ray couldn't help but focus his gaze on Minia, whose breathing was becoming more stable. I saw that on the beautiful face of the other person, 2 blushes appeared unexpectedly, making Minia, who was already elegant and noble, look even more charming. Facing such a Minia, Ryan couldn't help but keep his eyes on her after glancing at her. At this moment, Mania slowly opened her lovely eyes. Seeing Ryan staring at her without blinking, her cheeks grew even redder. Somehow, Mania felt that looking into Ryan's very bright black eyes made her feel dizzy and unable to control her good feelings. Could this be a side effect from using the dragon blood sacrifice earlier? But the royal ancient texts never mentioned anything like that. As her thoughts drifted, Mania felt her body becoming a bit strange, more and more heated, and she experienced a shy urge, a strong desire to lean on Ryan's arms. However, since she was raised with royal manners from a young age, although she really wanted to, she wouldn't say anything. Her face remained dignified and noble, with her cheeks growing redder. "Your Highness Mania, how do you feel?" Ryan asked with concern. He said this sincerely, with no other intention. But to Mania, Ryan's words made her feel even more embarrassed, because the word feel seemed to have a special meaning for her. Her blush deepened, as if she might blush to the point of bleeding. "Well, I've mostly recovered. After some more rest, I should be about 80% back to normal," Mania said, forcing herself to hide her fluttering heart. "Only 80%? Can't you recover fully?" Ryan frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He also began to doubt the treatment of the ancient dragon Fearman. Could it be that he didn't want to lose his own bloodline essence and used the blood of the hidden electric eel as a substitute? Complete recovery is impossible naturally. Even if it was the king of red dragons, Straz Crown, who performed the magic, it could only restore me to this extent. Otherwise, the dragon blood sacrifice wouldn't be a forbidden technique, Mania replied with a gentle smile, her beautiful, watery eyes looking seriously at Ryan. Then she added, "Thank you, Ryan." Your Highness Mania, you're too polite. It's what I should do." After finishing speaking, Ryan did not look away because he found that Mania, with a gentle smile and blushing cheeks, was truly very beautiful. Mania felt shy under Ryan's gaze, as she was a member of the Imperial royal family and a powerful warrior. She had never been stared at so intently by someone of the opposite, especially in such a private setting with only the two of them. At first, she dared to meet Ryan's eyes briefly, but within 2 seconds, her heart was pounding loudly. She lowered her beautiful eyes slightly, afraid to look directly into his dark, bright eyes. Of course, Mania wouldn't say anything like "you're not allowed to look." Right now, Ryan kept replaying the words of the ancient dragon Fearman to liven things up. "I can only help you this much." Suddenly, a joke about beasts and those worse than beasts flashed through Ryan's mind. He also wondered to himself, if Mania were to fall into another man's arms someday, how would he feel? Would he be jealous, angry, or unable to accept it? The answer was obvious. So, Ryan stared at Mania, whose eyes were slightly lowered, and slowly but firmly stepped forward. To Mania, each step Ryan took felt like it was hitting her heart. Her nervousness made her delicate, fair hands sweat slightly. What was Ryan planning to do as he approached? If he did something to her, what should she do? What if? Before Mania could fully understand her own thoughts, she suddenly felt a warm hand gently wrap around her slender waist. In that moment, her mind went blank. Then she heard Ryan softly whisper in her ear, "Princess Mania." Huh? The elegant and noble Mania couldn't help but turn to look at Ryan, showing a helpless expression. The contrast of her innocent, shy look on her usually regal and mature face made Ryan unable to hold back any longer. In the next moment, Mania felt her lips being covered by warm, passionate lips. Here, a long passage is omitted. Several hours later, Ryan looked at Mania's beautiful, noble, and slightly lazy face and couldn't help but smile. Mania not only holds the noble status of the Imperial royal family, but also has a face that seems to have fallen from heaven, a tall and strong chest, a slender and flexible waist, a round and firm buttocks, and other beautiful features. It seems as if the Creator has combined all the beauty of women into her. Probably, besides true goddesses, it is very hard to find a woman more perfect than Mania among humans. After experiencing a fierce battle, she is still peacefully sleeping, and even from her current expression, it clearly shows the joy and satisfaction she just felt during the fight. Having this kind of relationship with Princess Mania, does that mean I am the Emperor's brother-in-law? Ryan thought for a moment and suddenly came up with this question. Then, when I meet Anna's mother, what will the second prince, Efton, call me? At this moment, it seemed that Mania sensed Ryan's intense gaze sweeping over her body. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, then she opened her deep, beautiful eyes and looked at Ryan. For a moment, Ryan felt as if he could see the vast, shining stars in Minia's beautiful eyes, But more than that, there was joy, shyness, and deep affection. Additionally, Minia, who was previously shy, no longer avoided Ryan's gaze. Instead, she smiled slightly and looked at him steadily. Several hours earlier, on the Reef Island, the Federation Sword Saint, the Rio, was chatting with Hernandez, a water-type Dawn mage who had been urgently transferred here 2 days ago. Suddenly, both sensed a powerful aura coming from underground. Immediately afterward, a part of the ground suddenly exploded, and a huge, imposing red dragon burst into the sky from underground, releasing a strong, hot aura around it. Ancient Elder Dragon, Hernandez exclaimed. The opponent's formidable strength also caused Hernandez, who was about to cast a spell, to freeze for a moment. This aura is unfamiliar. It shouldn't be Ryan or Princess Minia, the Rio said slowly after watching the dragon soar several hundred meters into the sky. Nearby, the Empire's guardian, Reginald, also known as Earth Pulse, was flying low with his dragon partner, Ted, searching the area. Suddenly, he saw a huge red dragon rising from the dark reef island and immediately sped up to chase after it. What is the symbol of dragon? The ancient red dragon Fellman, with its huge dragon eyes, naturally saw Reginald, the yellow dragon Ted, and the Imperial airship behind him. Your Excellency, the powerful and unfamiliar red dragon, I am Reginald, protector of the Dragon Empire. I greet you. Feeling the strong aura of the other, Reginald stood on the back of his dragon partner Ted and slightly bowed. Oh, are you the human beauty Minia's follower? Fellman immediately reacted. Have you met Her Highness Minia? Hearing the word Minia from this very old dragon's mouth, Hernandez's eyes lit up. Ignoring the slight mistake in the other's words, he asked immediately. Yes, she and her companion are in the lava lake below. However, I suggest you wait a while before going to see her. She is healing her wounds, Fellman said meaningfully. Then, before Reginald could ask further, Fellman spread his ancient wings and sped away with great speed. Her companion? Could it be Lord Rain? Reginald watched the powerful and unfamiliar red dragon fly away, knowing he couldn't stop it again. After some thought, he decided to follow the advice of this strange red dragon and wait a bit. If he really disturbed Princess Minia's healing, it would be a big mistake. But first, he needed to inform the Federation about this good news. Also, he should have the Federation track this powerful red dragon for now. If the other was lying, Elder Ivan would definitely teach him a lesson when he arrived. When Reginald's message was received, Tirio, Hernandez, and the Federation Vice President Bertrand and Counselor Trina, who were rushing to Reef Island, all felt very happy. Your Excellency Reginald, I have contacted the nearby Federation fleet and lookout posts to monitor the strange red dragon's whereabouts. But if it heads to a remote area, we might lose track, said Sword Saint Tirio. Yes, just need the general direction, Reginald nodded. Do we really not need to go down and check? Not for now. The red dragon has no reason to lie. Wait a while. If there's no movement after some time, we can go down and look for it, Reginald suggested. All right. Hearing Reginald, the vice leader of the Empire Delegation, say this, Sword Saint Tirio naturally couldn't say much more. He nodded in agreement. Time quickly passed. While Vice Chairman Bertrand, Sword Saint Tirio, and other high-ranking officials waited anxiously, Minia and Rain appeared hand in hand, walking out of a hole in the ground. This made Tirio and Hernandez's eyes widen in surprise, and they stared at each other in shock. Both of them, experienced people, immediately understood from Minia's expression and her closeness to Rain that these two must have confirmed some kind of romantic relationship. Hernandez sighed and said, I used to think that our weakness was only in strength compared to young Lord Rain. Now it seems it's not just that. Yes, it's not just about strength. I didn't expect it to be like this in other areas too. Tirio and Hernandez couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought. They knew that Rain was very strong, a rising star among the young generation of the Empire. But compared to Princess Minia, his status and background were quite different. Also, many years ago, they heard that the Empire's Red Queen, Princess Minia, was known for her indifferent attitude toward men, regardless of their strength or appearance. Could it be that Rain cast some kind of mind control spell on the Red Queen Minia? If they didn't know Rain's character, they might have already questioned him thoroughly. Lastly, Princess Minia was representing the Empire on a visit to the Federation. Her elegant demeanor, deep knowledge, strong power, and nearly perfect appearance and figure had attracted many Federation elites. Among them were powerful individuals like themselves, but none could make Princess Minia look at them differently. During this visit, Minia had become a dream goddess for many Federation men, regardless of strength or age. Unexpectedly, this most beautiful and difficult rose of the Dragoon Empire was plucked by Lord Rain. Similarly, the same thought kept lingering in Reginald's mind, and he couldn't shake it off. Recalling how he and his giant dragon partner Ted had chased after the powerful old red dragon, Felman, he quickly understood the meaning behind the strange, nonsensical words the dragon had spoken. However, unlike Tyrio and Hernandez, Reginald, as a protector of the Empire and a longtime acquaintance of Minia, viewed this situation differently. But there was one thing they all shared. No matter how much he thought about it, Reginald could not understand how Ryan and Princess Minia became a couple. Vice President Bertrand was also very surprised. But for him, what happened between Ryan and Minia was not important. The most important thing was that both of them were alive and safe. That was what mattered most. Over the past few days, he felt like he had lost a lot of hair. If something bad really happened to the two of them, as a representative of the Union and the main host of the Imperial Delegation, he would be responsible. His political career in the Federation might even come to an end. Fortunately, Princess Minia, I am so happy to see you return safely, Bertrand said sincerely as he stepped forward. At this moment, Minia's beautiful face still had a faint blush, as if she hadn't fully recovered from her intimacy with Ryan. But when she saw so many people waiting for her, she shyly withdrew her hand that was holding Ryan's. Lord Bertrand, I apologize for causing you and the others concern, Minia said politely with a slight bow. It is I who should apologize, Princess Minia. On behalf of the Federation, I sincerely apologize to you and to the fallen Imperial soldiers. I hope this accident will not affect our future close cooperation. Especially regarding the Sea God cult, I suggest we unite and strike a heavy against them. While Bertrand and Minia were speaking, the beautiful Darina kept glancing at Ryan and Minia. She had to admit that Minia's stunning face showed no wrinkles, and her figure was even more impressive, definitely a top-tier mature woman. As expected, the information was correct. Ryan has a special preference for mature women. But if that's the case, why did he? That day? Trina thought to herself. She looked down at her own equally proud figure and sighed deeply. Yes, compared to Princess Minia, I am indeed a bit inferior. A few hours later, the bright stars lit up the way home. Since the Imperial Delegation was several days late returning, Minia politely declined the Federation's attempts to persuade her and immediately decided to set out on the return journey. On the Imperial airship flagship, the Queen, Reginald still looked somewhat surprised at Minia's smiling face and asked, Princess Minia, are you and Lord Rain really a couple? It wasn't because he was curious or wanted to gossip, but because Minia had just specifically told Reginald not to reveal her relationship with Rain for now. Her identity was sensitive, and if it got out, there might be a lot of criticism in a short time. Of course, she had discussed this with Rain, and he had no objections. For him, as long as he and Minia mutually accepted their relationship, whether it was public or not didn't matter much. His status was built on his strength and power, not on flattering the powerful or climbing the social ladder. Yes, although there were some accidental factors, I found that Rain is kind-hearted and very considerate of me. Listening to Minia, Reginald felt as if the person beside him wasn't the Red Queen of the Empire, but a young girl in love. For a moment, Reginald felt as if his heart was trampled by 10,000 wild bulls. Kind-hearted and considerate? Aren't there millions of such men in the Empire? Is that the reason? Reginald thought silently, really wanting to say, actually, I can do those two things too. But after all these years. All right, Princess Minia, I will naturally agree to your request. I will keep this matter secret. Thank you, Your Excellency Reginald. By the way, have Elder Ivan and the others already started on their way? Yes, in a few hours, we should meet them on the road. Since Ryan promised Minia not to reveal their relationship, he naturally couldn't stay too long in Minia's room. After leaving the ancient mermaid girl in her room, he returned to his own cabin. Meanwhile, in the city of Munster, within the Dragon Empire, there is a luxurious mansion close to the Axon auction house. The beautiful woman Jennifer is still working late in her study on the second floor, counting accounts. Beside her are Lagri, a wild girl studying business, and Georgia from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Georgia was initially Jennifer's personal guard, But after seeing her skill in business planning, she admired her greatly. So, when not on guard duty, Georgia learns basic business trading from Jennifer. Lagri originally planned to learn business from Jennifer for 2 or 3 months, understand key parts, then return to the Nodon tribe to help Chief Darius and High Priest Ram improve their foreign trade. The goal is to make life better for their people. Previously, Ryan contacted the Snyder family, who helped the Nodon tribe sell furs. But there are other rare resources in the cold wind tundra that are also valuable. If these could be supplied directly to Jennifer, the profits would be high. The auction house can also buy rare minerals, which, once purchased and forged into weapons or armor for the tribe's high-level warriors, can greatly improve their defense and combat ability. In short, trade profits can be used to buy rare minerals. This direct supply chain saves middle steps, making the use of funds more efficient. Madam, in the past few days, our main trading caravans outside have been attacked by unknown forces. Do you think what Lord Luther mentioned earlier, about someone coming to inform us, is true? Georgia asked with a worried look. Her brother Vandal, leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, went to check the situation. Although she trusted her brother's strength, she couldn't shake a feeling of unease. No matter what, we must leave Munster early tomorrow. Since someone is trying to threaten Ryan through us, it must be a powerful force, Jennifer said. Early this morning, she received a secret message from the Duke of Munster. The main idea is that there is a power struggle at the top, and she hopes she can return to the Imperial capital immediately to ensure her safety. However, the problem is that Jennifer has several direct trading caravans and trade negotiations with other merchant groups, along with some matters at the auction house. Even if she wants to leave for the Imperial capital, she cannot do so right away. Most importantly, Jennifer believes the situation is not yet urgent. After all, they are in Munster, not somewhere else. So, she plans to handle her current affairs before leaving. Additionally, the beautiful woman is also confused. Normally, given Ryan's rising status in the Empire and his rapidly increasing strength, such a major force wouldn't foolishly try to threaten Ryan by controlling or kidnapping them. Because once Ryan finds out, even if he is temporarily at a disadvantage, he will surely seek revenge when he is stronger. Could it be that something has happened to Ryan? Otherwise, it's hard to explain this situation. But these thoughts are just in Jennifer's mind. She doesn't say them out loud. Suddenly, the room's door is violently kicked open. A familiar figure crashes heavily into the bookshelf at the door, accompanied by a muffled groan. Lord Vieri, Georgina exclaims in surprise. The one who was forced into the room is Ryan's follower, Vieri. Don't go over there. Lagri quickly grabs Georgina, who is rushing forward, shakes her head, and swiftly picks up a one-handed axe and a large shield. With a serious face, she guards in front of the beautiful woman Jennifer. Years of experience in the business world have helped Jennifer stay calm despite the situation. However, her face is also serious because, after receiving a secret letter from the Duke of Munster, she had gathered her guards around her estate. She also specifically informed Ryan's follower, Vieri, who works at the Munster Sword Bearers branch. What Jennifer didn't expect was that the other side arrived so quickly and with such strength. The guards around the estate are now silent. Apparently, besides Vieri's strength, the others have been quietly eliminated. Quick, take the lady and leave first. Vieri, spitting blood, struggles to stand and urges. TSK, so you are Vieri. You have good strength, but unfortunately, you met us, said a tall armored man wearing a black hood, holding a knight's longsword as he entered. But there was more than one person. Behind him, 3 more men in black hoods appeared one after another. 2 of them wore wizard robes, emitting faint waves of mental energy, while the third was cloaked, with intricate gold and silver patterns visible through the slight opening in the fabric, typical of high-class noble attire. Knight title, Crystallized Wizard. Lagrimi's eyes slightly narrowed. She immediately understood that these enemies likely came from a powerful empire. No wonder the dozen elite guards around the mansion had been quietly defeated. If Vieri hadn't been present, they probably wouldn't have had time to react. Only top noble groups, comparable to the Minsider Bavaria family, could send such small but capable teams on missions. Huh? A rare beauty. A barbarian girl is here too. Great. The cloaked man, who seemed to be a noble, looked at Jennifer and Lagrimi with a pleased expression. It's clear you're after us. Are you trying to threaten Lord Rain through us? Jennifer quickly understood what the enemy was implying. Oh, very calm. Are you hoping Lord Rain will come to rescue you, or that someone from Duke Minsider's side will send help? The enemy said with a half-smile, relaxed. Unfortunately, we can't say whether Duke Minsider will risk sending someone. Even if he does, our people will block him. As for your Lord Rain, he's already in danger. You probably don't know this, but I can tell you a secret of the Empire for free. Your Lord Rain was defeated and captured by the goddess of the Dark Sea, and he may never return. The enemy raised a finger, waving it in front of him, speaking in a teasing tone. Hearing this, Jennifer and Lagrimi were both shocked, their faces changing. Has something gone wrong? Moreover, the enemy was not only powerful but also very knowledgeable about them, knowing that Rain and the Minsider province had close ties with the strongest family in Bavaria. What? Still want to resist? Here, this is the head of a stubborn resistor. He's quite strong, and probably someone you know. I see one of the crystallized witches pull out a fully petrified human head from their robes. The face on the head shows no fear, only anger and frustration. Brother, Georgina exclaimed, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. If not for Lager holding her tightly, she might have rushed forward already. Oh, so this is your brother. What a pity. 3 beautiful women. If you surrender now, the Marquis might spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll become beautiful statues in my garden. The crystallized witch holding the petrified head spoke in a teasing tone. Let's go? At this moment, Jennifer seemed to activate a device under the mahogany table. A semi-transparent barrier suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, separating them from the others. Meanwhile, a wall behind Jennifer moved aside, revealing a passage. Trying to escape? Such an overconfident woman. One of the crystallized witches raised a hand, and a long, sharp, cone-shaped stone pillar appeared in front of her, shooting toward the semi-transparent wall with a whoosh. Boom. The barrier shook violently. It didn't break, but it seemed to be reaching its limit. Huh, it didn't break? Just as the witch prepared to attack again, Vieri, dragging his injured body, swung his great sword and launched a powerful jumping strike. Clang. However, his attack was easily blocked by the armored man wielding a sword. The man then kicked Vieri hard in the stomach, causing him to fly backward, crash through a wall, and slide onto the lawn in front of the mansion. Such recklessness. By then, the light barrier had been shattered. The cloaked man said, "Wait, go after those women. They're in the servants' room." Another crystallized witch closed her eyes briefly to sense, then opened them and said. Sure enough, Jennifer and the 3 women ran out of the servants' room in the front yard, heading toward the gate. Heh, interesting. Can they really escape? The armored man sneered. He flickered and appeared on the front yard lawn, but immediately stopped in his tracks because 2 men and a woman had appeared at the gate, protecting the 3 women. It was Angus, Evelyn, and Nero. This is the former member of Rain's team. His strength is really weak, said the 2 crystallized witches and the cloaked man as they approached. Angus and Nero looked very alert. Although they had improved quickly, they still lagged behind their enemies in strength. At this moment, a knight wielding a shiny silver double-handed warhammer arrived at the door, leading a team of silver-armored knights. Miss Jennifer, sorry I am late, he said. The Church of the Goddess? The Paladin Order? This time, the cloaked man's expression grew a bit more serious under his hood. Obviously, they didn't expect that the Goddess Church of the Minstar province was also closely connected to the target. No, more accurately, it was linked to Lord Rain himself. The Goddess Church, which usually does not interfere in the noble conflicts of the Empire, had surprisingly taken action. Sir Paladin, I suggest you better not get involved in this matter. It won't benefit you at all. Lord Rain has made outstanding contributions to the church and is a recipient of the Second Goddess Medal. His family and relatives, as long as they haven't broken Empire laws, will be protected by the church. Brandier also sensed that the enemy in front was quite difficult to deal with. There are 3 people on the enemy's side with strength comparable to his own. This is definitely not a team that ordinary Imperial nobles could send. In the Imperial capital, Tamriel, Duke Dlam's residence. What? Rain has returned? He and Princess Minia were not captured by the Sea of Darkness avatar, but instead defeated the opponent? Was his disappearance earlier just for healing? Duke Dlam stood up in surprise from behind his mahogany desk. Yes, Your Grace. I can't believe it either, but this is the news just received from trusted family members working in the Council of Elders. It is said that Lord Reginald has already received news about Princess Minia and Rain. After confirming again, Duke Dlam's eyes became a bit vacant. It was as if his spine had been pulled out, and he sank heavily back into his large chair. After a moment, Duke Lam spoke in a deep voice. All operations are to be halted immediately. Send a team heading to the Frostwind Tundra to seize the gold mine back. Notify the Orange family to stop their actions in the Minstar province immediately. Yes. After hearing the news 2 days ago, Marquis Orange personally went to Munster, accompanied by 2 elders from the Isodra school. I believe they have already begun their actions. As for the Rinfeng Tundra, there is still enough time because the journey is long, and the team is still halfway there. Hearing this, Duke Dram's expression grew more serious. Quickly cut ties with the Orange family and remove any traces of Dram family involvement in this matter. The butler felt a chill in his heart when he heard Duke Dram's words. The Orange family has been under the influence of the Dram family for many years. It's surprising that Duke Dram is so ruthless, abandoning everything so easily. Is this the skill of top-tier noble families in the Empire? Yes, sir. However, the Orange family might still have 1 or 2 secret letters from us. It's okay. Those secret messages are encoded with special ciphers. As long as there's no solid evidence linking us to the Dram family, it's fine. As long as we remove ourselves from the situation, Lord Rain won't take action against us without real proof. After all, we have the Empire's guardian, Ancestor Paniskok, known as Violent Cloud, watching over us. Mentioning the Empire's guardian, Duke Dram's face relaxed considerably. The Dram family has remained a top noble family in the Empire for so many years, largely thanks to Violent Cloud Paniskok. Indeed, with Lord Paniskok present, even if Lord Rain has objections, he can only hold back, the butler said with a smile, complimenting him. Over the summer sea. Soon, the Imperial airship fleet encountered Elder Ivan and the 2 dragon riders riding dragons. This was their first time seeing Rain, and the 2 dragon riders were quickly shocked by Rain's youthful appearance and the faint but vast spiritual power fluctuations emanating from him. In fact, Rain had deliberately restrained some of his spiritual power, showing only the aura of a mid-stage dawn mage. Lord Rain, you look younger than the rumors, and your strength is also greater than what's been said, Elder Ivan said with a surprised smile. Thank you, Elder Ivan. After the initial greetings, Ryan learned that Elder Ivan's seniority surpasses that of Minia. Although he is not from the royal family directly, he is related as Minia's uncle. The other 2 also have distant Imperial royal bloodlines but are 1 generation below Minia, and are peers of the current emperor. This time, the main focus of the visitors was naturally Princess Minia. After a simple dinner, Ryan returned to his cabin, leaving the conversation space for the others. Late at night, under the shimmering moonlight over the summer sea, several Imperial airships were flying quickly. In a luxurious cabin, Ryan suddenly woke up with wide eyes, startled, because he had just heard a system notification. Host's ferocious beast Fast-Horned Horse was attacked fatally and has now died. Ding. The number of contract pets you can have has increased. Currently 2/4. Black has died? Is something wrong at home? No, if something was wrong at home, even if Bloodwing managed to escape, the Spirit Hound Cookie would definitely be affected. I'm not there, so if you can ride Black out, Clea is one, Anna is another. Could it be that they are in trouble? No, if I'm not there, Clea has a carriage, and Anna can transform herself, so it's unlikely they rode Black out. Then, the most likely scenario. Black was killed in the stables at the manor. As Ryan gradually calmed down and analyzed, he realized the situation might not be as serious as he initially thought. Is it because the Imperial capital is not easy to attack my family? So they kill the horses to create panic among my relatives? Ryan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He considered for a moment, then opened the door and spoke to the soldier outside. Messenger, inform the captain's office to set course at full speed for the Imperial capital. Understood, Lord Ryan. And the soldier's hesitant expression was clear in Ryan's eyes. Tell Princess Minia that I issued the order, Ryan said in a deep voice. Officially, he was not the leader of the Imperial delegation, so whether the airship fleet should fly at full speed normally required Minia's approval. Yes, Lord Ryan. The soldier saluted and hurried away, with the airship flying at full speed. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the Imperial delegation arrived smoothly in the capital, Tamriel. After a grand welcome ceremony, Princess Minia returned to the palace surrounded by people, while Ryan said he needed to go home first and arranged to meet Marshal Alfred later. He then got into a luxurious carriage that had been prepared in advance. In the carriage, Ryan sat facing Lady Tadia, the young female officer, and the capable young woman, Orina. Orina, tell me about your family and the situation at the Empire, Ryan asked gently, noticing that Orina looked fairly calm, which eased his worries. I've already summarized the major events at the Empire for you, Lord Ryan. You can review them anytime, Orina replied respectfully, producing a folder of documents and handing it to him. But, your family. Orina hesitated, making Ryan take the file, and his smile gradually faded. Well, because when you first went missing, there was a lot of talk, so I didn't inform your family right away. I also contacted Lord Luther and Lord Harlow, who might know more, and asked them to keep your family's situation confidential for now. I thought that if your family knew, they would worry a lot. Listening to Orina's explanation, Ryan nodded slowly. Logically, Orina had considered that his parents were ordinary people and chose to hide the truth temporarily to prevent them from worrying or feeling sad too much. This approach was reasonable, but I overlooked Miss Kriya. She is at the Royal Academy of the Empire and is well informed. She learned about this through other channels, and now your family knows what happened to you. And Emma has fallen ill. This isn't your fault, Orina, Ryan comforted her. Kriya knew it was just an accident, and naturally, she couldn't blame Orina. Thank you, Lord Ryan, for understanding. Also, last night, there was an incident at your residence where a horse was killed. The city security team has already intervened, but they have no clues so far. Kriya fought with the attacker. The attacker seems to be a woman, with a mysterious whereabouts, and her strength surpasses Kriya's, Orina said with a serious face. Ryan nodded. This matched the system prompt he received last night. Do you know who the attacker is? Lord Rain, I think I should add something, said Major Tatya, sitting up straighter. 2 days ago, the second prince personally contacted and pressured the marshal. The person who was detained at the headquarters, Quinn, who has the bloodline of the Shadow Dragon, has been taken away. I believe the act of attacking your riding beast to vent anger was likely done by Quinn. The second prince? Shadow Dragon bloodline. Rain was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected it to be like this. I understand. Also, Lord Rain, something happened in Minster. Major Tatya paused briefly before delivering the second bad news. Minster? Did Jennifer and Lagri get into trouble? Rain narrowed his eyes, and a commanding aura naturally radiated from him. This made Major Tatya feel a bit nervous. It seemed Rain's strength had improved again. Earlier, there was news that Rain and Princess Minia were defeated and captured by the sea goddess Hela, but now it was clear that wasn't true. The speed of his improvement was truly shocking. Lady Jennifer and Miss Lagri were attacked, but thanks to the protection of the sword bearers and the goddess church, they are safe. They are currently staying at the Minster Goddess Church, and I have arranged for headquarters personnel to go there, Tatya said seriously. Even the Duke of Minster sent support, but it was blocked by an unknown force. Hearing that the beautiful Jennifer and the fierce girl Lagri were safe, Rain felt a slight relief. But hearing that they were trapped inside the Minster Goddess Church and couldn't leave made his anger rise. Do you know which force was responsible? Rain asked coldly. Well, we're still investigating, but we have a clear idea of 2 attackers. They are Earth-type mages at the Tier 3 crystallization level. We believe they come from the Isodra school. The Sword-Bearer headquarters had investigations into the major powers of the Empire. Earth-type mages were common, but having 2 at the crystallization level and acting together was very rare. The Isodra school? Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Rain's heart moved, and he immediately thought of something. He asked, is it the large wizard school where Harold the Carver is from? Yes, Lord Rain, it is indeed them. Only they can easily send out 2 crystallized earth magic experts, Tatya nodded and said. Rain nodded in return. So it's them, that explains a lot. After he killed Harold the legendary Carver, who was said to be the strongest, rumors of revenge kept spreading. It wasn't until he showed his epic strength that those threats disappeared completely. Did they think they couldn't come back, so they decided to strike first? You mentioned 2 of them just now. Are there others? Rain asked seriously. There are 2 more, but we're not sure about them yet. We're investigating. Reliable sources say they might be Marquis Orenz and his guard captain. And we've checked, they've both left the Imperial capital since the day before yesterday. Their current whereabouts are unknown, Tatya reported. The Orenz family? Another old friend. Jennifer's Axon auction house has quite a few shares from the Orenz family. You said those people are still in Munster? Their movements are quite secretive, but at least one is there. I understand. Tassa, please inform Marshall that my meeting with him might need to be postponed for now. Also, arrange for a fast airship to take me to Monster in 2 hours. Well, Lord Rain, the airship isn't a problem. But this matter might not be so simple. The Bavaria and Snyder families have been warned by many old noble families of the Empire. We're pretty sure that the Drom family is behind this. Even, there's a shadow of the second prince. Tassa's face became serious. Oriana, standing nearby, couldn't help but gasp softly, covering her mouth slightly. No wonder, they only strengthened the defenses around Lord Rain's residence at the headquarters of the Sword Bearers, without making a big show of hunting down the killer of the Swift Horse. The identity of the other side isn't important. Rain slowly shook his head. What matters is whether they actually did this. Lord Rain, we don't have solid proof against the Drum family. I am afraid, Thaddeus said. Proof isn't important. What matters is that I believe it was them, and that's enough. I'll handle this matter myself. Hearing Rain's words, Thaddeus exchanged a quick look with Elena, unsure of what to say. Both of them knew that a storm was likely to rise in the capital soon. When Rain arrived at his home's gate, the small man Mateo was very excited. However, Rain frowned because he heard voices from the nearby lounge. He waved his hand to signal Mateo to keep quiet. Last night, the attacker was a woman with strong skills. Even I couldn't stop her, Rain said. I think she killed Blackie, Rain's former mount, mainly to create fear among the people inside the house, Kriya said with a tired tone. Since she learned about Rain's incident, Kriya had been very worried. She decided to stay at Rain's house to comfort his parents and sister, Mint. At the same time, she received news from her family. Her father, Count Habsburg of Maest, had recently been warned by many noble families. It seemed her father was under great pressure. He wrote to her, suggesting she should consider her own future, maybe even think about the Marquis who once pursued her. But that's not the main point now. Last night, she was resting with Mint when she heard Blackie's neighing. She rushed to the stables and found that Blackie had been killed on the spot. She also briefly fought with a woman in leather armor, suspected to be the attacker, and was pushed back. When guards arrived, the woman mysteriously disappeared, leaving only a message that she would come again tonight. The city patrols arrived but found the case difficult to handle. It seemed like some unseen force was involved, and the case was put aside for now. All these things weighed heavily on her, and she felt overwhelmed. Today, she specially invited Rain's 2 friends, Luther and Harlow, to discuss possible solutions. Miss Clea, starting today, Lord Harlow and I will take turns guarding the mansion. However, based on what you said, I'm afraid that neither Lord Harlow nor I are confident we can catch the opponent. Luther and Harlow exchanged glances, both seeing uncertainty in each other's eyes. Clea's strength is nearly equal to theirs. From her description, it seems the enemy has a special talent that allows them to disappear instantly. If that's the case, even if they attack, they wouldn't be sure to succeed. They didn't expect that just a few days after Lord Ryan's incident, these forces, once afraid of him, would start to appear openly. The enemy not only attacked the Minster's Warhammer and Rose Guild, but also dared to kill Lord Ryan's former mount to show their strength. This was too much. Thank you both. I'll go check on Little Mint now. She was frightened last night. As Clea stood up, she saw the door to the reception room open, and a tall, familiar figure appeared. Ryan, Clea exclaimed, filled with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. Lord Ryan. Great. Lord Ryan, you're back. Luther and Harlow also stood up quickly, showing surprise and happiness. Clea, why are you crying? Ryan smiled gently and wiped away the tears on Clea's pretty face. Ryan, I'm sorry. Thank you, Clea. Leave the rest to me now, Ryan said softly as he gently embraced Clea. 10 minutes later, after understanding the situation, Ryan went to the second floor of the villa, to his sister Mint's room. He saw his frightened sister sleeping peacefully on top of her guard dog, Quiche. Woof woof. Seeing this, Ryan was about to leave quietly, but Quiche suddenly barked excitedly, as if sensing something. Quiche, let me sleep a little longer. The big dog's movement woke Mint. She rubbed her red, swollen eyes and looked toward the door. In the next moment, her big eyes widened in surprise and she shouted, Big brother. Ryan smiled as he picked up his rushing sister Mint and gently petted Quiche, who was rubbing against his leg. Big brother, Little Black is dead. Mint choked on her words. Yeah, I already know. I will make that bad person pay, Ryan said firmly. Be good. Don't cry anymore. Yes. For some reason, Mint felt completely relaxed when she saw her brother. After a few words, she fell into a deep sleep again. Next, Ryan went to visit his mother Emma and his father old Ryan. Seeing Ryan's safe return, Emma's illness immediately improved by more than half, though she still had to listen to the old man's nagging and advice. When Ryan returned to his bedroom, he quickly made a complex hand gesture in the air. Then, a symbol emitting mental energy appeared in front of him. Ryan? After a few seconds, Mania's voice came from the symbol. High-level wizards can communicate telepathically within a certain range after leaving a special message mark. Ryan and Mania had already left such marks during their time at the lava lake. Mania. Ryan quickly explained the situation briefly. He intended to say that he might have a conflict with the second prince, Efton, later, and as Efton's great-aunt, Mania needed to know. It's like informing the adults when you are dealing with children. Ryan, since this involves Efton, let me handle it. Besides handing over the culprit and apologizing voluntarily, is there anything else needed? Just hand over the culprit voluntarily. No need for an apology. Even if Mania forced Efton to apologize, it wouldn't be sincere, and Ryan wasn't interested. A few minutes later, second prince's residence, second floor. Bang. Efton, the second prince, looked furious. He slammed his hand heavily on the wooden desk, startling the white cat napping on it, which immediately ran away in a panic. Buchanan, hearing the noise inside, knocked on the door and said, "Your Highness?" "Come in." Efton replied in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Highness." Buchanan entered and saw the second prince looking very upset. As the steward of the second prince for many years, Buchanan was familiar with his habits. The expression on Efton's face clearly showed anger. Great-aunt Mania actually defended Ryan and told me to hand over Quina and apologize immediately. What? Buchanan was also surprised after hearing this. It is important to know that the Red Queen Mania holds a lot of respect within the Imperial royal family. However, she is usually very kind to her juniors and rarely reacts like this, scolding the prince directly and even coming to apologize in person. Probably, during the attack on the Imperial delegation by the Sea God cult, Ryan performed very well and earned the approval and praise of Great-aunt Mania, Everton said calmly after thinking for a moment. Buchanan, take Quina and go to Ryan's residence to apologize in person. Now? Yes, right now. Understood, Your Highness. But, Quina. Buchanan hesitated. Quina has rare dragon bloodline and is the one with the highest concentration of shadow dragon blood among the known members of the Dragonscales Brotherhood. Giving her to Ryan for disposal feels like a waste. Otherwise, there was no need for the second prince to personally pressure the sword-bearer and retrieve her a few days ago. Moreover, communicating with Quina about this is difficult, since it's essentially sending her to die. Hand Quina over to Ryan. But if she escapes, that's not our fault. It's a problem with her ability. Here, take this for Quina, Everton said with a slight cold smile, pulling out a small vial that was red and shimmered with tiny crystal-like lights, and handed it to Buchanan. Bloodline explosion potion? I understand, Your Highness. I'll go right now. Buchanan took it and couldn't help but smile. After Quina was brought back, she was rewarded with a bottle of Dragon Vein Evolution Potion, and her strength had already reached near epic level. If she took the Bloodline Explosion Potion again, her Shadow Dragon bloodline abilities would be greatly enhanced in a short time. He planned to pretend to take Quina to Ryan, believing that soon after, Quina would be able to escape on her own. Front yard of Ryan's residence. Just as Ryan and everyone else were saying goodbye and preparing to head to the Swordbearer headquarters by airship, suddenly, a luxurious carriage stopped at the gate of the residence. Buchanan, the steward of the second Prince Everton, with a tall figure but shackled with chains, stepped down from the carriage with Quina. It's her, Ryan. When Clea saw Kanina for the first time, she immediately recognized her as the person who had killed the black antelope Little Black and fought her last night. Rain nodded. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised because he didn't expect Mania to be so efficient. Less than half an hour had passed, and the steward of the second prince personally came to visit, bringing along Kanina, who had the bloodline of the Shadow Dragon. Although Kanina was wearing shackles, her proud expression remained. Aside from being somewhat cautious when looking at Rain, she showed no emotion towards others. When passing by Clea, she let out a slight hum, as if feeling defiant or challenging. At this moment, Buchanan looked around, smiled, and stepped forward, slightly bowing. Lord Rain, long time no see. Lord Luther and Lord Harlow, good morning. And to the lovely ladies as well. Lord Rain, The second prince specifically asked me to apologize to you. We were unaware of Quinina's previous impulsive actions, and we sincerely apologize for any trouble caused to you and your family. This is a manor located on the outskirts of the Imperial city. Please accept it. As for Quinina, I leave her to your discretion. Buchanan offered the deed of the property while speaking politely. Rain didn't even look at the deed, only gazed at Buchanan and said, "Please tell Everton that, for the sake of Princess Minia, this matter is to be let go. Keep the person, you may go now." Hearing Rain call his prince so casually and show kindness without regard, Buchanan's face immediately flushed with anger. As the steward of the second prince and an earl of the empire, when had anyone ever dared to treat him with such disrespect? Moreover, considering the earlier apology, he felt he had already shown enough respect to Rain. But Buchanan was a man of deep mind. He knew that the purpose of his visit was not to deepen the conflict, but to represent his prince and apologize. So, he took a deep breath and said, "Understood, Lord Rain. I will pass your words to His Highness." After that, he turned around, glanced at Quinina, and quickly left. With Buchanan gone, only Quinina remained in the front yard. Just as everyone thought Rain would imprison this female assassin first, he simply said calmly, "You injected the bloodline explosion potion, didn't you? Don't deny it. I have felt this potion more than once. Although your current fluctuations are subtle, they are still detectable by my senses." Rain had already sensed the effects of this potion during the battle in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm when fighting Reagan and the others. Quina's greatest confidence was suddenly broken by Rain's words. She looked at him with suspicion and uncertainty, unsure how to react. Should she retreat immediately, or deny everything and pretend nothing happened? But Rain didn't give her a chance to think further. He continued, "Since you're not truly repentant, I won't force you. Although you killed my mount, Blackie, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you can dodge my attack, I will let you go." Snap. Without knowing how, Rain's dark silver light flashed, and the shackles in Quina's hands instantly broke apart. One move? Quina rubbed her freed wrists and smiled slightly. She said, "Lord Rain, you said it yourself. I know you have epic-level strength, but overconfidence isn't good. Enough talk. Let's start. I'm in a hurry." Rain waved his hand dismissively, expression cold. "You." Quina's eyes narrowed, anger rising in her heart. During her detention at the Sword Holder headquarters, she had reflected carefully on how Rain had discovered her. In her view, one reason was that she had underestimated this young Lord Rain. The other was that her strength was slightly lacking. But now, things were different. 2 days ago, after taking the Dragon Vein Evolution Potion, her strength had reached the epic level. Just now, she had also taken the Bloodline Explosion Potion. In simple terms, her power had further increased. Even compared to epic-level experts, she was not far behind. Her Bloodline talent ability, Shadow Shifting, had also advanced to a new level. Whenever I want to leave, Rain definitely can't catch me. This time, she was absolutely confident. Even if Rain was a level 4 Dawn Mage, he wouldn't be able to find her trace. Whoosh. Quina disappeared instantly from her spot. This scene naturally caused everyone nearby to look surprised. Luther and Harlow exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, neither of them could sense how Quina disappeared or where she went. Cleria quickly moved to protect Mint, as if shielding her or preventing her from seeing any possible bloodshed. But in the next second, Quina's figure appeared slowly in the same spot, as if she had suddenly materialized out of thin air. She looked terrified, as if she was about to turn and run away. Meanwhile, Ryan remained still, calmly watching Quina. How is this possible? How can your mental strength be so strong?" Ryan exclaimed. Quina's eyes turned red with disbelief as she stared at Ryan. She seemed to know he wouldn't let her go easily. Her whole body suddenly grew stronger. Dragon scales appeared on her skin, and she began transforming into a dragon. Her eyes also fixed on Mint behind Cleria. With a sharp sound, Ryan clearly saw her subtle expression. He suddenly moved, stabbing his hand directly into the chest of a woman nearby and squeezing tightly. Quina's eyes widened in shock, not expecting to be defeated so easily. Her bloodline transformation was interrupted, and she quickly lost all her strength. Like a snake with its spine pulled out, she slowly collapsed, hanging her head and leaning on Ryan's strong arm, which he hadn't retracted yet. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. The host absorbs the incomplete Shadow Dragon bloodline, which can merge with the current super-mutated Dragon bloodline, initiating fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. The host's bloodline has mutated, gaining the special ability Shadow Shuttling from the Shadow Dragon bloodline. The host will have the Shadow Shuttling ability in any form. Shadow Shuttling consumes a large amount of mental energy to gain the ability to move through shadow space. The difficulty level is related to the concentration of the Shadow Dragon bloodline, and the duration and mental energy consumption are proportional. Ryan was slightly surprised. He had never considered that the essence of her bloodline could benefit him so much, especially since her strength was still just shy of being legendary. Could it be that the other person took the bloodline explosion potion? It seems that although their blood essence doesn't increase their bloodline concentration, it grants them a very unique talent. Shadow shifting? Ryan immediately thought of the scene where Quinn appeared suddenly in the carriage. If he hadn't been on alert at that moment, he might have been caught off guard. Clean up. Mateo, Ryan said, flicking his arm to put the other person down, then wiping his hands. Yes, Lord Ryan, the short man Mateo quickly began cleaning the scene with 2 servants. Aurora closed the case with the Imperial Capital Security Patrol. The murderer resisted and was shot on the spot, Ryan said calmly. Yes, Lord Ryan, the capable young woman Aurora responded, still a bit surprised. Next to her, the female Major Tatiana hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent. It was the first time she saw Ryan so decisively take action. It seems that the storm she thought would take days to brew has already begun. Who knows what kind of chaos Lord Ryan will cause once he goes to Monster? It looks like she needs to report to the 2 lords immediately. However, right now, Marshal Alfred might find it very difficult to stop this furious Lord Ryan. Luther and Harlow, though appearing calm, were already overwhelmed with shock inside. They didn't expect Ryan to be so straightforward and decisive, without hesitation. Both were from noble families and understood political struggles well. Usually, when a second prince's people apologize and show goodwill, it's best to give the other side a way out. After all, only a horse was killed, but Ryan took a life. It seems the incident with the second prince has ignited Ryan's true fire. Ryan's goal was clear, to scare the nobles and forces in the Empire who were hostile to him. Any attack on his family, even if no one was hurt, or just a warning, was unacceptable. Whoever did it would die. Unfortunately, Quinn was the first victim, so Ryan rarely showed special treatment to women. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance, on a luxurious carriage, Buchanan was still waiting inside. Just a moment ago, he was confident he would soon see Ryan get into trouble. But in the next second, his eyes widened, and his mouth slightly opened as he watched Ryan pierce Quienna's heart with a strike. He couldn't help but tremble all over. How dare he? How dare he kill Quienna directly? Arrogant. That's too bold. It's a serious challenge to the second prince. Thinking about Ryan's domineering tone just now, Buchanan shook with anger. Suddenly, when Ryan's gaze casually swept over him, Buchanan felt like he was doused with a bucket of cold water from head to toe. He shivered instantly and hurriedly shouted to the coachman, "Hurry! Return to the mansion." "Yes, sir." The carriage quickly sped away in a somewhat frantic manner. In the front yard of Ryan's residence, "Everyone, I will be back tonight." After a brief farewell, Ryan got into the well-arranged carriage, followed by Olena and Major Tadia. This time, unlike on the way here, the 2 of them remained mostly silent during the journey. Soon, Ryan arrived at the Sword-Bearers' headquarters. He didn't stay long and immediately boarded a high-speed airship heading to Munster. Since Ryan had specifically requested a high-speed airship, it took less than 3 hours for him to arrive smoothly at the Sword-Bearers branch in Munster. At the airship docking area of the branch, several people were already waiting, led by General Edward. "General Edward, long time no see," Ryan said with a smile. "Lord Ryan, don't call me that. General Edward, you're the elder and have always taken good care of me. Just call me Ryan," Ryan interrupted, waving his hand. "All right, Ryan. Do you need to know the situation first?" "No need, General Edward. Please brew me a cup of black tea. We can catch up later." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan vanished from everyone's sight. Including General Edward, everyone's eyes widened as they looked around, but they couldn't find any trace of him. What kind of magic is this? Isn't space magic supposed to be lost long ago? A few people whispered among themselves. Ryan suddenly appeared on a street not far from the tall, majestic church temple. Looking at the familiar Ionic-style columns, statues, and the oval fountain, Ryan realized he had just used his new skill, Shadow Shift, to arrive here instantly. Entering a kind of subspace to move is a very special ability, Ryan thought, but it does consume a lot of mental energy. He quickly understood the basic effect of his new power. In front of him, the temple looked very guarded, with strict defenses every few steps. Ryan even sensed a few familiar auras among the guards. Since Jennifer and Lagri are safe, I should go straight to the source of the problem. With Ryan's mental strength now at the late morning dawn level, he easily detected several hidden sentinels mixed among ordinary people. But these guards were not his main target. As Ryan focused his attention, his powerful mental energy radiated outward like a radar, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Unlike normal sight, mental detection is a deeper form of observation. Unless the enemy can resist it, Ryan can precisely identify internal body signals or external features like pore size just by wanting to. Found it. It's here. In the next moment, Ryan disappeared from his spot. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion several hundred meters away, Marquis Orenz and 3 others were happily chatting. Your Excellency Marquis, should we keep waiting? It's been a whole day, and the Drom family hasn't arrived. I think we should just act tonight. After the beautiful woman signs the transfer of shares, just hand her over to me. Although she's just an ordinary person, she's truly stunning. It would be a shame to kill her directly, said a high-ranking knight from Vieri, laughing. No rush. Once the Drom family arrives, we can handle this easily. Looking at the time, it should be soon, Marquis Oren said with a smile, taking a sip of Bordeaux wine. Soon, he would be able to regain his shares in the Axon Auction House's Munster branch. I think that girl from the barbarian tribe is more worth collecting. If you have no other ideas, she belongs to me, said one of the crystallization mages from the Isodra school, smiling. Suddenly, all 4 felt a jolt of fear. The 2 crystallization mages jumped up from their deerskin sofas, looking shocked. This intense mental energy detection, was it a Dawn mage from the Empire arriving in Minster? One asked. It feels even stronger than the strength of the main envoy, said another Earth Element crystallization mage, looking terrified and confused. But the key point is, if there's no trouble, even the Empire's guardians wouldn't openly use such strong mental detection. Don't worry, it probably isn't that Ryan, the high-rank knight, he said casually, relaxing again with a smile. Even if he has that power, he's been imprisoned by the goddess of the abyss. Maybe it's some evil god's avatar coming down, someone suggested. That would be a headache for the goddess church in Duke Minster, haha. Marquis Orenz looked serious and stood up. This doesn't feel right. This mental wave seems to be targeting us. Because the powerful mental energy just vanished the moment it touched them. That means maybe they're looking for us. That's right. But too bad there's no reward for guessing. A voice echoed eerily inside the room. Who? The 4 people looked around in shock. In the next moment, amidst the terrified expressions of Marquis Orenz and the other 2 crystallization wizards, a strange hand suddenly appeared from behind the armored knight, where there had been nothing before. The armored knight immediately bristled with fear, feeling a warning bell in his mind. He seemed to sense cold eyes like those of a top predator on his back and neck. The terrified looks of the 3 others staring at him confirmed this feeling. Just as he tried to move to dodge, a large, clamp-like hand suddenly grabbed his neck from behind. His plated armor around the neck, which should have been sturdy, twisted and deformed as if made of fragile cardboard. Creak. With the sound of the armor twisting, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then his entire vision tilted 90 degrees. His sight blurred, and he sank into darkness. Don't move. Anyone who moves will die, Ryan said calmly, as if stepping out from another space. Marquis Orenz and the other 2 crystallization wizards wanted to run away, but when they heard Ryan's words, they froze in place. After all, Ryan had just appeared and instantly killed a named knight. Such a scene was too shocking. Ryan casually threw the knight, whose neck had been broken, onto the ground. At this moment, a crystallization wizard who had just said he wanted to capture the barbarian girl seemed to be hopeful. He instantly conjured 3 constantly spinning, yellowish shields around himself. He then shot forward like an arrow toward the window, reaching into his pocket for something. But in the next second, his eyes widened in horror, because Ryan, who should have been behind him, suddenly appeared in front of the window without him noticing. The wizard, running straight toward Ryan, felt a cold dread. His heart sank like falling into an icy pit. Just as he was about to take out a scroll, intending to fight desperately, slap. A finger, glowing with dark silver light, pierced through his yellow shield, and then pressed into his forehead. In the next moment, all his movements froze instantly. Around his body, the two remaining light brown protective shields, which had been glowing with energy, instantly turned into fine sand and fell to the ground after losing their power. His body then straightened and fell backward with a loud thump, hitting the ground hard. He twitched slightly from time to time. Marquis Orenz and another crystallization wizard saw this scene, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. A third-level protective spell cast by a crystallization wizard had been broken, and he was killed without even blocking a single attack. How could they continue fighting? What exactly was Ryan's nearly instant teleportation ability? How could they escape? For a moment, various distracting thoughts flooded their minds. Although they had a few secret magical tools and scrolls, in the face of such a huge difference in strength, they were useless. Their comrade had just demonstrated the best example. Lord Ryan, I think there has been a misunderstanding between us. This was not my intention. It was Duke Drom. Marquis Orenz hurriedly explained, but Ryan waved him off and interrupted. Marquis Orenz, I arrived at the Imperial capital this morning. Do you think the Drom family didn't tell you I was back? Ryan said calmly, not rushing to attack, but looking at Orenz with a composed expression. Ryan's words hit Orenz like an arrow piercing his heart. It should be that the Drom family didn't have time to tell me. Orenz's face turned pale, but he still believed that the Drom family was allied with their Orenz family. Haha, in fact, the High Command of the Empire already knew last night that I and Lady Menia were on our way back, Ryan said with a slight smile. This statement was the last straw that crushed Orenz's composure completely. What? He exclaimed, looking devastated and unable to believe it. In an instant, as an experienced noble, he understood the full story. No wonder he had never seen the Drom family's troops. The entire Orenz family had already been abandoned by Duke Drom once they knew Ryan was back. Wait, Lord Ryan, you probably don't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble just because you killed me, right? Seeing Rain slowly approach him, Marquis Orenz, facing life and death danger, couldn't help but panic and spoke. Oh, what trouble is this? Rain looked at him calmly, as if saying, Go ahead, show me your act. Lord Rain, counts and above are high-ranking nobles of the Empire. Even if they violate Imperial laws, they must report to the Imperial Senate for judgment. Killing an Imperial Marquis like this will definitely cause serious trouble. I am willing to offer all the wealth of the Orenz family to you and swear that our family will never seek revenge. No need. The trouble you mentioned to me doesn't seem like trouble at all. Rain shook his head and said, So, Marquis Orenz, goodbye. Wait, I am willing. Marquis Orenz was panicked and wanted to say more. But in the next moment, Rain's hardened fine gold instantly transformed into a long, stabbing sword that pierced into Orenz's forehead as he begged for mercy. Thud. A mixture of red and white, like a bean curd pudding, burst out from the back of his head. Orenz's face froze in a look of terror, regret, and unwillingness forever. Lord Rain, I. The last third-level crystallized mage of the Isodra school, seeing Rain kill 3 people in just a few seconds, without hesitation even when killing an Imperial Marquis, was so shocked that he stammered. Don't be afraid. Tell me about yourself and why you came, Rain said with a gentle smile. Seeing Rain smile, the mage suddenly felt greatly honored and encouraged, like a drowning person grabbing a straw. For a moment, he stopped stammering and quickly said, Lord Rain, I come from the Isodra school. I was sent by Vicehead Malcolm to assist Marquis Orenz. As he spoke, suddenly, a complex symbol on his robe's right chest flickered slightly. Magical communication? Let's listen, Rain said, glancing at it. Yes, Lord Rain. The crystallized mage quickly poured his mental energy, and a projection symbol appeared in midair. It was a message, not a real-time communication. Normally, the most common way for a third-level crystallization wizard to communicate is by leaving messages. After all, maintaining real-time communication requires much more mental energy, so most non-dawn wizards rarely choose to communicate instantly. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice comes from inside. Stop the action. Return quickly. The words make the third-level crystallization wizard very angry. Just half an hour earlier, how much better it would have been if you had notified me then. Now, what's the use of notifying me now? You cooperate well. I can spare your life for now. Later, take me to the Cyrodiil Plateau, to the residence of the Isodra school. Is that okay? Why, yes. No problem. The wizard quickly realizes that if he refuses, he will die immediately. If he leads the way back, there might still be a chance. So he nods quickly and agrees. Good. After saying that, Ryan gently places his hand on the other's chest. A dark silver ripple flashes, and the person begins to be covered slowly by a layer of dark silver metal. The person is terrified, thinking Ryan is going to kill him. Don't be afraid. I heard that your Isodra school wizards like to turn enemies into stone sculptures. I think metal sculptures might look even better. Until the person's face and body are covered in metal, Ryan leaves 2 small holes at the nostrils for breathing. Ryan only intends to imprison, not kill. Then, Ryan, carrying a metal sculpture, flashes away and disappears inside the room again. Not long after Ryan leaves, a maid, holding a fine bottle of wine, respectfully knocks on the door for a long time. No sound comes from inside, which makes her curious. She gently opens the door, and the scene before her makes her scream out loud. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Ryan reappears, he has already reached near the temple entrance. Carrying an object, no, a person. Does crossing with them greatly increase mental energy consumption? Ryan looks at the metal sculpture in his hand, pondering. Just now, he used his newly learned ability, shadow shuttling, but found that carrying a person causes the mental energy drain to increase exponentially. Thinking about it, if it were easy to bring people along, Quiena's value would be even higher, and the second Prince Everton wouldn't have so easily handed her over. So, this ability is mainly useful for oneself at the moment. Also, areas protected by magic arrays cannot be directly crossed. Ryan looked at the Grand Temple in front of him and thought to himself. He had initially wanted to pass through directly but found there was a strong barrier. Although forcing his way in might work, since it was a friendly area, such violent entry was not appropriate. So, Ryan reappeared near the temple entrance. A few minutes later, Ryan calmly entered the temple. Captain, Angus, Evelyn, and Neo roared excitedly and surprised. Lord Ryan, said the punishment knight Brandon with a smile. Ryan. Jennifer, the beautiful woman, was even more excited. She lifted her long skirt and hurried over to Ryan. However, she seemed to remember the people around her, especially Lager, who was nearby, so she stopped her steps at the last moment and didn't immediately throw herself into Ryan's arms. The barbarian girl Lager, being a high-level fierce warrior, had better self-control, but her face still showed uncontrollable joy. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ryan stepped forward and hugged the beautiful woman to comfort her. Facing the crystallized wizard and the knight with the title, Jennifer, as an ordinary person, must have felt a lot of pressure. Then, Ryan also hugged Lager, ruffling her hair and saying, You've worked hard. It's not hard. You're back. That's what matters. Lager, a barbarian who dares to love and hate, hugged Ryan tightly and kissed his cheek. Lord Brandon, thank you for your help, Ryan said with a smile as he approached. Lord Ryan, this is what I should do. However, due to limited strength, even with the help of the sword bearers, we are at a disadvantage. So we can only temporarily shelter the 2 ladies here in the temple, Brandon, carrying a silver double-headed warhammer, said apologetically. This is a very good arrangement. Lord Brandon, please don't blame yourself. Angus, Evelyn, Neo, long time no see. Rain stepped forward and gently embraced his 3 former teammates, speaking softly. Sorry, Captain, our strength is still a bit weak. We are currently investigating. Don't worry, I've handled it. By the way, where is Vieri? Rain looked around and noticed Vieri was not here. Captain, Vieri is badly injured and didn't make it, Evelyn, with her red hair, said with her eyes slightly red, turning her head away. Huh? Vieri is dead? Rain's eyes narrowed as a commanding presence radiated from him. At that moment, a girl ran out from the side hall, Georgina. Seeing Rain, she quickly approached and tightly grabbed his arm. Lord Rain, my brother is dead. Vandal is also dead? Rain paused slightly, surprised. Yes, Lord Vandal was petrified, and his head was cut off, Georgina said, choking back tears. It's all my fault. I didn't listen to Lord Luther and returned to the Imperial city immediately. That's why. Jennifer, a woman, said self-blame. That has nothing to do with you, Rain reassured her. At this moment, Nero carefully examined the statue Rain brought into the hall and suddenly gasped in shock. Captain, is the figure you brought inside it, could it be? The people who attacked you last night have all been dealt with. I kept this statue because I planned to visit the Isolde school on the Cyrodiil Plateau. Hearing this, everyone shivered. It was clear that Rain's trip to the Isolde school was not for a friendly visit. Alright, Rain, that's a large school. I'm already satisfied if you manage to defeat the person who killed my brother, Georgina said with wide eyes, looking at Rain in shock, then added with concern. Don't worry, Georgina. Since they dared to kill your brother and Vieri, this is not enough. Jennifer, Lager, I'll have Evelyn and the others you back to the Imperial City first. Later, I will arrange a sword-wielding airship to take you there. Yes, Rain. Since you're back, we'll follow your arrangements, Jennifer replied without hesitation. All right, if you're heading to the Cyrodiil Plateau, be careful. Lago nodded and said, as for Angus, Evelyn, and Nero, if you don't mind, I would like all three of you to come to the Imperial capital headquarters. Rain smiled slightly. Really? Captain? Angus exclaimed excitedly. Yes, of course. Rain had briefly observed that the strength of Angus and the others had steadily improved recently. Although their progress wasn't as fast as his own, it was quite good compared to others of the same age. Mainly, Rain considered that as his own strength increased, handling many matters without a solid team became difficult. Especially when he was not around, the safety of his family couldn't be effectively guaranteed. He truly needed to develop a reliable team now. Half an hour later, in the Minster Sword Division. Rain, have you resolved the issue? General Edward poured a cup of black tea for Rain. The problem in Minster is solved, but next I need to go to the Cyrodiil Plateau. Is it the Isolde Race School? General Edward immediately thought of something. His hand holding the tea slightly trembled, and his eyes widened. Clearly, Rain wouldn't go to the Cyrodiil Plateau without a reason. Rain, that's a large school. The leader is the Dawn Mage Steward Abbot, who holds the title Stone Shield. You. General Edward frowned slightly. He didn't doubt Rain's strength compared to the opponent, but because the opponent is a veteran Dawn Mage with impressive skills. Additionally, the Cyrodiil Plateau is their main base, holding the advantageous position. Going directly there seems risky. Thank you, General Edward, for your concern. I came this time to discuss something with you. I want to transfer Angus, Evelyn, and Nero to the Imperial capital headquarters. I wonder if you can bear to part with them. Haha, of course, that's no problem. But Rain, are you sure you don't want to reconsider the Isolde Race School? No, this time I want to understand some things. Rain shook his head and drank the remaining tea in his cup. Thank you, General Edward, for the tea. I look forward to our next meeting. After saying that, Rain stood up to say goodbye. A few minutes later, a high-speed airship flew southwest, while the people below watched its gradual disappearance. General, do you think Captain might face trouble in the Cyrodiil Plateau this time? At this moment, the red-haired girl Evelyn frowned slightly and asked the question that Jennifer and Lagree also wanted to ask. No, General Edward quickly shook his head and replied. I'm not worried about Lord Rain's safety, but about the possible impact of this event. Everyone naturally looked at General Edward, as they couldn't see the full political picture like he could. If Lord Rain really clashes fiercely with the Isolde school, some people and forces in the Empire might use this as an excuse to target him, Edward explained. That would be the biggest problem. On a high-speed airship, Rain looked out the window, deep in thought. If we completely eliminate the Isolde school, large areas of the Cyrodiil Plateau could fall into a power vacuum, giving other secret cults and hidden schools a chance to step in. Also, my actions will have a big impact. It could harm the Empire's control over the Cyrodiil Plateau, and even Menia would find this difficult. But this matter must be dealt with. Rain believed that this issue was not only about the sacrifices of Vieri and Vandal, but also about the safety of his family in the future. Vicehead Malcolm? Shield of the Rock, Stewart? If I eliminate both of them, the entire Isolde school would essentially cease to exist. Other secret cults and hidden wizard schools might take the opportunity to intervene. Maybe, once I arrive, I can first learn about the reputation of the Isolde school on the Cyrodiil Plateau. If some members are still useful, perhaps they can be incorporated into the Bichu Construct School. Earth-type mages, whether clay or rock, are very compatible and could greatly strengthen the school's earth construction abilities. A sudden idea sparked in Rain's mind. Although, in terms of personnel and strength, doing this might leave the remaining members of the Isolde school far more numerous than the total of the Bichu Construct School. But Rain was not worried because he had a plan. The Imperial capital, Tamriel. Inside the assembly hall of the Bishio Construction School. Although Maguro and the core members of the school are busy assembling and debugging the destroyer golem, everyone looks a bit discouraged. Sigh, even if we manage to repair the destroyer golem, will it help? The records clearly state that only a level 4 Dawn Mage can unleash the full power of the destroyer. But the problem is, besides Lord Rain, only the Moria faction's leader is at the crystallization peak. Yeah, that's a real problem. By the way, do you think the faction leader is rushing to become a Dawn Mage this time? It's hard to say. I feel like the faction leader's decision to push for the Dawn Mage title might be too hasty. The Moria faction leader wants to become a Dawn Mage before the school promotion exam. That's very difficult. Exactly. I'm afraid our school promotion will fail again. If only Lord Rain could come back, that would be great. Hearing these whispers, Maguro, Rain's proud mentor, felt the worst. Recently, Maguro has been despondent and drinking heavily for days, feeling helpless about his talented disciple possibly never returning. However, in the past 2 days, he has had some clarity. As a mentor, he may not have the strength to save Rain, but at least he can protect Rain's assets. With the intact destroyer golem, the school still has near-epic combat power. If they can't promote, so be it. At least, their resources won't be taken away. So, Maguro has once again fully dedicated himself to repairing the destroyer. Meanwhile, the faction leader Moria initially planned to focus on repairing the destroyer and completing the school promotion before attempting to become a Dawn Mage. But after careful consideration, he decided to try the breakthrough starting today. Suddenly, the door of the assembly hall swung open, and an excited, hurried voice rang out. Mentor, Lord Rain has returned. The speaker was Audrey, Rain's senior. Since learning about Rain's strength, she has always addressed him as Lord. What? Hearing this news, everyone in the assembly hall looked up in surprise, focusing their attention on the young girl Audrey. Audrey, where did you hear this? Is it true? Maguro quickly stepped beside Audrey, excitedly grabbing her shoulder tightly and shaking it while speaking. Audrey endured her mentor's firm grip because she knew her mentor was too emotional and didn't care. She said, Yes, I am sure, because I went to Lord Rain's residence and met Lady Olenna. She told me herself. Great. That's wonderful. Maguro released Audrey, raised his fists high, spun around, and shouted loudly. Then, he took out a small steel bottle from his pocket, quickly opened it, and drank several big sips, his face turning red. He said, Where is Lord Rain now? Let's go and see him. Maguro knew Rain was now in a high position and had just returned, so he must be busy. But that was okay. His disciple was busy, and he had free time. It was fine for the mentor to visit his disciple, right? Well, Lady Olenna told me that Lord Rain stayed at home for a short time before heading directly to Munster Province. Is that so? No problem. We can visit him in a few days. That's fine. Maguro looked a little disappointed but quickly regained his excited expression and said, Oh no. I need to go and persuade the head of the dispatch. Since Rain has returned, there's no need for him to rush into the Dawn Realm. After speaking, Maguro immediately rushed out of the assembly hall. Meanwhile, at the other end of the corridor, inside an office, Vice Head Bradley looked somewhat confused. Just now, he received an urgent notice from the Imperial Mage Guild Alliance, saying that their promotion issue with the Repair Construct School had been resolved. The problem earlier was because a reviewer from the Isolde School was not careful enough and failed to notice the differences in the golem data submitted by their school and the Repair Construct School. That's why they suspected theft by the Repair Construct School. Strange, why would the Isolde School be so kind? They blocked us before, and now they suddenly approved? Could there be a bigger trap waiting for us? Bradley stroked his chin, filled with suspicion. At the Sword-Bearers' headquarters, Olenna, you said that General Edwards sent a message. After Lord Rain handled the Munster situation, he didn't return to the Imperial capital but went directly to the Cyrodiil Plateau? When Major General Tatiana heard the news, she immediately stood up to confirm it. Yes, Major General Tatiana, Alina nodded. She was also surprised when she heard the news because the action clearly indicated something important. Bad. Lord Rain was too impulsive. The situation on the Cyrodiil Plateau is complicated. Stuart, the Rock Shield, is quite powerful, even among the Empire's legendary fighters. Plus, fighting on their own territory gives them an advantage. Even the old Empire Guardians in Cyrodiil have to show respect to the Isodra School. I need to report this to Marshal Alfred immediately. Hearing Tatiana's words, Alina also felt a tightness in her chest and started to worry. Meanwhile, on the Seridal Plateau, inside the main hall of the Isodra school's base, a yellow-robed wizard was respectfully reporting to an old man surrounded by faint earth element shields. The old man was Stuart, the leader of the Isodra school, known as the Rock Shield and the Dawn Wizard. By the way, Malcolm, have you told the others to stop? Stuart asked. Yes, sir. The Bichu Mechanical School's promotion request has been approved. Also, the 2 people sent to Munster have been notified to return immediately. But the communication team said they sent the message, but no one has come back yet. No one has returned? Stuart frowned slightly. Yes, I think it might be because Lord Oren's hospitality was so tempting that they got a bit carried away. After all, compared to the Imperial capital, the entertainment in Nirheim is quite dull, Malcolm explained. If it were him, he would also enjoy the hospitality of the Imperial nobles if he visited the capital. Wizards are people too. Where's Rain now? Stuart suddenly asked. About that, he said he returned home immediately after arriving in the Imperial capital and didn't attend the subsequent high-level meetings or banquets. Check again. Check Rain's whereabouts. Do you suspect Rain has already gone to Monster? Yes, sir. I will go right now. Malcolm suddenly understood something and looked surprised. However, at that moment, a young man dressed in a yellow wizard robe quickly approached and said, Master, news from the Imperial City. Half an hour ago, Rainer left the city and headed to Munster. Half an hour ago? Oh, could it be? Malcolm's face changed. He immediately realized that his master's previous guess was probably correct. Malcolm, find out Rainer's movements, Stuart said in a serious voice. Yes. As Malcolm turned to leave, Stuart waved his hand, and the young wizard beside him also left the hall. After everyone had left, Stuart thought for a moment, then reached out and drew a complex pattern in the air. It looked like a spider. As the pattern lit up, an old voice sounded, Stuart, why are you contacting me directly today? Aren't you afraid the Empire will find out? Graham, that Rainer might very well come to the Seridal Plateau, Stuart said calmly, ignoring the teasing tone. Huh? The Rainer who killed Staven? The youngest epic-level expert in the Empire? Graham was surprised when he heard this. Exactly. Wasn't he defeated and imprisoned by the Red Queen Menia, the goddess of the Abyss? That information is wrong. Aha, I see. So, he's probably come to you? You want my help? Graham immediately understood the purpose of the sudden contact. I need your help to deal with Rainer and take responsibility for the whole matter. In return, I will agree that everything west of the Seridal Plateau belongs to the Turkcash School. Stuart said seriously. That's not enough. At the 2 Brighton tribes in the central region, Graham said with a smile after a moment of thought, also making his own demand. Why do you want so many Brighton people? It seems the earlier news was true. You're collaborating with the evil god. It's just for magical experiments. I need the giant bloodline from the Brighton people. My request isn't unreasonable, Stuart. Take your time to think about it, Graham explained. At the same time, he was confident that Stuart wouldn't delay for long because the person Rainer came to find was Stuart from the Isodra school, not him. He could wait. Deal closed. Haha. Far away at the Turkcash school headquarters, Graham couldn't help but laugh happily after finishing the call. Rain, not bad. I thought he wouldn't come back, but surprisingly, he did. Suddenly, a distant voice, as if from far away, appeared in his mind. Defeat this Rain. Reward. Compared to before, the distant voice was much smoother, no longer choppy. Clearly, some deeper connection between the two seemed to have formed. Of course, Honorable Spider Queen, that's exactly what I want to do. By the way, we can also eliminate Stuart. Before the Empire notices, Nilheim will have enough offerings for your clone to descend directly. Graham's deep yet joyful voice echoed in the empty hall, making it feel quite strange. In the evening, Rain was aboard a high-speed airship, gradually entering the Seridal Plateau. Standing on the ship's railing, Rain looked far ahead. He saw the mountain peaks stretching in the distance, the dense forest thinning out, and patches of coniferous woods appearing on the ground. As the ship continued flying, the vegetation on the ground became shorter and more sparse, with shrubs and alpine meadows becoming more common. Snow-covered mountains could be seen in the distance. The scenery of the plateau gradually unfolded before Rain. I heard the Brighton tribe lives here. Rain recalled the legendary warrior Grey who he had once defeated, called the Skullbreaker. Many nomadic tribes live on the Cyrodiil Plateau, but the Brighton are a special case. According to legend, they have giant bloodlines, but they survive by hunting. They are known for hunting fierce highland wild bulls, thick-skinned mammoths, and giant bear-like creatures. After a while, Rain on the airship noticed a convoy of dozens of highland wild bulls pulling a load of goods, slowly moving northwest across the mountain meadows below. Huh? Is that a Brighton trading caravan? Judging by the direction, they should be heading to Niflheim. Moreover, with Ren's keen eyesight, he could clearly see that their clothing was simple leather armor. They were tall and muscular, and all had 3 red mud marks on their foreheads. This piqued Ren's interest. He then said to a nearby elite soldier, "Let's stop the airship here. You all wait for me. I should be back before noon tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Ren," the soldier replied. Soon, Ren leapt down from the ship's side. His floating magic allowed him to land gently on the ground and walk toward the caravan. Quite a few of the goods are minerals. As he approached the caravan, Ren glanced around and noticed that the Brighton tribe's goods were not only furs but nearly half were various minerals, many of which were rare. Although the goods were covered with cloth, as a metal-type Dawn mage, Ren didn't need to see clearly to sense this. "Stranger, one of the rules in the wilderness is not to approach the caravan without permission." At this moment, a young Brighton man over 2 meters 4 tall, wearing simple leather armor and holding a single-edged battle axe, stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you a merchant heading to Niflheim?" Ren asked with a slight smile. "So what if we are?" The young Brighton man looked at Ren with suspicion, tightening his grip on the axe. "Can I travel with you? We don't welcome strangers." "All right, I just want to buy some minerals. Is that okay?" Ren said with a smile, not minding the rejection. "How do you know we're carrying minerals?" The Brighton young man's expression suddenly changed. After whistling, 7 or 8 other strong, tall Brighton youths rushed out from both sides of the caravan. Ren chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. He then transformed the hardened gold in his hand into a shield, followed by a knight's longsword, which he then changed into a single-edged battle axe similar to the young Brighton man's. This caused the Brighton warriors to stop in their tracks, exchanging surprised looks. The high-level mage? The burly, dreadlocked old man leading the group widened his eyes and whispered, "Stop." He shouted loudly, then quickly stepped out of the crowd, bowed slightly, and said, "Esteemed mage, we are just an ordinary caravan. May I ask what your command is?" The old man knew well that his Brighton tribe, which carried the rare giant bloodline, was not strong enough to face a high-level wizard he did not know. "Don't be nervous. I just want to buy some more." "Well, all right." The burly, dreadlocked old man showed a hesitant expression but seemed to fear Ryan's strength and nodded. "Elder, this is for ISO." The young man beside him started to speak, but then stopped. However, Ryan had already heard the pronunciation of ISO. Could it be the Isodra school? This made Ryan smile slightly. He was becoming more interested. Perhaps, from this merchant team, he could learn a lot about the Cyrodiil Plateau and the Isodra school. Powerful people, if they communicate politely and equally, often quickly gain others' goodwill. After just a short chat, many members of this Brighton merchant team lowered their guard against Ryan and started talking and laughing. Especially a Brighton girl named Iana, whose big eyes sparkled with curiosity about Ryan. Those wizards in black robes, with skulls or bones drawn on their chests, are the worst. They secretly stole warriors' bodies from our tribe's tombs, Iana said angrily. "Oh, skulls or bones on their chests? Are they from the Tutkash school?" "I heard they mainly operate on the western side of the Cyrodiil Plateau," Ryan asked with some doubt. "Yes, they used to be, but now there are quite a few wandering black-robed wizards near our tribe," Iana nodded softly. "Sir, you just said they are from the Tutkash school?" The girl's question unintentionally caught the attention of the old man and the young man nearby. Their bodies stiffened slightly. Ryan noticed this and smiled subtly. Clearly, as the main fighters of the tribe, they knew who their enemies were, but they chose not to tell the girl. "Yes," Ryan nodded with a smile. "I see. Also, I heard that the nearby Brighton tribes to the west are experiencing increasing disappearances. It seems related to the Tutkash school," she added. "Sister." The Brighton young man who had been talking to Ryan suddenly called out, warning his sister not to speak carelessly. After all, he saw Ryan as a stranger. Although he was not wearing a wizard robe of the Tutkash school, perhaps there was some connection, and his sister's frankness could easily cause trouble. "Don't worry, I don't know them well, and we're not friends." "Oh, and have you reported this situation to the Empire?" Also, I heard that on the Cyrodiil Plateau, the Isodra school has a strong presence. Do they not care about this matter? Ryan smiled and tried to steer the conversation toward the Isodra school. Because the upper levels of the Empire allow large wizard schools to enjoy special rights in a region, they also have the responsibility to maintain safety and order there. In the past, it was okay. The yellow-robed wizards who control rocks and soil would intervene, sometimes even fighting with black-robed wizards. But in recent years, this has happened less and less, and they seem to have stopped caring. This time, Brighton's young man spoke on behalf of his sister. However, he seemed wary of both schools, referring to the Isodra school's wizards as yellow robes and the Tuthcash school's wizards as black robes. As for the Empire, apart from Nihheim, no one else is really involved, the young man said with some disdain. Although his words were straightforward, Ryan knew he was telling the truth. Even the Empire's sword-bearers had not established a proper branch in the Cyrodiil Plateau, only leaving a small outpost in Nihheim, with just a few personnel. By the way, it seems your ores are to be sent to a designated merchant guild? Ryan recalled the old man's awkward expression and asked. Yes, sir. These ores are to be delivered to the Giant Stone Guild, which is the merchant guild under the Isodra school you mentioned earlier. Do you know what they plan to do with these metal ores? I'm not sure, but I overheard a yellow-robed wizard muttering something about metal puppets or something. Brighton's young man thought for a moment. Just as Ryan was about to ask further, suddenly, a sharp bone whistle sounded. Front left, alien spider swarm. Large number. Bad news. Hearing the alert, Brighton's young man, Andaruka, leapt like a leopard and quickly rushed forward. Ryan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look toward where Brighton's people were rapidly gathering for defense. A group of small, fist-sized black spiders with stripes quickly rushed toward the caravan. There are many of them, looking like a large black cloth covering several dozen square meters, swiftly drifting along the ground. Mutant spider swarm? Ryan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yes, sir. Over the years, these black spiders have become more common, but I rarely saw them when I was young. The elders in our tribe say these are foreign creatures, explained Ayana, the girl from Brighton. Oh, are they hard to fight? If there are only a few, they are not too difficult. An experienced tribe member can handle 4 or 5. But the problem is, whenever these mutant spider swarms appear, there are at least a dozen or more. So, if the elderly, women, or children go out and encounter them, they will definitely be attacked. Even strong young adults need to be very careful, Ayana said with concern as she looked at the dark swarm rushing toward them. At this moment, Ryan saw that the so-called mutant spider swarm was already fighting the Brighton warriors. With arcs of sharp axes swinging through the air, splashes of black blood and chitinous shells flew everywhere. The frontline striped spiders had already been knocked down in large numbers by the Brighton fighters, but the spiders behind kept coming nonstop. These spiders also started spitting webs that emitted a faint black glow or greenish venom. Watch out. The webs were very sticky, and anyone caught in them, like a Brighton warrior, seemed glued with super strong glue, making it very hard to break free and greatly reducing their movement speed. The greenish venom was like sulfuric acid. Once it touched the skin, even the strong Brighton fighters' tough bodies would turn red, swell, blister, and begin to rot instantly. These webs and venom are the most troublesome, Ayana said with a grimace. However, she was not very worried. Sure enough, as the leader of the Brighton group, a young man named Antaru, Ayana's brother, began to turn red in the face and grow larger, the fight started to come to an end. It seems he has giant bloodline. Although it's only a faint trace, it can still influence the outcome of a small battle. Ryan quickly saw how powerful Antaru was. Huh? That faint aura seems to be. Ryan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. As a high-level wizard in the late stages of dawn, Ryan's senses are very sharp. He just noticed that after the black-striped spiders died, besides the foul blood and internal organs, there was a faint and familiar smell. This smell was very weak, and at first, Ryan didn't pay attention to it. But as more of the mutated spiders died, he began to notice. It seems almost the same as the scent that erupted on Staven's body at the end. After thinking for a moment, Ryan was sure of this. These mutated spiders don't seem very strong? Or are there other individuals with greater strength? Ryan asked again. Yes, sir. These mutated spiders vary in strength. Some are quite powerful, the elder from Brighton replied. However, the biggest problem is that these spider groups reproduce very quickly. They carry the bodies of their prey into deep underground holes and lay eggs on them. Soon, more spiders will hatch. There should also be a mutated spider nest nearby. Oh, can you take me to see it? Ryan asked after a moment of thought. Of course, the elder agreed happily, also seeming to want to assess Ryan's strength. I want to go too. I've never seen a mutated spider nest before, Ayana said excitedly. Sister. At this moment, Antaruka, a young man from Brighton covered in blood-stained cloth, holding an axe, quickly approached. Brother, with you, and the elder here, I won't be in danger, right? Ayana tugged strongly on her brother's hand. All right, but you have to stay close to me and not run around, the young man said with a helpless shake of his head. Seeing this scene, Ryan couldn't help but smile slightly, as if remembering his sister meant. Suddenly, a huge eagle was circling in the northwest sky, indicating the direction. Over there. Soon, Ryan, the Brighton elder, Antaruka, and several others arrived at the edge of a yellow-brown land. The area was about several hundred square meters. The original alpine meadow had dried up, replaced by yellow withered grass covering the ground. More striking were the numerous fist-sized holes, densely packed like scars on the earth. Meanwhile, groups of small gray spiders occasionally crawled out of one hole and quickly entered another, flowing continuously. Sure enough, this is related to Neuberakan, Ryan thought to himself. Here, the scent slightly thickened, but for the Dawn Mage and below, it was almost undetectable. This area is originally within the influence of the Isodra school. Even ordinary school mages might not know the hidden secrets behind the spider swarm, but as a Dawn Mage with the title Shield of the Rock, Stuart should have heard about his subordinates' reports. Why does the other side allow the Tuktacash school's behavior? Could it be? Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he vaguely guessed something. At this moment, Elder Brighton beside him said, Sir, these caves may look small, but they are very deep. We tried pouring boiling water and other methods, but they didn't work well. Only high-level earth element mages using earth magic could completely eliminate the spider swarm in this area. Ryan nodded silently, having already decided that since he encountered this, he would take care of the nest easily. For him, it was no trouble at all. He stepped forward a few more steps, bent down, and gently placed his palm on the ground. Seeing Ryan's action, everyone nearby, including Elder Brighton, looked on curiously, wondering what this unfamiliar mage was about to do. Suddenly, they saw that, centered on the young human mage's palm, dark silver ripples spread out in all directions, covering the entire area. In the next moment, a series of sharp, piercing sounds rang out. Sharp dark silver metal spikes grew from the ground and inside the caves, forming a dense thicket like a forest of thorns. Hiss hiss. At the cave entrances, the dying screams of the spider creatures echoed, but the sounds quickly faded into silence. After completing all this, Ryan smiled gently and slowly stood up, only to find that everyone, including Elder Brighton, seemed frozen in place, mouths wide open, eyes staring in shock at the scene before them, unable to move. Are you a high-level mage? Elder Brighton asked in surprise. Ryan looked at the distant outline of the Nirheim city and did not answer Elder Brighton's question. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, Everyone, I have some other matters to attend to. I will take my leave now. Sir, what is your name? Ayana blurted out. Sister. Antaruka quickly stopped her. The young wizard before them was incredibly powerful. The energy fluctuation just now was terrifying. He knew that from the start, the other person had no malicious intent. Otherwise, not only he but the entire caravan would be no different from a spider's nest in the eyes of the other, easily destroyed. In the next moment, Ryan vanished instantly. My name is Ryan. However, a voice echoed from afar. The scene before them was even harder for the Brighton people to believe. They had seen wizards before, even priests in their tribe who were as powerful as wizards. But the problem was, they had never seen anyone disappear into thin air like that. A miracle. Elder Brighton muttered softly. Lord Ryan. Ayana tried hard to remember that figure clearly. Since their current location was not far from the Isodra Academy, Ryan used a quick shadow teleportation spell and arrived outside Nirheim city. The defenses are quite tight. Ryan could tell that the entire city of Nirheim was covered by a huge magic array, but it seemed to only have detection functions. After a moment of thought, Ryan flickered again. Suddenly, he seemed to squeeze into a bubble, then appeared on the roof of a house. His action did not trigger the alarm of the large detection magic array, as if he had blended in rather than invaded. Ryan looked around at the city's layout. Besides the many 2- or 3-story stone-roofed houses, the most prominent feature was the tall hall in the center of the city, the grand and majestic Isodra Academy. At dusk, there were quite a few people around, mostly nomads or other minority groups similar to the Brighton people, judging by their clothing. Wow, it has taken the most central position in the city. Unfortunately, allowing evil gods and secret cults to run wild shows a lack of virtue. Reen shook his head. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of the Isodra school's main hall. Huh? Suddenly, there's another person? Several guards rubbed their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. Who are you? One guard asked cautiously. Please pass the message that Reen has come to visit, Reen said calmly. Wait a moment. Seeing Reen's almost strange appearance, the guards dared not delay. They quickly ran to a nearby guard post and reported to a third-level wizard apprentice, who seemed to be in charge. Sir, someone has come to visit. The third-level wizard apprentice was flipping through an ancient book. When he heard the guard's report, he looked up casually and saw Reen's young face. He thought to himself, another young person wanting to join the school? What is he here for? Did you ask? The apprentice asked lazily. I forgot to ask. I'll go ask now, the guard admitted, still stunned by Reen's strange appearance. Forget it. Most likely, this young wandering apprentice is here to seek admission. Tell him the selection period is over. He can try again next year, the apprentice said without raising his head, waving his hand. Well, the guard hesitated. He instinctively felt that the other person didn't seem like that, but he had indeed forgotten to ask earlier. By the way, what's his name? The apprentice suddenly asked on a whim. He said his name is Reen. What? Reen? The apprentice suddenly looked up and stared at Reen. He had just received a notice saying that if a dawn mage named Reen came to visit, he must report immediately. But the higher-ups didn't mention that the person would be so young. At this moment, Reen was already somewhat impatient. He slightly activated his mental energy and said, Lord Stewart, Reen has come to visit. Immediately, an invisible sound wave spread out from Reen's center toward the main hall of the Isodra school, especially the last 4 words, which grew louder and louder. When the sound wave reached the hall, it was like a tsunami or a thunderclap in the clear sky. At this moment, inside the council hall of the Isodra school, including the deputy leader Malcolm and 3 top-tier archmages, as well as Stuart Abbott, the Dawn Mage with the title Shield of the Rock, who sat at the head of the long wooden table, they were discussing something. Deputy leader, do you really think that Ryan will come directly to the Cerdal Plateau? Asked an old mage with white hair. This is no longer just a guess. According to reliable information, Ryan left Munster half a day ago. At that time, his airship was heading northwest, which means he is very likely heading straight for the Cerdal Plateau, directly toward our school, Malcolm explained. This young man is too arrogant. He just reached the Dawn Mage level and dares to offend like this. Another old mage with a mustache shook his head. Yes, the Isodra school has stood on the Cerdal Plateau for nearly 1,000 years. It's not something a young person can shake. I fear that once he arrives and sees the large defensive magic array, he will be so scared he'll run away, said an old mage playing with a yellowish-brown sphere, teasing. Ha. The others found this amusing and burst into laughter. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed into the council hall. Ryan has arrived. The high-ranking members of the Isodra school in the council hall seemed to be struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to react for a long time. After a few seconds, they showed different expressions. Some had grim faces, some frowned tightly, and others cursed loudly. This young man is truly too arrogant. We haven't gone to find Harold's revenge, and he dares to come here himself, shouted the old mage who had just mocked Ryan, standing up suddenly. Does he really think that reaching the Dawn Mage level means he can do whatever he wants? Let's go and see. Deputy leader? Malcolm looked at Stuart, who sat at the head of the table. Stuart, seeing this, remained silent and thoughtful, but his gloomy face showed that his mood was far from calm, despite his calm exterior. Although he had prepared early, honestly, it was only a contingency plan for a low probability event. He didn't expect the opponent to actually come. Additionally, as the leader of his faction, he knew more about Ryan than the others present. He understood that Ryan was not just someone who had barely reached epic strength. The title of the youngest epic-level warrior in the Empire was not just for show. It was earned through real combat. Let's go and take a look, he said. Young people tend to be a bit impulsive. We should try to solve things peacefully and give way when possible, Stuart slowly stood up and spoke calmly. Hmm? Solve things peacefully? Give way when possible? Hearing Stuart's words, Malcolm and the other two peak crystallized level old wizards looked at the faction leader with the stone shield title in surprise, thinking, is the sun rising from the west? Stuart, usually so cold and strict, is surprisingly easy to talk to. At the entrance of the Isodra faction's base, a group of guards had already been frightened silly, and the third-level wizard apprentice was sprawled on the ground. An expert's move reveals whether someone is skilled or not. Ryan's voice, which carried a hint of dragon roar, was powerful enough to match the sonic magic of a peak crystallized wizard. It immediately caused chaos in the Isodra faction, as if they were facing a great enemy. Many wizards dressed in yellowish-brown robes jumped up from their experiments, rest areas, and bookshelves, looking somewhat panicked as they rushed out of their rooms. Various defensive magic arrays above the base were activated all at once. Soon, translucent yellow, greenish yellow, and dark yellow shields appeared over the base. However, with Stuart leading the high-level members of the faction appearing together, the other faction wizards felt more at ease and began to discuss. Is this person called Ryan? I think I've heard of him. An emerging star of the Empire, the youngest epic-level fighter. I've heard of him too, but judging by his recent actions, he doesn't seem very friendly. Lord Ryan, it's rare to see you visit the Isodra faction. We warmly welcome you. However, your recent actions seem to have caused some misunderstandings, Malcolm, the deputy faction leader, said casually. Who are you? Ryan asked. I am Malcolm, deputy faction leader of the Isodra faction, he replied. Malcolm? Good. I've heard that name, Ryan nodded. It is an honor that Lord Rain has also heard of me, Malcolm said, surprised at first, then his smile grew brighter. He slightly bowed to show his gratitude. After all, being remembered by the youngest epic warrior of the Empire is a form of recognition. I am in Munster. 2 of my followers were killed, and when I catch the culprit, they say it was you who ordered it. Do you admit to this? Let me warn you first, your subordinates are still alive. Lying is pointless. Rain's words immediately caused Malcolm's face to change drastically. Malcolm's expression flickered several times, and he didn't know how to explain. For a moment, he felt annoyed at his subordinates' incompetence. They had been caught alive. After a few seconds, Malcolm could only force a smile and say, this must be a misunderstanding, Lord Rain. Since you are here, why not come inside the hall for a chat and let us show our hospitality? Malcolm forced a smile while glancing at Rain's current position. However, Rain saw this move clearly. He understood Malcolm's plan. Right now, he was standing outside the range of a certain which array of the Isodra school. If he accepted the invitation and moved just a few more meters forward, he would enter the array's coverage. Based on faint energy fluctuations, even a high-level wizard in the mid-morning phase would likely be at a disadvantage under the array. Meanwhile, Malcolm's expression and words caused many wizards from the Isodra school nearby to look confused, as if thinking, there's more to this than meets the eye. Even the 3 old wizards beside him looked at Malcolm, as if saying, what you said in the council hall is very different from this. This made Stuart, the leader, realize he needed to say something. Lord Rain, if there is really a misunderstanding, it's because our people are not wise. We are willing to offer some compensation. Perhaps we can discuss this inside, Stuart said. Stuart also invited Rain inside, with the same intention as Malcolm. He knew and feared Rain more than others, or he wouldn't risk exposing his connections by contacting Gremham, the head of the Turtakish school. From the moment Ryan appeared, he immediately identified the other person's identity. After all, the Isodra school has only one Dawn Mage. It seems you are Lord Stuart. By the way, I want to ask you, are you unaware that the Turtakish school is collecting corpses and doing other activities on the Cyrodiil Plateau? Others may not know, but do you also not know? Have you forgotten the responsibilities the Empire entrusted to you and your school? Lord Ryan, without evidence, please don't make baseless accusations. Ryan's words made Stuart's face turn grim, and he felt a storm of emotions rising inside him. Moreover, even if you are the Empire's newest star and the youngest epic-level mage, I hope you show at least some respect in front of another Dawn Mage. Oh, but I don't think someone like you deserves my respect, Ryan said calmly. As for evidence, aren't the many nests of alien spiders near the city enough proof? As a Dawn Mage, don't tell me you can't feel it, Ryan countered. Ryan's words echoed loudly, like a bell ringing, causing Stuart's mind to ripple intensely. What? I didn't expect this kid to notice. Graham, that fool, said even Dawn mages would find it hard to see the connection between the alien spider nests and the Tuthcash school, right? How did this Ryan figure it out? But now, it doesn't matter anymore. Stuart realized that Ryan's words had already changed the eyes of the mages from his school present at the scene. They were looking at him differently. If he couldn't turn this situation around today, his reputation within the school would suffer greatly. At this moment, Ryan looked at Stuart with a half-smile. Then, in the surprised eyes of both, he stepped forward and entered the school gate. For a moment, Stuart didn't know how to judge this young man. Should he praise his boldness? Or say he's too confident? Or perhaps he's just young and fearless. Ignorance is bliss. Well, since that's the case, Stuart's eyes narrowed slightly. One of the best solutions now is to capture Ryan alive. Make him admit that what he just said was all nonsense, and at the very least, keep him here. Then, even if the Empire questions it later, if he came to provoke and was killed by himself, that would be understandable. Lord Rain, your words are a deep insult to a Dawn mage. Only blood can wash away such shame. I also believe blood is needed to cleanse it, but not your dignity. It's the dignity of the Empire. Rain's words made Stuart unable to hold back his anger. Rock shards. Stuart raised his hand, casting a level 4 Earth Element Dawn mage spell. Dense, fast-spinning rock shards, like flying discs, gathered in front of him. Then, with a single finger, he directed hundreds of large, millstone-sized rocks to rush toward Rain. This move is somewhat similar to Rain's level 4 Metal Element spell, Flying Blade Disc, both using high speed and rotation to increase damage. However, Stuart's attack is a wide-area spell. Next to them, Malcolm smirked coldly. When he saw his side's mage take action, he immediately raised his hand and silently recited his spell. Entanglement Rune. A huge, complex magic circle appeared beneath Rain, glowing yellowish-brown, with large mud hands reaching for his feet. Layer after layer, they quickly spread up to his knees. It was as if Rain was planted in the ground and instantly trapped. Seeing his side's main and deputy mages take action, some of the Isolde Mage School's mages hesitated, unsure, but a few others joined in. Among them were 3 peak crystallization mages. One of the elder mages, holding a yellowish sphere, quickly released a sharp stone spike about a meter in diameter and 4 or 5 meters long, aiming at Rain. Boom, boom, boom. The dense rock shards collided at high speed, causing fierce explosions. Smoke and dust filled the air. You're really bold, daring to come in here. Malcolm chuckled when he saw this. He had watched carefully and saw that Rain had no time to dodge. This meant that Rain had endured his side's main mage's level 4 spell, Rock Shards, empowered by the magic circle, along with the combined attack of dozens of school mages. Even if Rain was an epic-level fighter, he would be heavily injured, if not killed. Is that all? I'm truly disappointed. A calm voice echoed from the dissipating smoke. This made Malcolm breathe a sigh of relief and relax his expression, because he knew that this was his own school's strongest earth-based defensive magic, the Shield of the Rock, reinforced by his school's magic array. He believed that even a mid-level Dawn mage couldn't break through it. But in the next moment, whoosh! A giant, several meter wide, semi-transparent rock was instantly sliced like butter under a hot knife, with no resistance. Malcolm's heart just barely registered the word bad before he was split in half. His expression remained as if he had just relaxed. But it wasn't over yet. The old wizard holding a yellowish sphere behind Malcolm saw this scene and was terrified. However, since he was not aligned directly behind Malcolm, he secretly thought he might have survived. Suddenly, the silver metal disc in the air turned and curved, passing over his forehead without any obstacle. Immediately, only a body with wide-open eyes and missing the top half of its head remained standing. At once, 2 peak crystallization-level wizards from the Isodra school were killed in succession. What? How is this possible? They didn't block it. The 2 senior wizards at the peak of crystallization were stunned and shocked. The metal-based dawn attack. Stuttgart said solemnly, carefully enunciating each word. Even he hadn't noticed that Ryan was using the dawn attack. One reason was that Ryan's casting speed was extremely fast, and the energy fluctuations of the disc were very subtle, making it impossible to tell it was a dawn attack. Another reason was that Stuttgart had never considered the dawn attack from this angle, because the metal-based dawn attack was said to have been lost long ago among the major wizard schools of the Empire. Stuttgart never expected Ryan to master such a powerful and unfamiliar metal dawn attack. Until the high-speed spinning metal disc sliced through a shield of the rock, He suddenly realized how powerful Ryan's magic was. No wonder he is so confident. Coming to the Isodra school alone, he must have mastered this rare metal dawn attack. Lord Ryan, it seems I have overestimated you again, but now I see I have also underestimated you. However, you are still too young. The Isodra school has a 1,000-year history, and it's not as simple as you think. As Stuttgart spoke, the ground around Ryan began to glow with a rich yellow-brown light. The entire surface started to shake, and even the city of Neum trembled slightly. The once solid ground suddenly became soft like noodles, and the center of the arena began to rise violently, as if something was slowly emerging from underground. Oh, it seems you have a backup plan? Despite the earth-shaking scene, Ryan remained calm and spoke softly. Suddenly, a pair of enormous arms shot out from the ground. These were humanoid arms, at least 30 to 40 meters long, with a diameter over 4 or 5 meters. Then, a fierce head appeared from below the ground. The head was as large as a house, with its mouth stretched to the edges of its cheeks, as if it would split open if it extended further. The most striking feature was a huge single eye above its mouth, in the center of its forehead. The eye was bloodshot with lots of red veins, and the pupil was yellow-brown, giving off a fierce, bloody, and dominating aura. When the creature's thick, marble-textured body fully revealed itself, everyone realized it was about 70 or 80 meters tall, resembling a giant ape that had been enlarged dozens of times. Grolon, ancient language, a deep, powerful, and slow roar came from its gaping mouth, sounding like 1,000 drums beating at once, shaking the surroundings. This scene caused many of the first-level fog mages of the Isodra school to look terrified and instinctively step back. What kind of monster is this? It seems to be an extinct Grolon giant. A second-level liquefaction mage exclaimed in shock, as if recalling something. Grolon giant? I heard that fully grown ones can reach epic late, or even peak epic levels, capable of tearing apart dragons? Why would there be a living Grolon giant under the school? Who cares? The biggest enemy of our school now is Ryan. With a Grolon giant here, he will definitely retreat this time. Everyone in the Isodra school started to discuss anxiously. Has the golem giant been revived? Unlike ordinary school wizards, the two elder wizards at the peak of crystallization looked at each other in shock, then with deep fear and doubt. Because they, as key figures of the Isodra school's fossil level, knew very well the origin of the golem giant in front of them. This came from an ancient site exploration about 500 or 600 years ago. At that time, school wizards found a well-preserved corpse of a golem giant that had long since died. Yes, a corpse. Since golem giants naturally have the ability to control earth and rocks, even as a corpse, they would spontaneously gather soil element energy particles, which is very valuable for earth element wizards to study. So, hundreds of years ago, it was kept secret and placed deep in the school's underground hall. On one hand, for high-level wizard research. On the other hand, to increase the mysterious particle concentration around the base and strengthen the magic array. But how is it possible for it to come back to life? Our school isn't even a necromancy school. Suddenly, the two elder wizards trembled all over, recalling what Ryan had just said, and it seemed they understood something immediately. They both quietly stepped back a few paces, away from their leader, Stuart. Golem giant. What a nice surprise, Ryan said as he carefully examined it, showing a look of realization. But how come I smell a strong stench of decay? Now I understand why you, Stuart, and the Turtakish school get along so harmoniously. Using his keen mental perception after dawn, Ryan immediately noticed that the normally pure and dense earth element energy fluctuations on the golem giant were strangely mixed with a lot of necromantic energy, and an obscure, evil, and grand aura was hidden within. Shut up. Stuart's face flashed red, and he shouted angrily. The golem giant in front of them was naturally long dead. Even the top wizards of the Isodra school had only managed to utilize it to this extent after great effort. But Stuart was unwilling, especially after his own strength had long been stuck at the peak of the early dawn stage. He thought about using necromantic magic. Because if the Gorgon giant can be successfully revived, not to mention restoring it to its peak epic strength, even reaching the late epic stage would be enough for it to become one of the top powerhouses in the Empire. Perhaps it could even help him break through to the mid-stage of dawn. So, he gradually established contact with the Tutkash school, and eventually, he completely let go of his control over their actions on the Cyrodiil Plateau. Of course, he set clear boundaries for the Tutkash school, and in the past, Imperial Guardians had visited the Ceratal Plateau, but they never saw the connection between these alien spider nests and the Tutkash school. They only thought it was an invasion by foreign species. But now, Ryan had discovered the link between them, and even uncovered a hidden connection between himself and the Tutkash school. This made Stuttgart decide that he must keep Ryan here. Even if the Gorgon giant, not fully undead yet, was revived, Ryan had to stay completely. Otherwise, once Ryan escaped back to the Imperial capital, he would have nowhere to stay in the Empire. Although it's not perfect, killing you is already enough, Stuttgart said in a deep voice. The Gorgon giant before him was not fully undead but had the strength of a mid-stage peak. Plus, with the large school's magic formation, the sand trap, even high-level Dawn mages after the Dawn stage would suffer great losses in a fight. Do you think just this undead Gorgon giant can win? Ryan said while his aura kept rising. From the initial Dawn stage fluctuations he just showed, his power surged all the way to the mid-stage peak of Dawn. Stuttgart's eyes widened, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. You've been hiding your strength. How can you be so young and already reach the mid-stage of Dawn? That's impossible. I've spent over 300 years working hard, and I've never reached the mid-stage of Dawn. You must have been possessed by an evil god. Gorgon giant. Kill him. Stuttgart lost control and shouted loudly. This had always been his biggest worry. He had been stuck in the early Dawn stage for too long. Seeing how young Ryan was and yet had already entered the mid-stage of Dawn, he felt that everything he had done seemed like a joke. Boom. After receiving the order, the Grolon giant raised its enormous arm, larger than a temple pillar, and struck heavily at Rain. Its power was like the sky falling and the earth shaking. The strong wind alone made the wizard from the Isodra school gasp for air, causing him and others to scatter and run away quickly. At this moment, the entire city of Niflheim was shaken by the appearance of the Grolon giant. People looked in fear at the huge creature suddenly appearing in the city center. At the city gate, the Brighton traders, who were paying the entry fee and preparing to enter, also looked in shock at the Grolon giant. The Highland oxen pulling carts were frightened and ran around wildly. If the Brighton warriors hadn't desperately held them back, they might have run away in all directions. What kind of monster is this? The young girl Iana asked in fear. That's the residents of the Isodra school. Could it be related to Lord Rain just now? The young Brighton man Anaruka exclaimed in surprise. Don't go into the city yet. The traders should hide outside first. The elder of Brighton shouted loudly. Meanwhile, he looked at the distant Grolon giant and remembered the legends of the Ceratal Plateau passed down among his tribe. He muttered to himself, could this be the legendary Grolon giant that can tear apart the earth? At the same time, underground near Niflheim, Graham from the Tutkash school was walking through a dense tunnel. He was surrounded by groups of strange spiders, some of which were unusually large and fierce, as big as calves. This was a giant spider nest, with many more and larger spiders than the one Rain had dealt with before, dozens of times more. Suddenly, Graham stopped and looked toward Niflheim. Huh? This aura. Did Stuart summon the Grolon giant? Looks like Lord Rain really is here. Just in time. Everything is perfect, Graham said with a smile as he looked around the giant spider nest. Then, his figure disappeared suddenly. At the Isodra school's square, after the Grolon giant swung its heavy fist, the dust and smoke had not yet fully cleared. A dark silver disc suddenly shot out like lightning from the dust and drew a long arc toward the Grolon giant's prominent single eye. However, the Grolon giant, though appearing clumsy, reacted quickly. It shrank its huge head, slightly raised its incredibly thick arm, and the dark silver metal disc was just blocked by its bulging, marble-like muscle arm. Zzz. The Grolon giant's arm emitted a strong yellow glow. Its rugged rock-like muscles, after enduring nearly 2 meters of piercing damage, stubbornly resisted Ryan's dawn attack, the blade tooth spin. This was the first time since Ryan used the blade tooth spin that he faced an enemy capable of resisting its power. Although the blade tooth spin pierced into the Grolon giant's rocky muscles, compared to its thick, 4 to 5 meter wide arm, the nearly 2 meter long wound was not a serious injury. Grolon giants naturally have strong defense. They can absorb earth element energy particles to strengthen their defenses. Otherwise, do you think Grolon giants can tear apart dragons? Seeing this, Stuttgart couldn't help but laugh. Your attack is powerful, but it has a very small range. It might work well on other creatures, but for the Grolon giant, it's useless. Gravity field. Stuttgart immediately began controlling the Grolon giant to counterattack. A strange, twisted gravity suddenly enveloped everything around the Grolon giant. You can dodge the quicksand trap, but you absolutely can't avoid the gravity field. Die, Ryan. Grolon giant, crush him. Stuttgart shouted from behind the giant. Oh, do you really think I can't handle this Grolon giant? Ryan, feeling the fluctuating gravity field around him, smiled as he looked at Stuttgart. Completely ignoring the lives of ordinary people in Niflheim City, recklessly resurrecting and controlling the Grolon giant. Stuttgart, I am very disappointed in you. With that, Ryan's aura surged further, breaking through the mid-peak of the Dawn Mage level and advancing directly into the late stage of Dawn. Just now, Ryan noticed that many nearby houses, shops, and noble mansions were starting to collapse. If the Golem giant continued to run wild, even if he defeated Stuttgart, the entire city of Niflheim might be destroyed. What? Late Dawn stage. Stuttgart's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Ryan. You must be possessed by an evil god, Ryan. You monster. Ryan raised his right hand again, and a large dark silver disc appeared above his palm, floating and spinning rapidly. This time, Ryan didn't hold back and used his powerful Dawn attack, the Blade Tooth Spin. Unlike before, this disc was over 5 meters in diameter. Although this magic attack was a single target spell with very focused energy, the air around it began to distort and twist. With a flick of his right hand, the dark silver metal disc shot toward the Golem giant's head at lightning speed. Stone Shield. Iron Arm Defense. Stuttgart shouted nervously, casting his best earth-based protective magic while controlling the Golem giant's defenses. The Golem giant's massive stone arms crossed in front of him, shielding his head. Meanwhile, a huge semi-transparent earth energy shield rose from the ground, covering the upper half of the Golem giant. The blade tooth spin sliced into Stuttgart's stone shield, cutting through it like a knife through dough. It brushed past the Golem giant's arms and head, missing its target. Did it miss? Stuttgart was momentarily stunned, then burst into joy. Ha ha ha, Ryan, repeatedly using Dawn attacks. Even late-stage Dawn mages probably find it tough. Is that so? Ryan looked at Stuttgart with a half-smile. Suddenly, a strange sense of panic rose in Stuttgart's heart. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. In the next moment, a dark silver light shot from behind him, brushing his robe and quickly hitting the back of the Golem giant's head. This strange creature can still spin around. Still shaken, Stuttgart was relieved that he had narrowly escaped danger. But before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly froze. In the reflection of his wide eyes, he saw half of the Grolon giant's head slowly slide off, revealing a smooth, polished surface. Then, the massive body, as tall as a small mountain, collapsed with a loud crash. Boom. The ground shook violently, fierce winds howled, and dust and sand swept everywhere. From a distance, it looked like a mushroom cloud suddenly exploded over the Isodra Academy grounds. Stuttgart, if you surrender now and honestly tell the Empire what you've done, I won't kill you, Rain said calmly as he looked at Stuttgart. Rain, do you think you've won? Wrong. It's you. You pushed Niflheim and even the Cyrodiil Plateau into the abyss. Stuttgart suddenly lifted his drooping head, his face twisted with madness, pointing at Rain. His words confused the wizards of the Isodra Academy. No matter how they looked at it, facing a late-stage Dawn wizard, the Academy was bound to lose this time. But from Rain's words, it seemed he didn't want to pursue the matter too much. He just wanted their leader to admit fault to the Empire. Even from their point of view, that was already very generous. But what did their leader's last words mean? What does it mean to push Niflheim and the Cyrodiil Plateau into the abyss? Graham, I know you're already here. How long are you going to watch the show? Come out now. Stuttgart's eyes reddened as he shouted excitedly. Hee, Stuttgart, you're still so impatient. A slightly sinister voice echoed from all directions. Suddenly, the ground in the center of the Isodra Academy square collapsed into numerous tiny holes. These holes varied in size, some as small as a palm, others over 2 meters in diameter. Soon after, many black-striped spiders of different sizes emerged from underground. A thin man in a black robe and hood also stepped out from one of the larger holes. Rain suddenly felt a faint sense of being watched from multiple angles. However, the watcher's gaze was subtle, and with many Isodra mages mixed in, it was hard to tell who was observing him. Now he understood that the enemy was using these strange spiders to create a monitoring network. Because of this, he held back some of his strength during the fight. He didn't transform his bloodline or use shadow teleportation. Also, when he first saw the man in black, Rain immediately compared him to the information he had seen before. A few months ago, after Stavin's failed attempt to kill him, Rain learned about the Tukash school. The man in front of him was Graham, the leader of the Tukash school. He was a rare dawn mage with necromancer abilities, and most importantly, he seemed to have been corrupted by the evil god Novelrecap. Unlike Rain's calm expression, the two old Isidre mages exchanged a deep look, their eyes showing worry, shock, and disbelief. "This is Graham from the Tukash school," one of the liquefied mages exclaimed. The leader really colluded with the Tukash school," someone else said in disappointment. No wonder the reports from our patrols were ignored. Turns out the leader was working with the Tukash school. Eurus, you sacrificed yourself for nothing. I never thought the traitor was the leader." Another fog mage gritted his teeth, seeming to blame himself, as if his girlfriend had died in a conflict with the Tukash school. As Rain expected, most of the Isidre mages had been deceived by Stuttgart and the deputy leader Malcolm. "Wow, you're already a high-level mage in the late dawn stage at such a young age, Lord Rain. I'm really surprised." Graham lifted his hood, revealing a pale, thin face. He looked at Rain with a slight smile and said, "Thank you, but I don't need praise from someone who likes to spy in caves like a rat." Rain spoke calmly. Graham's smile froze at Rain's words. "It's a pity that someone with such great talent will fall on the Cyrodiil Plateau," Graham said, without pretending to be friendly anymore, looking at Rain with a very malicious expression. "Oh, just you?" Ryan cast a sidelong glance at the other person and then looked at the fallen golem giant's corpse. He continued, "You're helping to revive the golem giant, aren't you? I bet you didn't tell Stuttgart the full truth. Even if the golem giant is fully transformed into a necromantic creature, I doubt its owner is Stuttgart. It's probably you. Or perhaps it's the being you believe in." Hearing Ryan's words, Graham's pale and stern face stiffened slightly. "Graham, is this true?" Stuttgart's face darkened as he stared intently at Graham, asking, "That can't be true, Stuttgart. Don't you see? Ryan is trying to sow discord between us," Graham quickly replied. Graham's words made Stuttgart hesitate. After all, they made some sense, and Ryan hadn't provided any proof about the golem giant. His words were just words. "How sad." Ryan shook his head and sighed. "Stuttgart, look around. The enemy spider swarm has already surrounded us. I fear they have long planned to attack you and the Isodra school." "That's nonsense. The spider swarms are here to kill you," Stuttgart snapped. "Go." With a wave of Graham's hand, the dense spider swarms rushed toward Ryan. Before Stuttgart could think carefully about Ryan's words, Graham took out a dark, carved wooden box from his chest and quickly opened it. Inside, a bright yellow, heart-like object appeared before Stuttgart's eyes. "Stuttgart, look what I brought you," Graham said in an enticing voice. "The heart of the earth?" Stuttgart's expression immediately softened, and his gaze toward Graham became gentler. "You finally found the heart of the earth." Stuttgart's excited eyes fixed on the wooden box, unable to look away. The heart of the earth is a treasure higher than the essence of the earth element. It is only found inside naturally powerful beings like mountain giants, hill giants, and golem giants, who have extraordinary control over earth elements. For high-level earth mages, it is incredibly attractive. It can be used to increase their strength or craft powerful magical tools. However, with the extinction of these epic or semi-divine creatures, the heart of the earth has become very hard to find. Of course, I promised you that as long as the alien spider nests are evenly distributed across the Cyrodiil Plateau, we will find the core of the earth. Graham smiled and approached Stuttgart, seemingly intending to hand over the earth core. Just as Stuttgart happily took the wooden box, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A dagger emitting black light shot out like lightning from the bottom of the box, piercing straight into Stuttgart's chest. The protective magic of Stuttgart's innate defense was automatically activated but was instantly broken through. Clearly, this dagger was extraordinary, likely blessed with divine power. "You." Stuttgart's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Graham. "Sorry, Stuttgart. The great Neobrecan is about to descend, but it requires the soul and blood of 2 dawn mages. You, in my plan, are the first. Don't worry. As for Rain, I will help you kill him. I will avenge your grudge." Graham smiled as he spoke, then extended a finger, muttering a brief prayer before touching the black glowing dagger. In the next second, the dagger turned into a mass of black mist, beginning to rapidly corrupt Stuttgart's wounded body. "Ah, Stuttgart trembled uncontrollably like a sieve, his face and palms showing strange black stripes similar to those of a spider, and he let out a piercing scream. Immediately after, Stuttgart's body floated into the air, and an evil, powerful, and grand aura started to emanate from him. Meanwhile, the corpse of the Gorgon giant suddenly emitted a nearly identical evil aura. Instantly, both auras surged dozens of times stronger. Strangely, it seemed as if there was some connection between the two, as if a twin-born entity was beginning to descend. The sudden change before their eyes caused the sorcerers of the Isidre school to scream in terror. Master of the sect. Many sorcerers, knowing that their sect leader Stuttgart had done wrong, still felt a mix of pity, emotion, and anger upon seeing him die at Graham's hands. But, intimidated by Graham's power, no one dared to step forward to seek revenge. Meanwhile, high above, still some distance from the Cerrital Plateau, an Imperial high-speed airship was rushing forward. Inside the luxurious cabin, around an oval table, several dignified people were engaged in a heated debate. Reen's secret attack and killing of Marquis Orange was already too much. Now he's going to the Isidre school to seek revenge. Is he trying to cause chaos in the Empire? This was said by Paniskork, the Empire Guardian known as Stormcloud. That's not fair. It's clear that the Isidre school arranged for someone to attack Reen's followers. Reen's visit to the school is understandable, argued Marshal Alfred, defending his position. Relying on just one Isidre wizard's accusation against Vice-Head Malcolm doesn't prove the entire school is guilty, nor does it suggest that Head Stuggart has any issues. Furthermore, even if there is a reason, is the Council of Elders just for show? If everyone acted like young Reen here, the Empire would be in chaos. Paniskork said impatiently. For a moment, Marshal Alfred didn't know how to respond, because what he said was also true. At that moment, a middle-aged man in an Imperial Marshal uniform, standing nearby, spoke firmly. Our military has received top-secret intelligence. The hidden school, the Tuktakash School, located on the western border of Cerrital Plateau, has been very active these past 2 years and seems to have further plans. So, the Empire currently needs the Isidre School to stabilize Cerrital Plateau. Reen's actions go against the Empire's main policy of using large wizard schools to keep the border stable. This shows a disregard for the Empire's interests. This marshal was Mayor Rain, a representative of the conservative noble faction in the Empire's military. He believed that the sword-bearers should be part of the military. Otherwise, there would be conflicting orders and coordination problems. He had always had a tense relationship with Marshal Alfred, who was also a sword-bearer. Enough arguing. Let's wait until we arrive and ask Reen for more details, a slightly older voice said. This was Elder Ivan, who had met Reen once before. Because Reen had previously saved the Red Queen Menia, Elder Ivan held a good opinion of him. Half an hour ago, after receiving a report to the Empire Senate about Ryan's unauthorized execution of the Imperial Marquis and his trip to the Cerrital Plateau, he decided to lead a team to the Cerrital Plateau. He was worried that Ryan, being young and impulsive, might accidentally clash with Stuttgart. If that happened, it would be good to be there to help Ryan. After all, he couldn't let Mania's savior get into trouble while she was recovering her strength in seclusion. Nilheim. When Ryan struck the ground with his palm, a large ripple of dark silver metal spread out, covering and piercing through hundreds of strange spider-like creatures. He then saw that Stuttgart's body had changed dramatically. His body was stretched to the limit, and a quick formation of a gray-white, intricately striped chitinous shell appeared on his surface. His lower body grew for spider-like limbs. Soon, a bizarre creature appeared before Ryan, over 10 meters tall, with the upper body human-shaped and the lower body spider-shaped. Unfamiliar whispers spread outward from the creature, filling the surrounding area. Guards at the gate of the Isodra School of Magic suddenly screamed in terror. These guards, only at night level, had developed spider-like fur all over their bodies. Their swords and shields fell to the ground because their palms had mutated into spider-like limbs, making it impossible to hold weapons or shields. The whispers sounded like magic chants, capable of turning humans into half-human, half-spider monsters. From the corpse of the Grolon giant, which looked like a small mountain, something suddenly burst out from inside, as if something was hatching from the Grolon's body. A huge spider, roughly the same size as the Grolon giant, slowly crawled out from its abdomen. Its 8 sharp limbs stretched out prominently, reaching 30 or 40 meters in length, while its round body, about 10 meters in diameter, was less noticeable. Pink compound eyes covered the terrifying mouthparts. Even a fog-level wizard would feel dizzy just by looking at it. The wizard apprentices, as if under mental control, moved like zombies, stiffly walking toward the enormous creature. Most of the wizards present probably didn't know what kind of monster this was, but two ancient wizards from the Isodra School of Magic, known as living fossils, saw through the situation. Not good. This is recorded in ancient texts, the two great incarnations of the spider evil god, Manhwaedit. The old wizard with white hair exclaimed. Exactly. The unlistenable Kshil and the unseeable Donok. Everyone, retreat quickly. First-level wizards cast silence. The old bearded wizard shouted as he quickly guided others. Hearing the commands from the two elders, the originally chaotic scene of the Isodra mages finally began to organize. However, these mages of the Isodra school were not Graham's main concern. Only the person in front of him, Ryan, mattered. Lord Ryan, the two incarnations of Manhwaedit have arrived. If you are sacrificed now, the arrival will be complete, Graham said with a smile, looking at Ryan. Ryan didn't speak. Instead, he glanced at the two monsters in front of him, showing no fear, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Judging by the strong divine aura on their bodies, whether or not they are evil god incarnations, they definitely contain a lot of evil god power. Thank you, Ryan said seriously. Thank you? Graham was surprised. Thank you for summoning these so-called evil god incarnations. They will become my stepping stones for increasing my strength. As he spoke, Ryan took off his wizard robe, folded it neatly, and placed it aside. Relying solely on magic might not be enough to deal with them, so he decided to fight physically as well. Arrogant, Graham shouted angrily. He naturally interpreted Ryan's words as an insult to Lord Manhwaedit, never considering that Ryan was actually speaking the truth. He didn't need to say anything further. Two divine beings simultaneously launched their attack on Ryan. Donok, the unseeable, which is the giant pink spider with a huge compound eye that hatched from a Gorgon giant's body, suddenly spat out a white spider web at Ryan. If looked at closely, one could see that the end of the web was connected to a tough silk thread, which was attached to Donok's mouthparts. This means that once the white web catches prey, the resilient silk is quickly pulled, and a prey of normal size will be instantly drawn into Donok's ferocious mouth. This is one of Donok's special abilities, called Silk Grip. However, when it was aimed at Ryan, it was destined to fail, because at this moment, Ryan's body had already suddenly and was no longer normal. The web that would normally cover and wrap around him could only cover a small part of his leg. Suddenly, a large dark silver dragon appeared in front of everyone. The spider silk was gently pulled by a strong dragon claw and broke easily. Dragon's bloodline? No wonder your strength is so great. Graham immediately looked surprised and then happily said, "This is a happy surprise. If we can sacrifice you, the half-god clone of Neo-Burekin's descent will likely become even stronger." At this moment, the unhearable Kizel, who arrived using Stuttgart's body, launched an attack that reached Ryan's front. It was an invisible, transparent wave that, on its way, thinned the ground around by several feet. When it swept past a guard who couldn't dodge, it instantly caused the guard to explode with a loud bang. The attack from unhearable Kizel seemed to be a very high-frequency sound wave. Roar! Ryan narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and let out a deafening dragon roar toward the invisible sound wave. The same powerful sound wave formed semi-transparent ripples in the air, clashing immediately with the opponent's ultrasonic ripples. Just as everyone thought these two sound waves would cancel each other out or weaken significantly, they were stunned to find that, although the central area was canceled, the edges actually grew stronger. This caused the buildings of the Isolde school around them to collapse like sand. Some mages at the foggy level couldn't dodge in time and were quickly blown up by the intense sound waves. "This wave's power is too strong, quickly hide inside the buildings," shouted the elderly Isolde mage with white hair. "Is this the strength of the youngest epic-level warrior in the Empire? It's too powerful." "Yes, he can even resist the incarnation of the evil god." Other school mages looked on in shock, realizing that when Ryan fought against Stuttgart's main force earlier, he hadn't used his full strength. This situation made many wizards of the Isodra school feel quite fond of Rain. After all, he could easily defeat or even kill their leader, Stuttgart, yet still persuaded their own leader to admit fault to the Empire. At this moment, Graham's attack arrived. He released a yellow beam with a strong, foul smell. This is a plague ray. Once hit, even a peak crystallized wizard would instantly become infected, run a fever, and bleed internally. Soon, they would turn into a puddle of pus. But for Rain, this was an easy challenge. Rain stood still, raising his dark silver glowing dragon claw to block the attack, completely deflecting it. Now that Rain had transformed into an old dragon, his aura had grown even stronger. More importantly, his close combat and defense abilities had greatly improved. His high physical resilience and poison resistance in the old dragon form meant that even if Graham's attack hit directly, Rain wouldn't be seriously hurt. All three attacks failed to harm the old dragon form of Rain, which made Graham momentarily stunned. For a moment, Graham seemed to have a false impression. Rain appeared like an extremely majestic mountain, impossible to destroy or even shake. Pray. Kill. Chaotic speech, Donok, as a divine incarnation, naturally wouldn't have Graham's thoughts. It let out a loud roar and controlled 8 sharp, large limb-like appendages rushing toward Rain. Despite its huge size, Donok moved faster than expected. The wizard from Isodra nearby saw multiple afterimages of Donok approaching, but it was already engaged in battle with Rain. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 pairs of limb-like appendages in front of Donok's body struck like giant crossbows, stabbing at Rain dozens of times in a flash, but were blocked by Rain's equally sharp dragon claws. For a moment, the sound of metal clashing filled the air, dense like rain hitting banana leaves. This time, Graham learned his lesson. Instead of casting attack spells, he used a restraining spell, Shadowbind. A thick shadow chain wrapped around Rain's huge old dragon form. Although the Shadowbind still couldn't fully restrict Rain's attacks, it effectively slowed down Rain's movement. Even with Rain's strong resistance, the reduced speed was enough to affect the battle's balance. Hiki. The transformation of the dragon's bloodline was no big deal. He would just die here. Seeing that the shadow binding was effective, Graham felt very happy. Beside him, the unlistenable Kexil cooperated perfectly, launching a second attack. It suddenly spat out a dark green mist, which quickly floated toward Ryan and grew larger along the way. This was a highly corrosive poison cloud attack. However, just as the poison cloud was about to hit, in the next moment, the giant dark silver dragon, over 60 meters long, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. This left Graham and others momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Suddenly, the dark silver dragon reappeared behind the unlistenable Kexil. Before the other could react, a sharp, thick dragon claw pierced into its back spine. Another claw covered the head with a chitinous shell, grabbing it tightly. This scene was like basketball star Shaquille O'Neal squeezing a normal-sized water bottle. Because the other's body was only a few meters long, it looked tiny compared to Ryan's current giant dragon form. Smack! The other's head shattered instantly. But Ryan's attack was not over. Flame breath. A crimson, cone-shaped breath quickly grew larger, completely covering the headless body of the unlistenable Kexil. Space. Space magic. How is this possible? Graham exclaimed in shock, even stuttering. If it weren't for space magic, how could Ryan's enormous dragon body suddenly disappear? This doubt even overshadowed why the unlistenable Kexil was so easily defeated. Because, in theory, as a clone of Lord Nioberekan, ordinary physical attacks or magic damage shouldn't cause much harm. To kill unlistenable Kexil, high-level wizards would need to continuously cast magic attacks. In his previous plan, the giant dragon formed by Ryan, though highly resistant, would gradually weaken under increasing negative magic influences, until being overwhelmed and killed by their siege. That way, the final piece of Lord Nioberekan's puzzle would fall into place, and it would be a high-quality piece. But Ryan's strange disappearance and reappearance just now completely shattered his plan. Huh. Space magic, exclaimed the last surviving old wizard of the Isodra school, with a look of disbelief. This is long-lost space magic, said another gray-haired wizard, nearly going mad with shock. Other wizards from the Isodra school also stared in amazement, unable to believe what they saw for a long time. Meanwhile, with the death of unhearable Kshil, many ordinary people inside Nirheim City began to return to normal. The spider traits started to fade, the limbs reverted to palms, and the patterns on their bodies disappeared. However, internal injuries were unavoidable. Many people collapsed to the ground exhausted, but this was much better than turning into spider-like beings. On the other side, Ryan quickly added some attribute points to himself, allowing his nearly drained stamina to recover to peak levels. Although shadow shuttling is very useful, it depends on body size. Larger bodies make it harder to move through shadows. That's why he didn't use this special ability casually. When he first used shadow shuttling, he also activated Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, which is his only core skill as a legendary profession. It deals real damage and has always been a powerful weapon against divine projections and clones. Using both together consumed a lot of energy, but the effect was remarkable. In just one combo, he defeated Unhearable Xil's clone of the evil god Novelrecap. At the same time, the system prompt appeared as expected. Ding. Detected some unknown high-quality energy that can enhance the materialization of mental power. Would you like to absorb it? Note, system absorption can remove impurities. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose yes. This was something he had already anticipated. Suddenly, he felt a powerful and pure energy rush from Xil's charred shell, like a dragon's claw, quickly flowing into his mind. In his mind, the mental energy point, which was about the size of a plum, expanded further. After absorption, Ryan flicked his dragon claw, tossing Xil's burnt corpse aside like a discarded shoe. Then, his dragon eyes turned to Greem and unseeable Donok. A sudden, unexplainable chill rose from their hearts. This feeling was like being watched by a top predator. Retreat. Confused speech, Donok backed up 2 steps while letting out a cry. The giant Donok, which was dozens of meters long, blinked its pink compound eyes and suddenly plunged into the ground below. Its 4 pairs of huge limbs dug rapidly, almost instantly disappearing beneath the surface. Graham saw this and broke out in cold sweat. Since Donok had escaped and he was weaker than Donok, he dared not stay. But he couldn't follow Donok in the same direction because Donok had already gone ahead. If he followed behind, he would be caught by rain first. So, Graham quickly ran into another hole in the ground in a different direction. Faced with this situation, Rain was slightly stunned. On one hand, he didn't expect that, as an evil god, the opponent's fighting spirit was so weak. On the other hand, he was thinking about which one to chase first, because he could only leave one behind. With a quick thought, he charged toward Donok. The reason was simple. Donok was one of the incarnations of the evil god Nayubulu Kansas. Killing it meant he could absorb more divine power released by the opponent. Boom. A dark silver giant dragon suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hole Donok was digging. Its claws, glowing with intense dark silver light, slammed heavily into the ground. The rippling dark silver metal spread downward. Dense metal spikes blocked the deeper underground passage, also greatly slowing Donok's digging speed. Then, the giant dragon bent down and suddenly pulled, grabbing a long, huge limb, one of Donok's 4 long legs. Roar. With a furious roar, the dark silver dragon transformed by Rain's power suddenly tensed its muscles beneath its scales. Donok felt an irresistible force from one of its limbs, trying to drag it out of the hole. Click. Seeing this, Donok was very decisive. It immediately cut off that limb just as it was about to be pulled out, intending to rush back into the hole. In the blink of an eye, Rain's other claw had already pierced the ground, and with it directly struck the middle of Donok's torso. Painful Donok struggles desperately to get up and quickly bites at the dragon's claw. Almost simultaneously, Ryan activates the Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, releasing a blast of flame directly into the cave entrance, turning Donok into a charcoal spider. Then, the system prompt appears again. Ding. Unknown high-quality energy detected that can enhance mental strength. Do you want to absorb it? Note, system absorption can remove impurities. A few seconds later, after absorption is complete, Ryan begins to revert from his old dragon form back to human. However, at this moment, Ryan notices that the wound on his left arm has not healed automatically. He looks down and sees a black-gray bite mark on his left biceps. Although it shows no signs of spreading, it also shows no signs of healing, as if reaching a certain balance. For Ryan, who has extremely high poison resistance and strong physique, this is the first time he has encountered such a severe toxin. Ryan glances at the small text on the system panel and frowns slightly. Donok's poison. Donok's poison effect greatly reduces the body's healing ability, causes continuous poisoning damage, and carries curses of weakness and fatigue. Finally, there is a system-provided healing time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Even with my physique and poison resistance, it will take 3 days to fully clear. The curses are the most troublesome part, reducing my strength by about 20%. Ryan checks his mental state and finds that his current mental energy fluctuation has dropped to the mid-morning level. But since he can heal himself, Ryan is not overly worried. He immediately reviews his attribute panel. Mental, 282, qualitative 92%. After killing the unlistenable Kexel, I absorbed a 12% increase. The second kill, unseeable Donok, increased it by 11%. I've truly reached the peak of the Morning Dawn Mage. Seeing the current level of qualitative enhancement, Ryan's initial frustration from being poisoned by Donok instantly disappears. Because if given another choice, even knowing that killing Donok would lead to poisoning, Ryan would still choose to fight him without hesitation. 3 days of weakness for a permanent boost in strength. Everyone knows how to make that decision. At this moment, Rain suddenly looked up at the distant sky. He saw a large airship slowly appearing on the horizon. With his eyesight, he could see that the airship's balloon had a symbol of a 5-colored dragon. At the same time, the lookout on the airship could see the huge crater in the center of the Isodra Academy Square in Nilheim City, along with the remaining smoke and dust. Soon, the news was quickly reported to everyone in the meeting room. What? Most of the Isodra Academy's base seems to be destroyed? Lord Rain is too young and reckless. The Guardian of the Empire, known as Stormcloud Paniskork, slammed the table and scolded angrily. Does he not know that the Isodra Academy is in the heart of Nilheim? His reckless attack shows he disrespects the lives of ordinary citizens. Elder Ivan, I suggest the council temporarily suspend the review of Rain's candidacy as a guardian. Although he meets the basic requirements of an Empire Guardian, his personal qualities do not match those of a true protector. At this moment, the Empire Army Marshal, Meyer Rain, also agreed. Yes. And there's another problem. If the Isodra Academy demands action against Lord Rain, what do you think we should do? I must remind everyone. If we do nothing and cause the Isodra Academy to lose faith, who will then help the Empire guard the Cyrodiil Plateau and suppress the cults and secret schools? Though he posed it as a question, his words clearly indicated the serious consequences of inaction, and the meaning was obvious. Well, Marshal Alfred hesitated, unsure how to respond. Elder Ivan's face also looked a bit grim. If that were the case, even with his influence, Rain wouldn't face serious punishment. However, his status as a candidate for the Empire Guardian might be ruined. The Imperial Council? Could they be here for me? Rain frowned slightly. He had a faint feeling that the visitors were not friendly. At this moment, the wizards of the Isodra Academy, who had been guarding behind a protective magic array, gradually stepped out. The 2 senior wizards leading them observed for a while and noticed that Rain didn't seem to intend to continue attacking. Only then did they dare to approach him together. The old man with a square beard and the elderly man with white hair both bowed to Ren and said, Your Majesty Ren, the incident involving the Isolde Ray School is truly shameful. Most of the young mages in the school do not know what the leader Stuttgart and deputy leader Malcolm have done. We hope Your Majesty Round can forgive these young people. They respectfully called Ren Your Majesty, not just as flattery but from genuine sincerity. After all, as late-stage Dawn mages, even if Ren is not yet the protector of the Empire, he already acts like one. Ren nodded and said, I saw your performance just now. It's clear that most of the school's mages do not know what Stuttgart has done. Even you two did not act, which shows you have been kept in the dark. While speaking, Ren looked around. He noticed that besides the 2 elders, who were peak crystallization mages, there were 6 or 7 other crystallization-level mages, over 30 liquid-level mages, and more than 100 fog-level mages nearby. Wherever they were, this was a powerful force, showing the strength and background of a large mage school. It's embarrassing to say, but since Stuttgart was promoted to a Dawn mage, we have had little say in the school's affairs. Otherwise, we might have discovered some clues earlier, the white-haired elder said. What's the point of saying all this? The Isolde Ray School might be expelled from the large mage schools this time. The square-bearded elder looked around and sighed. This is inevitable. When the dynasty changes, mage schools naturally rise and fall. But, Your Majesty Ren, I'm afraid our Isolde Ray School can no longer defend the Cyrodiil Plateau. Please also inform the Empire's leaders. Of course, we will also apply to the Empire ourselves. Ren didn't answer directly but thought for a moment before asking, By the way, I heard you were collecting minerals earlier? Since you specialize in earth magic, you shouldn't need so many rare minerals. Your Majesty Ren, a few years ago, alien spider swarms began to spread across the Cyrodiil Plateau. Dealing with these swarms is not easy. Even our school suffered significant losses. Our library contains many blueprints for constructing various devices. We want to try using golems to fight alien spider groups. After testing, rock golems and clay golems are not as effective as metal golems. That makes sense, Ryan nodded. At the same time, he began to develop a more mature plan. He had just looked around and noticed that the sorcerers of the Isodra school felt quite proud of their own tradition. Even after recent changes, it was unlikely they would be easily merged into the Bishu construction school. Moreover, such things cannot be forced. Even if it were possible, forcing them might cause conflicts and disputes with the original Bishu sorcerers if they didn't genuinely want to join. This was different from his previous idea, which was to force the merger. Now, it seemed better to first establish a kind of alliance or construction association. They could gradually influence and sway the sorcerers over time. When the right moment comes, everything will fall into place naturally. I think there's no need for the Isodra school to relocate. I've been planning to create an association for machinery and construction devices. We can share knowledge and defend together. Currently, the Bishu Construction School is already in place, Ryan said. If you agree to join, and we have a mutual defense agreement, threats like the Tutkash School or others won't be a big problem. I will visit the Cyrodiil Plateau from time to time. When the two old sorcerers heard the first part, they immediately understood Ryan's goal. This isn't just an association, it's a mutual defense organization. Some small and medium-sized sorcerer schools often prefer this approach. Additionally, the Isodra school no longer has the Dawn sorcerers. If they join, Ryan would hold the dominant position. However, Ryan's last remark caught their attention. Although they could relocate their base, the school had suffered great setbacks, and many enemies would come after them. As a large sorcerer school, there are many interests and conflicts, and with the school weakened, it's unlikely they won't be targeted. Ryan's proposal offered them a safe haven. Furthermore, the Isodra school had been stationed on the Cyrodiil Plateau for 1,000 years, which was considered their homeland. Most sorcerers naturally didn't want to leave. That's wonderful. Joint defense? Shared construction knowledge? Before the two old wizards could agree, the wizards from the Isodra school nearby started discussing excitedly. The two old wizards exchanged a glance and immediately bowed to Ryan, respectfully saying, "This is indeed a great thing. On behalf of the Isodra school, we are willing to join the construction association led by Lord Ryan." Good, Ryan nodded with a smile. Actually, he had another goal, to use constructs to counter the advantage of the evil god Nayubu Brecken's spider swarm. Relying only on the witches from the Bishu construction school wouldn't be enough, but with the Isodra school witches and a large number of construct creations for sweeping inspections, they could quickly eliminate the subterranean spider nests. Additionally, this method might help uncover the exact location of the hidden school, Tutkash, and completely eliminate their opponents. He hoped they would surprise him again at the right moment. Meanwhile, the giant airship was approaching and slowly landing nearby. Several high-ranking Empire officials descended one after another, led by Elder Ivan, whom Ryan had seen before. Following him were Panton Skok, Marshal Alfred, and another Marshal Ryan did not recognize. Seeing this, the wizards of the Isodra school felt tense. They thought they had come to cause trouble for them. But soon, they realized it might not be what they expected. Before Elder Ivan could speak, Panton Skok looked around at the scene, which looked like it had been hit by a meteor, and at the giant Gorgon corpses piled like small hills. He was excited and said, "Lord Ryan, you've gone too far. Forget about right or wrong for now. Have you considered that fighting in Stuttgart could destroy the city of Nilheim? By the way, what about Stuttgart?" Panton Skok suddenly remembered a question, looked around, and asked. "This should be what you call Stuttgart." Ryan pointed to the scorched ground not far away. "What? Ryan, you actually killed him?" Panton Skok was both surprised and happy. He was amazed at Ryan's strength, realizing Ryan was incredibly powerful. Even though he might be slightly stronger than Stuttgart, this is the enemy's main base. It would be very difficult for him to defeat Stuttgart at the Isodra School of Magic. The good thing is that Ryan's reckless actions mean the candidate for the Empire's Guardian is likely to be stripped of his title this time. Even Elder Ivan or Princess Minia trying to intervene wouldn't help much. Before Ryan could answer, Meyer Lane, dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Army Marshal, loudly said, "Lord Ryan, what you are doing is truly disregarding the laws of the Empire. Do you realize that Stuttgart has long been stationed on the Cyrodiil Plateau for the safety of the Empire's borders, and has made many contributions? Yet, you just killed him, which is. However, Meyer Marshall noticed that as he spoke, the surrounding wizards of the Isodra School of Magic looked at him with strange eyes. He had seen that look before. It was the look a normal person gives when looking at someone crazy. Realizing something was wrong, Meyer Marshall's voice gradually softened, and he stopped speaking altogether, looking around in confusion. Cough. This Marshall, an old wizard with white hair, stepped forward and said. Then, he looked at Ryan's expression, as if confirming that Ryan didn't mind him speaking, and continued. We accused Stuttgart of colluding with the Tutkash School of Magic to threaten the Empire's safety. Lord Ryan prevented their plans. Also, Stuttgart was not killed by Lord Ryan but died from Graham's dagger. Hearing this, Elder Ivan, Marshal Alfred, Pantoskok, and Meyer all looked stunned. What? How is that possible? Marshal Meyer exclaimed in shock. So, you're saying Ryan is innocent and even contributed to the safety of the Empire? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Pantoskok said with a pale face, shaking his head repeatedly. Faced with the doubts of an Empire Guardian, the two old wizards of the Isodra School of Magic looked at each other, confused about what was happening. They all turned to Ryan. Ryan waved his hand, signaling them not to worry about it. But this made Pantoskok more convinced in his mind that Ryan forcefully killed Stuttgart with strength than made the remaining Isodra sorcerers bow to him. After all, he had done similar things before, so naturally, Pantoskok thought along this line. I believe Lord Ryan is not a bloodthirsty person, and whether what Lord Ryan and the two Isodra sorcerers said is true, we can find out quickly through investigation, Marshal Alfred said in a deep voice. That plan sounds good. Elder Ivan nodded in agreement. Ryan naturally did not oppose this and simply said calmly to Pantoskok and Meyer, I hope both of you won't just say it's impossible. Also, a word of advice. Even if there are false accusations, there should be evidence, not just words. Pantoskok looked displeased. Soon, the elite soldiers quickly examined the entire scene. Not long after, a team of soldiers brought over various sizes of spider corpses and reported, Sir, these are the bodies of alien spiders found in the ground holes. This is not a native species of the Cyrodiil Plateau. It matches the previous intelligence reports. These are spiders secretly bred by the Tutkash School. In other words, members of the Tutkash School invaded here? Marshal Alfred asked. I also sense the aura of the evil god, Elder Ivan said solemnly as they entered the core area of the recent battle. With each piece of evidence pointing to Stuttgart colluding with the Tutkash School, there was little doubt left. Ryan was not guilty but had actually contributed, which made Pantoskok and Marshal Meyer look as dark as a pot bottom. At this moment, the two remained silent beside them. It seems Lord Ryan successfully prevented the Tutkash School's conspiracy against the Cyrodiil Plateau of the Empire, protecting Nilheim's safety. At the same time, he also killed Stuttgart, who was controlled by the evil god, and another evil god avatar, Marshal Alfred said with a smile. Elder Ivan, I believe Lord Ryan's strength and achievements are enough to serve as the protector of the Empire. I suggest the Council of Elders dismiss Lord Ryan from his probation. Alfred looked at Elder Ivan and said, Wait, even if Lord Ryan's defeat of the Tutkash School's conspiracy is true, I believe there are doubts about killing two evil god avatars, Pantoskok said quietly. He hadn't seen Lord Ryan in a long time, and his understanding of Ryan's strength was still based on the impression that he had just recently become a Dawn Mage. Most importantly, Ryan's current aura is very confusing. Ryan, who was poisoned by Donok, only showed mental fluctuations typical of a mid-Dawn Mage. Although surprising, it wasn't enough to make Pantoskok afraid. Instead, Pantoskok was increasingly wary of how quickly Ryan's strength was improving. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that those are evil god avatars. Even I am not confident I could defeat one, let alone two. So, I think it's most likely a projection of an evil god. If it is just a projection, it's a commendable achievement but not enough to skip the trial period, Pantoskok said confidently. Lord Ryan, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Ryan glanced at him calmly. Oh? So, you mean your strength is better than mine? Very well. Pantoskok smiled instead of getting angry. In fact, he was waiting for Ryan to say this. How about a match at the Imperial Royal Arena in a week? Based on what you just said, you shouldn't be afraid, right? A match? Ryan looked at Pantoskok with a strange expression. His opponent was only a mid-dawn mage, yet he couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Was it because Rain was poisoned by Donok, leading him to misjudge his strength? Or was it that he planned to defeat this Storm Cloud nickname holder now, or wait a week and do it publicly in the arena? Although Rain was poisoned by Donok now, defeating him would only take about a minute. He thought about it and still wanted to see what this guy was really up to. Could he really have such confidence with only a mid-dawn level? Most importantly, Rain planned to thoroughly defeat Poniskok in front of the Empire's high officials and investigate the shady dealings of the Drame family. It was also a warning to the conservative faction. However, Rain's hesitation made Poniskok mistakenly think he was afraid. Next, Ryan's words further convinced Poniskok that his judgment was correct. Ryan thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "If a contest is only to prove myself, that's not fair." "Oh, Lord Ryan, what do you think is fair?" "It's simple. If I lose, then naturally, the conclusion you just made applies. But if I win, Lord Poniskok must pay the price he deserves. I heard that the Dram family owns 30% of the shares in the Axon auction house." "All right. I agree." Poniskok never thought he would lose, so he nodded immediately and agreed. Elder Ivan wanted to stop him, but after looking at Ryan's expression and glancing at Alfred, who seemed more confident in Ryan, he decided not to speak. "Elder Ivan, since Lord Ryan has agreed to the contest, I will go back first," Poniskok said with a slight bow. "Your Grace, I will accompany you," said Marshal Meyer, also planning to leave with Poniskok. After all, staying here seemed pointless. Everything would be clear after the contest. "All right. Actually, we are all colleagues of the Empire. No need to take it so seriously," Elder Ivan sighed as he watched the two leave. Late at night, in the Baishio Mechanical School, Moria, who had just been stopped from attacking the Dawn, was now inside the school meeting room, discussing the school's promotion with Deputy Leader Bradley and Mentor Ryan, Maguro. "So, because Lord Ryan returned safely, the Isodra school no longer dares to block us and has agreed?" Moria asked with surprise. "That's what reliable sources say," Bradley replied with a smile and nodded. "Those guys are just followers of the wind, afraid to offend the strong," Moria said angrily, then laughed. Hearing this, Maguro stroked his red beard with a smile, seeming proud of it. For him, Ryan's safe return was the biggest joy, especially since their school used his reputation to smoothly pass the promotion review. "Has the promotion exam date been set?" Moria asked. "Yes, in a week." "That's so soon?" "Maguro, it seems we need to contact Lord Rain," Moria said with a smile. Before Maguro could say anything, suddenly, a somewhat hurried knocking sound was heard. Knock, knock, knock. This immediately made Moria look displeased. He had already instructed his subordinates not to disturb him during the meeting, but since he was interrupted, he naturally allowed someone to come in. "Come in." The person turned out to be Audrey. She had a slightly red face and looked quite excited, saying, "Lord Dispatch, Lord Bradley, and the Mentor, Lord Rain sent an urgent message. He hopes he will lead a team immediately to the Cyrodiil Plateau. He said the Isodra School will join our faction's construction association. Oh, and Lord Rain also asked you to bring the Destroyer Golem." Audrey's words caused the three people in the meeting room to exchange surprised glances. Moria thought he must be hearing things. Did he just hear the Isodra School? And what construction association? But when he looked at Bradley and Maguro beside him, he was sure he hadn't misheard, because both of them had their mouths slightly open, showing expressions of disbelief. Audrey, what did you just say? Could you repeat that, please?" Moria tried to calm himself and maintain his leader's composure, speaking kindly to Audrey. "Yes, Lord Dispatch." After Audrey repeated it once more, the three of them were still unable to calm down for a long time. After Audrey left, Moria took a moment to process the news and asked with a puzzled look at the two of them. Bradley, Maguro, has our faction ever established a construction association before?" "Well, I don't think so," Bradley thought for a moment and replied uncertainly. "I don't think so either," Maguro nodded firmly. Lord Rain seems to have done something incredible again. From what I know, Stuttgart from the Isodra School isn't easy to get along with, and I don't know how Lord Rain managed to persuade him," Moria said with a shake of his head, feeling somewhat amazed. As for the Empire Construction Association, Moria looked at them with admiration. The association with the prefix Empire. Since becoming the leader of the Baishu Construction School, he never dreamed of establishing such an organization. "Leader, since Ryan was invited, we should go to the Cyrodiil Plateau to see everything for ourselves," Why guess here? Moguaro couldn't help but speak. Yes. Let's go? All of us, Moria immediately agreed. By the way, Moguaro, arrange for someone to load the recently repaired destroyer onto the airship. The three quickly took action. That night, the Baishu Construction School launched an airship heading to Nilheim on the Saradil Plateau. Saradil Plateau. Inside the airship cabin above the Isodra School. Because the school was badly damaged, the meeting was held on the airship. After several wizards from the Isodra School explained the situation, Elder Ivan and Marshal Alfred understood the basics. Elder Ivan, sorry to trouble you to come all this way, Ryan said with some apology. Lord Ryan, if my visit can help stop a cult's conspiracy, I am happy to travel all over the Empire, Elder Ivan joked humorously. Everyone present laughed at his words. By the way, Lord Ryan, before we go back, is there anything you need us to do? I plan to establish a construction association. Anyone interested in creating construct creatures can apply to join. I want to use construct creatures to deal with the alien spider swarms that are now spreading across the Saradil Plateau. Oh, that's a very good idea. Elder Ivan's eyes narrowed, and a glint of sharpness appeared. Dealing with these underground, maze-like, widely spread alien spider swarms is very difficult. Even he has no good solution. Though dragons are powerful in battle, they feel somewhat helpless against such enemies. Ryan's approach seems very feasible. Additionally, Marshal, I hope to officially establish a Swordbearers branch on the Saradil Plateau. I believe the more remote the Empire's borders, the more control we need to strengthen. Of course, I understand that the Swordbearer currently has a shortage of personnel. However, the framework can be built first. I used to have a few team members in the Munster province who were quite capable. The two suggestions made by Ryan were accepted by Elder Ivan and Marshal Alfred during the meeting. The next day at noon, the Elder Council's airship set out again to return to the Empire. Confronted with the threat of the evil god Juergenmann, the Empire still needed careful discussion and planning. Soon after, Moria and others who arrived overnight reached the Isidre Academy's base. They were first shocked by the scene that looked like a meteor strike, then respectfully led into the underground construction hall. Seeing the polite treatment from the Isidre mages, both Moria and Bradley felt a proud sense of achievement. At this moment, Ryan and two senior mages from the Isidre Academy were already waiting for them. Minter, head of the faction, Ryan nodded with a smile. Ryan naturally didn't have much energy to spend on the construction association, so he called Moria through a message. As the head of the Bishio Construction School and a master of construction, Ryan had enough management experience and ability to handle this task. After some polite exchanges, Ryan said, "Now that everyone is here, I'll briefly explain the situation. I have knowledge from the ancient Goblin Empire. In terms of mechanical creations, the ancient goblins were more advanced than us. I think we can learn more from their achievements." While speaking, Ryan also shared some basic knowledge of goblin engineering. At the same time, he demonstrated immediately. Under the mental power of a Dawn Mage level, combined with super metal affinity and metal deformation magic, within just 15 minutes, a nearly 3-meter-tall mechanical landbird appeared before everyone. Of course, the speed was also partly due to the Isidre Academy's stock of small energy furnaces, which helped Ryan reduce the manufacturing steps further. Swish. The powerful peck of the mechanical landbird instantly created a large hole in a nearby wooden. Its sturdy hydraulic limbs stomped down, smashing another wooden into pieces. This scene immediately left the two-peak crystal-level elder witches of the Isidre school stunned and speechless. Lord Rain, your research in mechanical constructs is truly impressive. I dare say, no one in the Empire can compare to you in this field. The old man with a mustache was so surprised he almost tore half of his proudest beard. In terms of power, this was comparable to a liquid-level wizard's combat ability, a mechanical creature called a mechanical landbird. Yet, in Rain's hands, it was completed in less than 15 minutes. This was truly astonishing. From that moment on, Rain completely gained the admiration of the two elders. The Construction Association will use contribution points, which can be borrowed in advance to buy mechanical creatures for clearing alien spider swarms. By eliminating these swarms and members of the Tutkash school and other cults, we will earn contribution points. The detailed plan for contribution point recognition and loan limits will be left to you. Rain naturally took care of the construction school, allowing their original contribution points to be seamlessly exchanged for those of the association. The exact ratio was left to Moria and others to decide. After arranging these matters, Rain began to use the rare mineral reserves from the Isidre school to improve his skills as a goblin engineer. This would help the newly formed Construction Association produce enough mechanical creatures to build its foundation, and also increase his professional level 2 birds with one stone. After some thought, Rain decided to create some mid to high-level mechanical creatures for the crystal-level witches. The mechanical land bird used in the demonstration was mainly for fog and liquid-level witches. For crystal-level witches, at least a mechanical raptor would be needed to see significant improvement. This time, Rain chose to develop an improved version above the mechanical raptor, divided into 2 types. The first was called the scythe-claw dragon, with sharper, scythe-shaped claws on its upper limbs. The second was the howling spike dragon, which, based on the ordinary mechanical raptor, had ultrasonic attack devices installed inside its mouth. Rain considered these 2 options because some alien spider swarms are quite small but numerous, with toxic venom and web-spitting abilities, making them hard to deal with. Range-based ultrasonic attacks might be more effective against such groups. Especially when these 2 advanced raptor types are used together, their combined effect will be greater than the sum of their parts. A crystallized wizard, after acquiring mechanical sickle-claw dragons and sharp howling dragons, can escape easily unless facing a dawn wizard-level opponent. Even if they can't win, escaping isn't a problem. Soon, as Ryan continued crafting, the system kept notifying him, "You have crafted a mechanical sickle-claw dragon. Your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill, Mechanical Sickle-Claw Dragon Crafting. Your skill Mechanical Sickle-Claw Dragon Crafting has improved. Experience plus 45. You focus on Mechanical Sickle-Claw Dragon Crafting. Your Legendary Goblin Engineer Profession experience plus 105. You have crafted a Mechanical Sharp Howling Dragon. Your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill, Mechanical Sharp Howling Dragon Crafting. Your skill Mechanical Sharp Howling Dragon Crafting has improved. Experience plus 48. You focus on Mechanical Sharp Howling Dragon Crafting. Your Legendary Goblin Engineer Profession experience plus 110 over several days. Ryan's Goblin Engineer, Legendary, Profession level reached level 10. With this, the Legendary Profession once again granted him 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Now, his attribute panel shows 10 remaining attribute points, 22 skill points, and 763 gold skill points, the highest ever. Mechanical Sickle-Claw Dragons and Mechanical Sharp Howling Dragons are both high-level goblin engineering creations. That means I've already met the 4th condition to become an epic goblin engineer. Independently craft 5 qualified high-level goblin engineering creations. Ryan looked thoughtful and thought to himself, next is the last requirement, Condition 3, Master Advanced Goblin Engineering Knowledge. Once I master it, I can change jobs at any time. Since that's the case, I'll strike while the iron is hot. I already learned most of it at the lava lake, and the rest shouldn't take too long. Soon, Ryan decided to finish learning the advanced goblin engineering knowledge from the 2nd memory crystal. After completing the job change, he set out for the Imperial capital. Half a day later, ding! The host has mastered advanced goblin engineering knowledge and has triggered the next class change. Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic. The prerequisites for upgrading to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, are 1. Goblin Engineer, Legendary, level 5 or higher. 2. Strength over 20, Constitution over 20, Agility over 20, and Spirit over 40. 3. Mastery of Advanced Goblin Engineering Knowledge. 4. Independently creating at least 5 qualified high-level goblin engineering devices. All conditions are met. Do you want to change to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic? Note: after becoming a Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, the original Goblin Engineer, Legendary, skill panel will merge into the new Profession panel. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Starting class change. Ding! Successfully changed to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic. Strength plus 3, Agility plus 3, Constitution plus 5, Spirit plus 10. Gained the core skill, Rapid Repair, active. On the System panel, the original Goblin Engineer, Legendary, panel has disappeared, replaced by the eye-catching purple panel of Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic. Its deep purple color is almost as intense as Ryan's first epic-level profession, the King of Blades. This suggests that the Goblin Engineering Expert has reached a peak in mechanical manufacturing, similar to how the King of Blades excels in melee combat. This makes Ryan very happy. After all, Professions of the same level can vary in strength, and he naturally prefers a more powerful skill panel. When focusing on the new core skill, Ryan couldn't help but exclaim, "Rapid repair." Soon, he looked closely at the description of the new core skill, which states, "Core skill, rapid repair, active, rapid repair, active, effect. In intense combat situations, mechanical devices may malfunction or break down at any time. When activated, the Goblin engineering expert can diagnose the problem quickly and repair it swiftly." Note: the spirit cost of rapid repair depends on the severity of the malfunction or damage and the complexity of the device. The greater the spirit consumed, the faster the repair. Previously, the core skill of the Goblin engineer was emergency modification. Now, as a Goblin engineering expert, the focus is on quick repairs, which are highly practical and valuable in combat. This is quite different from the skills of tailors and tanners. No wonder the Goblin engineering expert's profession panel has reached an epic level, while the other two remain at the extraordinary level, thought Ryan silently. A few minutes later, Ryan, who initially planned to leave, noticed the familiar destroyer golem placed in the center of the construction hall. This golem was brought over earlier by his envoy, Moria, so that after he left the Cerebral Plateau, Nihheim would also have an epic-level combat force. Although crystallized peak mages cannot fully unleash the destroyer in battle, it is still enough for defense purposes. Changing to Goblin engineering expert, I can finally craft a super-large golem on the same level as the destroyer. Naturally, Ryan quickly visualized several images of advanced Goblin engineering blueprints in his mind. Large golem level. Mechanical whiptail dragon. Super large metal golem level. Mechanical raging T-Rex. That's it. Soon, Ryan's focus settled on a massive Goblin engineering machine, the mechanical raging T-Rex, which was not much smaller than the destroyer. The mechanical raging T-Rex can be seen as a super-enhanced version of the Velociraptor. Besides its sharp, sickle-like claws, it has a multi-segmented alloy tail capable of performing a death sweep, making it a powerful group attack weapon. Additionally, both eye sockets are fitted with high-energy ray emitters that can fire energy beams, compensating for some shortcomings in ranged attacks. These features nearly eliminate any major weaknesses in the mechanical raging T-Rex. In the ancient Goblin Empire, a high-end mechanical army force was composed of such towering, 30 to 40 meter tall mechanical raging T-Rexes. However, due to their complex construction and high cost, and the need for operators to reach the Dawn Mage level to fully control these violent machines, even with some functions removed, they still require crystallized peak mages. The number of such machines within a mechanical army is quite limited. Of course, Ryan does want to create stronger metal golems, but even in the 2 memory crystals containing advanced Goblin engineering knowledge, some key methods for making higher-level golems are missing. For example, one of the diagrams shows a giant mechanical creature called the Legion Commander by ancient goblins and Titan by human wizards, an enormous mechanical T-Rex. However, the instructions for making the power core, called the Crystal Energy Matrix, are absent, so it cannot be built yet. Ryan thinks this is normal. Such a powerful component would be kept secret even in the ancient Goblin Empire. Maybe, during the next exploration of the floating city, he will find the related diagrams or information. Luckily, the Isodra school has an unused large furnace core. With that, I can build this mechanical war T-Rex quickly. The contest with Panto Skork is in 3 days, so I can bring the materials now, and once I arrive at the Imperial capital, I can go to the school to make and assemble it. Having made this decision, Ryan left the assembly hall where he had been resting for several days. But as he stepped outside, he saw a stone platform at the hall's entrance, with a terrain model of the Cerebral Plateau. Around it, Moria and others were discussing something. "Your Grace, Ryan." The 2 elder scholars from the Isodra school saw him emerge and immediately bowed. "Lord Ryan, it's great that you're out," Moria said happily. "Is there something you need?" "2 things. First, the mechanical land bird you made works very well. Currently, our 2 schools' wizards have destroyed more than 10 nests of alien spider colonies around Nihheim, with almost no casualties," Moria explained while pointing at the stone platform. "However, the spider colonies are changing. We've noticed they're consolidating multiple nests, and more powerful alien spiders are appearing. The mechanical land bird seems a bit weak now." Lord Ryan, about the more advanced one you mentioned before?" Moria looked at him expectantly. "Lord, I think you'll find out once you open the gate." Ryan turned around with a smile and pointed to the construction hall. As the hall's doors fully opened, dozens of mechanical sickle-clawed dragons and sharp screaming dragons, about 4 meters tall, appeared before everyone. While people around gasped in awe, Is this too amazing? For days to make so many. Molia and a few other crystallized wizards stared wide-eyed. After Ryan explained the improved functions of these 2 different models of mechanical raptors, everyone was even more excited. They said, with such powerful tools, they wouldn't fear the extinction of alien spider groups. By the way, leader, what's the second matter? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Our school's promotion exam to become a large wizard school is in 3 days at the same place in the Imperial capital. Since you have a competition, I think we should discuss delaying this with the Imperial Wizard School Federation. No need. Leave this to me, Ryan said, shaking his head. All right. I'll trust you, Molia replied. If someone else had said that, Molia would have said more. But since Ryan said it, Molia felt a strange confidence. Half an hour later, an Imperial airship carrying many rare ores and a large furnace device headed toward the Imperial capital, Tamriel. Meanwhile, news spread quickly among the top aristocrats of Tamriel that Ryan, known as the Rising Star, was going to compete against the Storm Cloud Protector of the Empire, Paniskork. A few days earlier, Elder Ivan and Marshal Alfred had returned to the Imperial capital and told the royal family and the council about this. Although some duels between nobles that could not be resolved were not forbidden, like when Ryan fought Baron Norman in Meister County, Ryan and Paniskork were different. Although it was officially just a contest, everyone knew that a fight between 2 epic-level strong fighters could easily result in serious injury or death if one was careless. Legendary fighters could have referees from epic-level fighters and stop the fight at critical moments, but at Ryan and Paniskork's level, almost no one could make them stop immediately. So, this contest was dangerous, almost like a duel. Inner ring of the Imperial capital Tamriel. In the study of the Dram family estate. Ancestor, are you really confident you can defeat that Ryan this time? Duke Dram asked anxiously. He didn't doubt his ancestor's strength, but Ryan's rapid progress was truly astonishing. Another concern was his worry and confusion. In Duke Dram's mind, the ancestor Pantaskok, known as Storm Cloud, was the backbone of the Dram family. He was the main reason the family could stand at the top of the noble ranks in the Empire, under the banner of the Guardians. If his ancestor were seriously injured, or worse, Duke Dram couldn't imagine what might happen next. Don't worry. Half a month ago, Haas has reached the level of an old dragon. His strength has increased greatly, and his acid breath is 50% more powerful. Also, I was surprised that Haas's special ability, Sleep Poison Cloud, has also greatly improved. I tested it myself. Even a Dawn Mage, if sprayed, would fall into a short sleep. Really? Duke Dram's face showed surprise. With this, his ancestor's strength among the Empire's guardians would be considered upper-middle level. However, Duke Dram then frowned slightly and looked thoughtful. Since Haas, as his ancestor's dragon partner, was still growing slowly and was expected to take hundreds of years to reach the old dragon level, how could he suddenly advance? Paniskork smiled and said, Are you curious? Yes, ancestor. Normally. Duke Dram nodded. You don't need to know the specific reason. Only a few people know that Haas has reached the old dragon level. Even the Empire hasn't been told. But before the contest, it should be reported to the royal family. Understood. No wonder you asked me to promote your contest with Ryan among the noble circles of the Imperial capital. It was to prevent Princess Minia from intervening. Duke Dram thought for a moment and was once again impressed by his ancestor's wisdom. He had considered everything. Now, this contest had become a clash between the conservative and reform factions. With such a grand event, even Princess Minia, the Red Queen who had been saved by Ryan, couldn't forcibly stop it. Paniskork smiled and nodded gently. After Ryan arrived at the Imperial capital, he first visited home, had dinner with his family, Jennifer, and Lagri, then immediately went to the Bichu construction school to start making the mechanical demon T-Rex. This was because Ryan didn't want to reveal his true strength after recently advancing to the late dawn stage. Additionally, Minia had warned him not to show his multi-headed abilities in front of others, especially the Imperial family. Given these conditions, it wasn't easy to completely defeat Paniskork easily. After all, judging by the confident look Paniskork had before leaving, he must have had some secret weapon. Luther and Harlow also heard about the contest and wanted to meet Ryan, but they missed their chance. Time passed quickly, and 2 days later arrived. The Royal Arena is located south of the Imperial Palace. Due to its special location, only high-ranking nobles such as counts and above could come to watch, so the crowd seemed small but mostly dressed in fine clothes, with women in elegant dresses and perfect makeup. Usually, Jennifer, the beautiful woman, and Lagri, the savage girl, as well as Kriya, who hadn't yet inherited her count title, wouldn't have been allowed to watch, but since Ryan was one of the fighters, they were seated in the front rows. Behind them, many high-ranking nobles whispered among themselves, mostly discussing the strength gap between the fighters and who was more likely to win. Davis Duke, from what I know, this Marquis Ryan has defeated Harold the Carver, but he still has a big gap compared to the Empire's protector, Lord Pantos Kirk, the Storm Cloud, right? A middle-aged noble in formal attire, standing in the back, slightly bowed to an elderly man holding a golden-laid staff, and asked, "No, I actually favor Lord Ryan a bit more," the Duke Davis, smiling, replied. Although Duke Davis didn't know Ryan's record in the Federation, he had learned some details about the Ferdinand Forest battle through secret intelligence. Even though Manilla had issued a gag order at the time, it couldn't completely prevent the information from leaking. The words of Duke Davis immediately relieved Jennifer, the beautiful woman in the front row. It seemed not everyone believed Ryan would lose. Although Ryan had told her before not to worry, Jennifer, being an ordinary person, still felt nervous. Next to her, Cray was also much more at ease, her frowning brow relaxing. Since childhood, she had heard many stories about the Empire Guardians and felt a natural respect and admiration for their strength. Overall, she was more worried than confident about this competition. In contrast, the barbarian girl Lager was much more confident in Ryan. She had seen his rapid progress and his victory over the giant ancestor dragon Korahias half a year ago in the Coldwind Tundra. Now, another half-year had passed, and Ryan's strength must have improved even more. To Lager, the so-called Storm Cloud was no match for Ryan. Duke Davis, that's not certain. Yesterday, the ancestor just submitted a report to the Imperial royal family. His dragon partner, Hazarus, has entered the old dragon stage. At this moment, an elderly nobleman, Duke Drom, approached the aisle. He was late, speaking as he walked, then arrogantly looked around after a slight bow. What? An old dragon? Duke Davis's face changed. How is that possible? The green dragon Hazarus isn't. He paused mid-sentence, then quickly swallowed his words, as if he remembered something. Hearing this news, the surrounding high-ranking nobles, noble ladies, and young women all gasped softly. As the foundation of the Dragon Empire, the growth stages and differences of dragons were almost well known to them. An old dragon, despite individual differences, was roughly between the mid-epic and peak epic levels in strength. Plus, the strength of the dragon knight Pentascork, couldn't it be? Duke Drom's words naturally caused the three women in the front to change their expressions, exchanging worried glances. "Look, Ryan is coming," someone among the noble ladies shouted, immediately drawing everyone's attention. A handsome young man dressed in a wizard's robe slowly walks into the center of the arena. Although he is young, he appears calm and composed, with a faint smile on his face. His eyes are shiny and black like gemstones, resembling the brightest stars in a deep night sky. Many high-ranking nobles, seeing Ryan for the first time, whisper among themselves. Although they have heard of Ryan's name, thanks to the influence of his reputation, this is their first time seeing him in person. Is this Ryan? The new star of the Empire? He's so young. Can someone so young really face off against His Majesty Stormcloud? In the arena, Ryan is experiencing the royal fighting ground for the first time. He looks around and sees a structure similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, but it is protected by powerful high-level defensive magic arrays. The white marble walls and columns are decorated with intricate glowing patterns. At his level, he can sense the energy flowing through these patterns, which belong to various magical elements. His gaze first settles on the most eye-catching central area of the arena's circular viewing platform. There, a luxurious viewing box offers the best view, with golden railings and exquisite sculptures indicating it belongs to the royal family. Ryan notices a regal and elegant figure there, who briefly meets his gaze and smiles slightly. Minia is sitting in the center of the luxurious box. When she sees Ryan's gaze, she responds with a gentle smile. To her right is Prince Everton, and to her left is a young, beautiful woman Ryan has never seen before, Lena La. Great Aunt Minia, It seems you're not worried at all that Ryan might lose? Lena La asks affectionately, holding Minia's hand with curiosity. She has heard about her great-aunt's relationship with Ryan and knows that he saved her great-aunt during her visit to the Federation. However, seeing her smiling calmly, it seems she is not worried about Ryan losing this match. Yes, I have confidence in Ryan, Minia replies with a smile, patting Lena La's fair hand. Meanwhile, Prince Everton, standing nearby, also smiles, but inside he completely disagrees. As Ryan continues forward, he soon notices several powerful figures with restrained auras on one side of the royal viewing platform. Among them is his familiar ally, Earthpulse Reginald. Clearly, these more than 10 individuals are all Imperial Guardians or, in other words, powerful beings of the same level within the Empire. Hey, is that Ryan? He's quite strong, said an old man dressed in a light blue wizard robe with a serious face. He had just briefly observed Ryan's strength but found himself blocked from getting a clear view. It's known that only veteran Dawn mages, with mental powers close to his own, could achieve such a feat. He thought that Ryan, being so young, had already achieved the Dawn level, which was extraordinary. But now it seemed Ryan's strength was even beyond his expectations. Your Highness Reginald, you know this young Lord Ryan very well. Would you like to introduce him? Haha, Your Highness Whitaker, I think I don't need to say more. Soon, everyone will see Lord Ryan's true strength. Reginald was naturally confident that Ryan would win or lose. Oh, it seems that Your Highness Reginald has great confidence in this young Lord Ryan, said an old man in a blue wizard robe, interrupting. How about a small bet? Sure, since Lord Perkins is interested, I'll join, Reginald replied without hesitation. The other was a tough figure from the conservative faction, and he didn't have a good relationship with Reginald, so Reginald agreed quickly. His quick response made Perkins hesitate for a moment, as if uncertain. As Ryan continued forward, he exchanged a slight nod with the three women, then stood in the center of the field on the right side and looked up at the sky. At this moment, on Reginald's side, the high platform was also watching the sky. Although nothing was visible there, an invisible pressure quickly descended. Soon, dust rose in the center of the field, and a spell that concealed the figure was suddenly lifted. A huge green figure appeared before everyone's eyes. To avoid disturbing ordinary people, Imperial Dragon Knights usually fly invisibly over the city. The visitor was Paniskork, an Imperial Guardian with the title Stormcloud, along with his green dragon partner, Azarus. When people saw the person and the dragon appear, many nobles exclaimed, "Why is this green dragon so big?" Yes, I remember seeing Lord Pantiskork's green dragon once before, but it wasn't this large back then. Not only among the high nobles, but even among the powerful group where Reginald is, many people are quite surprised. That can't be true. Pantiskork's green dragon Hazes is over 100 years younger than my yellow dragon. How can it have entered the old dragon stage first? Could it be some treasure? But I haven't heard that Pantiskork has recently explored any ancient ruins. TSK. It seems that the young man, Rain, chose his timing poorly, just when Pantiskork's dragon was advancing. This made Perkins, who was betting with Reginald, laugh and say, "Haha, Your Excellency Reginald, I think your chances of winning are small. Are you sure you want to continue the bet?" "Hiki, why not? Let's wait and see," Reginald replied calmly after his initial surprise. "Could it be that Your Excellency Reginald still thinks that young Lord Rain has a chance to win?" Perkins teased. His words immediately drew everyone's attention to Reginald. Just as Reginald was about to speak, the two in the arena began to talk. Rain smiled faintly and said, "So this is your reliance? An old dragon-level green dragon?" Rain's calmness made Paniskork's eyes narrow. He paused for a moment, then spoke in a wise tone. "Young man, it's still not too late to admit defeat now. Perhaps one day, when you truly become an Empire Dragon Rider and have a dragon partner, it would be more appropriate to compete with me." If these words were spoken privately, they might carry some sincerity, but in front of everyone now, they show no sincerity at all. In fact, once both of them stepped onto this arena, no one could easily back down, neither Rain nor Paniskork. A green dragon at the old dragon level isn't enough for me to admit defeat willingly. Luckily, I also brought a dragon, Rain said mysteriously with a smile. "You?" Paniskork looked surprised and doubtful. After all, based on all the information, the young man in front of them didn't seem to have a dragon partner. He had even participated in the Empire Dragon Rider Reserve selection before. How could he suddenly have a dragon? As Rain entered from one side, He waved to the passage. A huge wooden box, placed on a pulley system, was dragged in by 8 strong bulls. This scene immediately caught everyone's attention. What's this? Exactly. It doesn't look like a living creature. With a click, the latches released, and the wooden boards fell apart. In the sunlight, a fierce mechanical giant with a shiny metal body appeared before everyone. What is that? Many nobles exclaimed, their eyes wide with surprise. Judging by its large size and sharp metal claws, it was clear that once it moved, it would be extremely dangerous. Some spectators from Reginald's side quickly recognized Rain's mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This is a mechanical creature modeled after ancient dinosaurs. It seems to be based on old goblin technology. Yes, I saw similar descriptions during my exploration of ancient goblin ruins. Seeing Rain's mechanical monster, Pontiskork's face relaxed a bit. So, this is your confidence? Haha, Lord Rain. Soon you will see the difference between machines and real dragons. Hazas, let's say hello to this young Lord Rain. Pontiskork patted the back of his green dragon. The two immediately took off into the air. Although Pontiskork wasn't skilled in mechanical creations, he judged from the appearance that Rain's mechanical Tyrannosaurus couldn't fly and didn't seem good at long-range attacks. So, he quickly decided on a tactic: move in the air and fight, ensuring he remained unbeatable. Roar. Hazas roared in midair and then unleashed his acid breath. A large stream of dark green acid shot out from Hazas's open mouth, pouring down like a green waterfall from the sky. But that wasn't all. Pontiskork muttered a spell and waved his blue crystal staff. A strong gust of wind swept toward Rain. With the wind's help, the acid's speed and power increased several times. Combining the dragon's breath with wind magic, he created a nearly deadly attack. This move earned Pontiskork much praise. The biggest problem with mechanical creations is that they are made entirely of metal. Under acid corrosion, they quickly lose their fighting ability. His Grace Pontiskork has a lot of battle experience. Compared to him, the young Lord Rain has been lucky to find such a mechanical creation during his exploration of ancient goblin ruins. Unfortunately, he doesn't know much about his opponent. Yes, it's a real pity that such an epic-level ancient mechanical creature might be destroyed. Lord Reginald, maybe you should step in and tell this young Lord Rain to surrender now. The same idea also appeared in Pontiskork's mind, and a slight smile involuntarily curved his lips. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt uneasy. Through the green acid rain, he saw 2 bright red spots suddenly light up. His instinct for danger prompted him to subtly move Hazas. In the next instant, shoo! 2 beams of red energy shot ahead, piercing through the acid rain and hitting the green dragon Hazas in the abdomen and on his left wing. At the same time, the acid rain poured down like hail on the tall mechanical demon Tyrannosaurus. Both sides' attacks hit almost simultaneously. What? Trading injury for injury? Everyone's hearts were suddenly tense. They didn't expect that right after the fight started, both sides would be injured. This isn't just a contest. It's more like a fierce duel. Pontiskork's face darkened as he glared angrily at Rain. Because you're sure to lose, you still want Hazas to be hurt, just to satisfy your stubborn desire to win? I was right. Rain, your character is not suitable to be the protector of the Empire. A hissing sound of corrosion came from the mechanical demon Tyrannosaurus, and a large amount of foul-smelling smoke billowed out. The once shiny metal surface was now pitted and uneven, with some wiring even damaged at junctions. To everyone's eyes, although Rain's attack caused Pontiskork's green dragon to be injured, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus suffered even greater damage. Oh? Sure to lose? Who gave you such blind confidence? Rain couldn't help but find it a bit funny. This storm cloud lord seems to have an overly high opinion of himself. Rain spoke as he moved quickly to the mechanical demon T-Rex. With a wave of his hand, a bright dark silver metal glow spread from his palm, rippling across the tall body of the mechanical demon. This was his core skill after becoming a goblin engineer: quick repair, active. Every time the dark silver ripples covered the uneven metal surface of the mechanical demon, the dents and scratches were gradually repaired, like wrinkles on clothes being smoothed out by an iron. Within seconds, the mechanical demon returned to its original state, leaving everyone stunned. Is this some kind of metal magic? No wonder Lord Rain chose to fight with this ancient goblin machine. This magic effect matches metal machinery perfectly. The guards of the Empire naturally thought Rain's core skill was a rare type of metal magic. Metal magic users are rare, and Rain's quick repair skill uses metal energy particles, so this misunderstanding is quite normal. Pontus Kirk's eyes widened as he pointed at Rain, unsure of what to say. Compared to Rain, Haz's injuries couldn't heal so quickly. His earlier words now seemed to mock himself harshly. This made Pontus Kirk feel angry and embarrassed. He blushed slightly, forced his anger down, and said in a deep voice, "It seems I underestimated you. But who will win or lose is still unknown." Haz's sleep poison cloud. Haz's, who was in pain, looked at Rain with hatred and immediately spat out a large cloud of dark green mist. Compared to his previous acid spit, this poison cloud was much more powerful. It's his deadly move, sleep poison cloud. This fog, which causes sleep, is hard for even protective magic arrays to block. Light barriers appeared around the viewing platform, barely keeping the fog out. Is this the sleep poison cloud? Rain had heard of Pontus Kirk's famous move. It was said that once someone was touched by this fog, they would instantly fall asleep, as if pulled into a dream. Only strong mental power could resist it. To understand battles between strong fighters, even a tiny delay of just a tenth of a second can decide who wins or loses. So, if someone gets hit, the outcome is almost certain. As the poisonous clouds spread quickly, they covered most of the area, and Ryan's figure was immediately engulfed. Not even trying to dodge? Everyone exclaimed when they saw this. It's not that he isn't trying, he probably can't dodge. Level 1 Magic, Strong Wind Strike. Level 2 Magic, Gale Cutter. Level 3 Magic, Tornado Storm. Level 4 Magic, Hurricane Vortex. Morning Sun Attack, Storm of Wrath. With Paniscock's loud chant, a tightly compressed, shimmering tornado appeared in front of him. Though this tornado was only a few meters wide, it contained many sharp wind blades. The swirling vortex, combined with these blades, would instantly tear apart anyone it hits. Go! Paniscock shouted angrily. This wind magic attack, Storm of Wrath, shot out like lightning toward Ryan, who was covered in poisonous fog. In the spectator stance, wow, Paniscock is really angry now. Lord Reginald, should we step in and stop him? Your friend might. This match has already turned into a real duel, Reginald replied. Wait, I think we shouldn't interfere. If Lord Ryan has a way to fight back, stopping him might cause problems. Perkins, who was betting on Reginald, said with a smile. It was clear he was enjoying watching the show. Hey, did you hear that? What was that sound? A guardian frowned. Everyone listened carefully and heard a buzzing noise coming from the poisonous clouds. Suddenly, the battle changed dramatically. A dark silver metal disc spun through the poisonous clouds and shot out quickly, clashing with Paniscock's condensed tornado in an instant. Boom! The Storm of Wrath attack shattered violently under external force. A white wave of energy mixed with countless sharp wind blades, glowing coldly, swept around like a huge wave. The defensive magic array on the surface and pillars of the royal arena suddenly shattered, as if unable to withstand the energy explosion wave in that moment. At the top of the mushroom cloud, although weakened by the magic array, it still soared hundreds of meters into the sky. People from half the Imperial capital heard the explosion and turned to look at the palace. Could it be another evil god's incarnation attacking the capital? It doesn't seem like it. This time, it was just a single loud sound. Last time, the thunderous noise lasted a long time. What is happening? Unaware of the truth, the crowd began to discuss loudly. Well, before the dust could fully settle, a mournful dragon cry and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came from inside. It sounds like Haz's. Top nobles in the arena's stands looked at each other in confusion and eagerly gazed at the smoke, as if trying to see through it to quickly determine the outcome of the fight. As the dust gradually cleared, it appeared that Ryan was still standing in place without moving, while the opponent, Pontus Kirk, was kneeling with his right hand on his abdomen. A clear wound almost cut his waist in half. His dragon companion Haz's was even worse off. His right wing was nearly severed, with less than half a meter of flesh remaining connected to his body, and his dragon head was stepped on by Ryan's mechanical demon T-Rex, with one foot pressing into the ground. Despite struggling, he was powerless to fight back. Seeing this scene, the entire Grand Royal Arena fell silent. Before this, besides the Red Queen Menia, Reginald, and Luther, most of the high-ranking nobles and powerful figures in the arena believed that the victory would surely go to the veteran Dragon Knight, Pontus Kirk, known as Stormcloud. But unexpectedly, Pontus Kirk was defeated by the young Ryan in a crushing manner. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, insiders see the details. The 10 or so Imperial guardians on the spectator stands could see much more than the nobles about what was happening. Through the buzzing of the toxic clouds, it was clear that the young Lord Rain had mastered an impressive dawn attack. The silver metal disc and the quick flash of speed, which shattered Panisik's Stormwrath move, showed his strong skill. Just now, that move seemed to be a rare metal dawn attack, Perkins said, his throat dry. He had lost the bet with Reginald, feeling the pain of loss and surprise at the young man's deep strength. Yes, based on the magic fluctuations, it is definitely a metal dawn attack. But as far as I know, the Empire doesn't have such a move, someone replied. It seemed Lord Rain gained a lot from exploring ancient ruins. To be so young and already master a dawn attack? Even among epic-level fighters, there are different ranks. Normal epic fighters without a dawn attack, dragon contracts, or rare magic golems are at the lowest level. For example, the three-colored Dragonman Bowstaff and Krut Rain defeated are at this level, the bottom of epic fighters. Next, stronger fighters include veteran Dragon Knights or Dawn Mages who can use dawn attacks, which is the threshold to become a protector of the Empire. Above that are mid-level Dawn Mages, whose dawn attack power increases as they reach the middle of dawn, especially with dragon support. Reginald and Panisik are at this level. The fourth level is like the former Red Queen Menia, a late dawn mage who knows multiple dawn attacks and has more combat options. With ancient dragon support, a Dragon Knight's strength can also reach this level. Panisik, who advanced to the old Dragon Roar, is roughly at this level. Rain's victory means most of the Empire's protectors present are no longer his match. Many of them look serious, wondering if what just appeared was all of Rain's strength. In the center of the arena, Poniskok's face was alternately red and white. He really wanted to fight again, but his stomach wound and his green dragon partner Haz's struggle reminded him that he should not act. If he fought now, he might die. Also, Haz's sleeping poison cloud had no effect on Rain, which puzzled Poniskok greatly. If even his strongest attack failed, how could he fight Rain? Most importantly, Rain had not taken advantage of the situation to attack him again. He had shown mercy, and continuing would be reckless. Alas, Lord Rain, I give up. As soon as he said this, Poniskok suddenly looked 10 years older. With Poniskok's surrender, someone among the nobles started clapping first. Soon, applause spread from all sides of the royal arena, turning into a wave that echoed throughout the place. Even the top 10 Imperial experts in the spectator stands began to clap along. In fact, even the Queen of Red, Mania, sitting in the royal box at the center of the arena, smiled and clapped. The second prince, Efton, sitting nearby, looked grim but forced a smile, raising his hand to join in. Inside, he silently cursed, Rain, you must be proud. But too bad, I already know your secret. Don't think the Queen's protection will last forever. Once our father recovers from his injury, the bloodline of the multi-headed dragon. Hiki. In the stands, seeing her man shine so brightly, the beautiful Jennifer couldn't care about her ladylike manners. Her fair hands had turned red from clapping. Duke Dlam was expressionless, sitting stiffly like a sculpture, staring blankly at the scene before him, lost in thought. Compared to his stunned appearance, his heart was already tumultuous. Why? Why did our ancestor lose? The 3/10 share of the Axian auction house, worth nearly 100 million Imperial gold coins, a pillar of the Dlam family's income, will be completely handed over. Even a serious injury can't describe how devastating it is. Our ancestor was badly hurt, and the reformers will definitely down hard. In the center of the arena, Rain looked at Poniskok and the crawling dragon before him. The continuous applause echoed in his ears, and he felt a surge of emotions. 6 months ago, he might have killed Poniskok during the competition under the pretense of accidental harm. But since merging with Menia, his thoughts have gradually changed. The greatest enemies in this world are those watchful evil gods and sleeping giant beasts that are awakening. As the protector of the Empire, Poniskok, if he doesn't make major mistakes, he doesn't mind giving the other side a chance. Of course, if they still refuse to give up, Rain will send him back to the goddess's embrace. In fact, during the recent fight, he didn't even use his full strength, only about 50%. In his eyes, Poniskok is not really his match. Moreover, with his current strength and rapid progress, he will only leave him further behind. Seeing Poniskok surrender, Rain nodded and planned to leave the arena. A carriage was already waiting at the door. He needed to go to the headquarters of the Empire Wizard Guild Alliance. Previously, on the Cyrodiil Plateau, The head of the Moria faction had asked him to complete the guild promotion assessment. As for the bet, he believed that even if the Drain family had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to go back on their word. Meanwhile, in the lively stands, the beautiful woman Jennifer excitedly held the hands of Clea and Ragley, unable to calm down for a long time. "Is this Mrs. Jennifer? I'm Davis. I heard that your Warhammer and Rose Trading Company are currently looking for partners in the Imperial capital." The Duke Davis, who had been sitting in the back row of the three women's stands, approached with a smile. "Ah, Duke Davis, it's an honor to meet you. Yes, I've been looking for suitable partners recently." The beautiful woman was initially surprised to see the noble old man dressed so elegantly, then quickly lifted her long skirt and performed a lady's courtesy. At the same time, a thought she had never considered before arose in Jennifer's mind. Could it be that Duke Davis is? "That's great. Actually, my Laurel Guild is also looking to expand its business through cooperation. I wonder if there's an honor in collaborating with your guild?" Duke Davis spoke very politely. The surrounding nobles looked at Duke Davis with envy. He really knows how to seize the opportunity. Also, are you just expanding your business? That's like throwing money on the table. Everyone knows that the Laurel Guild almost monopolizes the high-end spice market in the Empire. Is cooperation necessary? Don't be silly. Well, working with the Laurel Guild is naturally my honor, Jennifer said, her beautiful face flushing with excitement. "Madam, you are too kind. It is also the honor of the Laurel Guild," Duke Davis replied politely with a smile. After a few polite words, Duke Davis left with his wife. Soon after, more than 10 high-ranking nobles arrived, each representing a family that owns one or more well-known merchant guilds in the capital. For a while, even with Cray helping nearby, Jennifer, the beautiful lady, was busy and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Rain had already taken the carriage arranged by the Swordmaster headquarters, waiting outside the royal arena. "Lord Rain, I heard the enthusiastic applause outside. I know you will win," said the usually calm and capable young woman, Arena, her face slightly blushing with excitement. However, her beautiful eyes looked at her master's wizard robe, which was spotless, and his forehead, which showed no sweat. She was even more surprised. It was so clean. It looked like he had just changed into it, not like he had just finished a match. Earlier, Rain told her he would be out in a few minutes. She was stunned for a moment, but now, counting the time, it had been less than 10 minutes since he went in and came out. "Thank you. It's about what I expected. Let's go to the Wizard Union headquarters," he said. "Yes, sir," she replied. At the same time, two beautiful young women, each with a different charming style, were at the Wizard Union, talking excitedly with a level 2 late-stage liquefaction wizard. "Lord Ronan, although the scheduled time was 9 in the morning, I told you earlier that Moria sent someone to the Cyrodiil Plateau. Lord Rain will come a bit later," one of the women explained. "Even for such a big promotion to a major wizard school, you didn't come in person? Could it be the Empire summoned you?" Ronan said with displeasure. He was the liaison wizard responsible for the school's promotion. Over the centuries, there was a fixed process for upgrading wizard schools, but he had never seen a situation like this before. Only 2 level 1 fog layer wizards sent to represent the school during a promotion. This was really disrespectful to the headquarters and the promotion process. Audrey couldn't find the words. She remembered that Lord Rain had asked the main and deputy leaders, mentors, and key members of other departments to go immediately to the Cyrodiil Plateau. In fact, this wasn't strictly an Imperial administrative order. Since the core members of the academic faction had all gone to the Cyrodiil Plateau, there weren't many people left at the Imperial capital's academic base. Compared to others, she was the most suitable person to handle the connection. "But Lord Rain will come right after the trial is over. Can't we be flexible?" "Lord Rain? I know he defeated Harold, the Carver, and he's very strong. But rules are rules. Your Lord Rain is powerful, but it doesn't matter. Promotion requires the head of the faction to handle it personally." Rona smiled slightly. According to the rules, the promotion must be handled by the faction's head in person. He would follow the procedures without any problem. "By the way, you mentioned a trial? What kind of trial is so important that it even surpasses the promotion of a major academic faction?" Rona suddenly thought of something and asked. It's a trial against the Imperial Guardian, Lord Barrion. Since the past 2 days, Rain had been in the hall of the Mechanical Construction School making mechanical magical beasts, so Audrey, who was also in the faction, naturally heard about the trial. But the problem was, Rona, a liquid mage of that level, had no idea. Only Imperial counts and above could watch the trial, and the news was only circulating among high-ranking nobles in the Imperial capital. A trial against the Imperial Guardian? Rona was surprised. He had heard that a young wizard from the mechanical construction school was very powerful, having defeated Harold, the Carver. It had only been 2 months, and now he was able to arm wrestle with the Imperial Guardian, Lord Barrion? That sounded unbelievable. Rona looked at the girl with surprise and suspicion, studying her carefully and thinking, such a beautiful girl probably isn't stupid, could it really be true? But then he quickly considered another question and asked, even if what you say is true, after Lord Rain fought with Lord Barrion, does he still have the energy to participate in the major wizard faction's promotion exam? Audrey and Alicia exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say for a moment. Audrey, why are you still here? Is something wrong? A young voice came from outside the hall. Lord Rain. Audrey and Alicia turned around happily. Ronan looked at Rain carefully, his expression serious. Rain's mental energy was deep and unpredictable. He was clearly a rare young genius. However, Ronan remembered to follow the rules and said to Rain, Lord Rain, according to the rules, the Academy's promotion assessment requires a direct representative to handle it. Before he finished, the main door of the headquarters suddenly opened with a loud scolding. Ronan, you idiot. How can you talk to Lord Rain like that? An old man dressed in a blue wizard robe hurried inside. Mentor? Ronan's eyes widened in surprise. Usually, he only saw his mentor once or twice a year. His mentor had always been kind because of his father. This was the first time he saw his mentor so angry. Your Highness Rain, I am Perkins. Your performance at the Royal Arena just now was truly impressive. The man was Perkins, who had just made a bet with Reginald. Right after the contest, Perkins remembered that today was the day for the Academy's promotion exam. Thinking of Rain's identity, he hurried over. If he had arrived a little later, he was afraid he might have missed it. Oh, Lord Perkins was also at the Royal Arena? Rain smiled slightly. Yes, Your Highness Rain. After some polite talk, Rain asked, Lord Perkins, it's getting late. Shall we get to the main matter? Main matter? Perkins looked confused at first, then suddenly understood. Are you talking about the Academy promotion assessment? Yes. Rain looked at him with some annoyance. What was he trying to do? Are you joking? You don't need an assessment. You just need to sign a document, Perkins said, sweating as he took a file from Ronan's hands and handed it to Rain. Huh? Just sign? Rain was surprised. Is the promotion so casual? Of course. Perkins nodded firmly. Next to him, Ronan bent over, muttering a few words but not daring to make a sound. Inside, he was shouting, Mentor, you taught us before that everything should follow the rules, but Ryan quickly looked over the document. Apply for promotion to a large wizard school and be willing to take on the corresponding responsibilities and duties. This type of official document, issued jointly by the Empire and the Wizard School Association, is standard. Ryan naturally had no objections and signed immediately. Your Highness Ryan, please come this way. Once your school becomes a large wizard school, you can reapply for a residence. Usually, the Empire will allocate a border area as the residence for the large wizard school. Oh? Ryan raised an eyebrow, showing interest. Although he already considered the Cyrodiil Plateau as an option, he was still curious about the details. Soon, the group arrived at a room on the second floor of the school union headquarters. As they entered, Ryan saw a large map on the wall. It was a map of the entire Dragoon Empire, shaped like an irregular oval, with various symbols marked near the border regions. Ryan knew that each symbol represented a large wizard school. However, the areas marked by these symbols, even excluding the coastline, could not be connected along the Empire's border. Many parts were blank. This clearly indicated that, even with the power of large wizard schools, the Dragoon Empire couldn't fully project influence into the border regions. This matched Ryan's understanding many border areas are resource-poor, dangerous, and sparsely populated, so the Empire naturally wouldn't invest much force there. Additionally, Ryan noticed that some symbols were not on the border but deep inside the Empire, also representing large wizard schools. Your Highness Perkins, how many large wizard schools are there in the Empire now? Ryan asked casually. Adding your faction, the Empire currently has 14 large wizard schools. For example, my school, the Seraphim School, is stationed in the Pampa Plains in the northwest. The Heladon School is based in the southern Ears lowlands. The Isodra School is located on the Cyrodiil Plateau. Perkins introduced confidently. I see, Ryan nodded thoughtfully. However, the number you mentioned isn't correct. There are still 13, as the application for demotion from the Isodra school should already be in progress. Huh? Everyone present widened their eyes, looking at Ryan with confusion and surprise. Even Perkins, a fellow protector of the Empire, looked shocked. A demotion application? Why would the Isodra school want to apply for a downgrade? Most importantly, if such a thing happened, wouldn't it be a secret of the Isodra school? How do you know about it, Your Majesty Ryan? Could it be that you? Perkins suddenly remembered a rumor and blurted out. But Ryan didn't seem to want to explain. He smiled slightly and changed the subject. And what about these two large wizard schools in the heart of the Empire? Oh, that's the residence of the Chronos School, Lodestone Mountain, known as the Absolute Ground, filled with black fog whirlwinds. To prevent sudden surprises, the Empire specifically set up a place monitored by a large wizard school. Lodestone Mountain? Ryan remembered the black fog whirlwinds well. When he traveled through the cold wind tundra, he passed by the Lodestone Fortress. In Ryan's view, guarding a dangerous place like an absolute ground was no less risky than guarding the Cerdal Plateau. At least, the latter's enemy numbers and strength could be roughly identified, but absolute grounds were much harder to judge. Your Majesty Perkins, on behalf of the Bichu Construction School, I choose the Cerdal Plateau as our station. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Ryan with strange expressions, as if to say, that's too harsh, demoting the Isodra school and even taking their station? Seeing their reactions, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Clearly, they misunderstood. Oh, and Your Majesty Perkins, there's one more thing. I have established an organization called the Construction Society. According to the rules, I need to report it to the Empire and the Wizard Schools Union. Currently, the association's members are only from the Bichu Construction School and the Isodra School. I hope the Federation can help me promote this so that all interested parties in biological construction know about it. Construction Association? Yes, that's good. No problem. Facing Ryan, Perkins couldn't find anything to refuse. After a moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. Thank you. That would be great, Perkins. If there are any other procedures, feel free to contact me or Ms. Alina. Ryan pointed to Alina beside him. You're too kind, Your Highness Ryan. When Ryan and Alina left the Federation Hall, Audrey and Alicia still felt dizzy. Had the school advancement and settlement choice been completed so quickly? Normally, it would require testing combat strength first, then completing a school promotion task. As for choosing a settlement, it would need thorough discussion within the Federation, and it wouldn't be confirmed in just 10 days or half a month. But now, after leaving the Wizard School Federation, Ryan's carriage headed toward the Sword-Bearer headquarters. Since Ryan hadn't appeared at the Sword-Bearer headquarters for quite some time, he needed to meet Marshal Alfred this time. As the deputy chief of the Sword-Bearers, it was his duty. Just now, he had heard from Alina that the Empire's situation was becoming more serious. It wasn't just about the cults anymore. It also involved several secret realms of the Empire. On the other hand, he wanted to learn about the Dragonscale Brotherhood from Marshal Alfred. In Ryan's view, with his current strength and his connection to Menia, the conditions for rescuing Anna's mother, Darren Eagle Moon, were now ready. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Sword-Bearer headquarters. Inside the office on the top floor of the administrative building. Lord Ryan, congratulations on your victory in the contest, Marshal Alfred said as he stood up from behind his desk and approached with a smile. Thank you, Marshal. Ryan slightly bowed, showing respect to the leader of the Empire's Sword-Bearers. After a brief greeting, Marshal Alfred got to the main point. Rain, you have been to several secret places of the Empire, such as the Flame Canyon and the Dragon Valley. Recently, the situation in the Empire has become more serious, and this trouble comes from these secret places. Not only us, the Sword-Bearers, but also the military and the Wizard Alliance have noticed that the stability of many secret places is fluctuating greatly. Many of these places used to be closed portals to other worlds. If something really goes wrong, currently, the Imperial Senate, our organization, and the military have sent people to investigate. Marshal, what do you need me to do? Rain asked with a slight frown. If this is the case, the Empire's situation is becoming more and more unstable. No wonder he didn't see Elder Ivan or General Augustus during the recent contest. They were all busy dealing with this issue. Not for now, but once the situation becomes clearer, you may need to act. Also, the Empire will hold a high-level meeting soon. Understood, Rain nodded. However, this means he can't delay dealing with Anna's mother any longer. After a moment of thought, Rain said directly, "Marshal, does the Sword Bearers know about the Dragonscale Brotherhood's base?" "Well, Rain, because this involves the second prince, the Sword Bearers have only kept minimal attention on this matter. But what we can confirm is that the 3 known bases in the capital are not the true headquarters of the Dragonscale Brotherhood. They are just meeting points." Marshal Alfred shook his head and said. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Rain, although your strength is impressive now, the other side is the Imperial family. Some things are still." He stopped speaking, trusting that Rain understood his meaning. Rain understood perfectly, but rescuing Anna's mother was something he had to do. Thinking for a moment, Rain decided to reveal part of the truth. "I have a very good friend. Her mother is probably being held in a secret stronghold of the Dragonscale Brotherhood." Alfred looked surprised, as he had known for a while that Ryan had several close female friends. His sudden anger for a loved one was understandable, since he was young. No wonder, even though Ryan was the second prince, he didn't want to back down. "Actually, the enemy's base should be inside a small secret realm, but we don't know exactly how or where to enter." Marshal Alfred revealed an important piece of information. "A small secret realm?" Ryan nodded. No wonder they hadn't found the source of the ingredients. Usually, refining such items requires a large space, whether for equipment or raw materials. He had thought the enemy's secret base might be underground somewhere in Tamriel or near the Dragon's Nest. Now he realized he had underestimated the Empire's prince. But searching like this would be difficult. Breaking in directly had been considered, but was not a good idea. If the enemy panicked and fought back fiercely, it could be disastrous. Sending spies to investigate was also not practical, given the enemy's connection to the second prince and the sensitivity of his identity. So, there was only one option left: using his new ability, shadow shuttling, to search. But this also had problems. Without knowing the secret realm's spatial nodes, searching blindly was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it would consume a lot of mental energy. Plus, the enemy's secret realm wouldn't be unprotected. It would have a large protective magic array. Breaking through such a barrier to reach the small secret realm would likely require enormous mental effort. "It seems I first need to gather clues and narrow down the area," Ryan thought. "Meanwhile, I should study the 5th level of the Steel Heart meditation to strengthen my mental power further," he mused silently. Ryan left the headquarters of the Sword Bearers and soon arrived at his home. However, the noisy crowd and the long line of people seen through the car window surprised him. Since Ryan defeated the legendary Guardian Paniskok, known as Violent Cloud, at the Royal Arena, the news had spread quickly in the past 2 days. At the entrance of the Ryan residence, the street was always busy with cars and people, bustling like a marketplace. Originally, the beautiful woman Jennifer was worried about finding a partner in the Imperial capital, but now she was more concerned about which one to choose. There were so many potential partners that she couldn't decide, and each one seemed more impressive than the last. The merchant guilds backed by dukes numbered over 10, while those supported by marquises exceeded 30. Countless others were at the earl level, too many to count. Whether it was Jennifer, the elegant woman, or Clea, who had seen the world through her studies at the Royal Academy, they were all shocked by the influence Ryan's recent victory brought. Only the wild girl Ragray thought it was normal. After all, in her tribe's tradition, the strong hold everything. Ryan's mother, Emma, was smiling happily because her illness had improved. Many noble ladies and young women came daily to visit her, showing concern and exchanging pleasantries. However, not everyone enjoyed the lively atmosphere. Mint, for example, was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Whenever she tried to play in the courtyard for a little while, she would be praised by enthusiastic noblewomen and pulled into rooms for lively chats. She had to sit properly, smile, and nod, following the noble etiquette she had just learned. Back in the study, Ryan spoke to Matteo beside him, saying, "Matteo, only accept visits from acquaintances. Turn down everyone else." He planned to focus on finding the secret base of the Dragonscale Brotherhood and didn't want to waste time on socializing with nobles. At his level, unless someone was an Imperial Guardian as strong as him, these formal greetings were pointless. He was the one others called connections, not the other way around. "Understood, Lord Ryan," Matteo bowed politely. But soon, there was a knock on the door. "Huh?" Ryan frowned. Hadn't he just told Matteo to handle visitors? "Lord Ryan, Viscount Hamadi is here to see you," Mateo's voice came from outside. Hamadi? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Ryan's mind. Yes, that matter might be difficult for most official departments of the Empire to investigate, but for the Federation, it was a different story. Ask him to come to the study. Understood, sir. Soon, Hamadi's familiar figure appeared at the door of the study. Lord Ryan, congratulations on defeating the Marquis of Paniskok. Hamadi bowed deeply. Hamadi knew a lot about Ryan, even more than most nobles in the Empire, especially about some events in the Federation. He had learned this through special channels. When he saw Ryan again, his attitude changed greatly, and he lowered his stance very much. Thank you, Lord Hamadi. You're very kind, Ryan replied with a slight smile, gesturing for him to sit. After some polite talk, Hamadi explained his purpose, to offer congratulations from the Federation and to deliver an invitation from Halim, the head of the Federation Mechanical Research Institute. Ryan took the invitation and read it. Halim hoped Ryan could visit the Federation again soon to discuss and exchange ideas about ancient goblin mechanical creations. Please thank Halim for me. However, I might not be able to go soon. Maybe after some time, I will visit. I look forward to sharing mechanical knowledge with Halim, Ryan said. Understood, Lord Ryan. I will pass on your message, Hamadi replied. Also, is there anything you need from us? Please rest assured, even if our abilities are limited, we will report everything to our higher-ups, Ryan asked casually. Hamadi's words were just a polite question, with no real hope. He knew Ryan was no longer the same as before. His strength had greatly increased, and his connections had expanded. Could they really trouble him? Hamadi couldn't think of anything he needed. Just as Hamadi was about to stand and leave, Ryan smiled slightly and said, Lord Hamadi, there is actually something I might need your help with. Please tell me. Hamadi was slightly surprised, but then his eyes lit up with excitement. I want you to investigate a secret stronghold of a group called the Dragonscale Brotherhood. If all goes well, this stronghold should be somewhere inside a small secret realm. I don't need you to go inside, just help me find the general area, Ryan explained carefully. Don't worry, Lord Ryan. Leave this to us, Hamadi said happily. As long as the other person is in the Imperial capital and within 3 days, we should be able to give you a definite answer. Do you really not need us to help you directly? Hamadi looked at Rain with a hopeful expression. Although he didn't know the exact details, he believed that even if they couldn't solve it, the Federation surely could. This Lord Rain was speaking for the first time, so he had to make sure everything went perfectly. After Hamadi left, Rain stayed at his residence for 1 night and then went back to the Bisho Construction School base. He found a quiet secret room and began studying the 5th level of the meditation method. He didn't expect that shortly after reaching the 5th level, he would start researching it. According to his estimate, it would take at least several years to reach the minimum level of learning, over 90% of mental power transformation. Rain thought that sketching out the 256 willpower runes in the steel heart of the 4th level was already very difficult, but after seeing the 5th level, he felt a bit speechless. 512 runes? This difficulty is really. However, Rain never thought he could easily master the advanced meditation method of the 5th level, so he quickly calmed down. After studying for a while, he stood up and paced back and forth in the secret room, thinking. So that's it. Level 5 mages have begun to change their bloodline sources and can initially pass on their extraordinary bloodlines. Their bodies are no longer ordinary, but are between humans and gods, what some call semi-divine. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the greater the power. If I complete the model for the 5th level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, the effect will be to form a steel heart in the mental sea. This will amplify metal-type witchcraft by 5 times, far surpassing the double of the previous 4 levels. Rain felt a strong desire. 5 times. Without considering other improvements, just this alone will be a crushing advantage. After some thought, Rain decided to start sketching the first willpower rune. 101st, 201st, 354th. Wow, Ryan took a deep breath. His first try ended at 354. This difficulty, it's beyond words. The goal is 512, and I'm still over 100 away. I should be close to reaching the peak of the dawn level. Honestly, Ryan is not someone who easily gives up, but seeing this gap, he couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder even the Emperor of the Empire, who has plenty of resources, knowledge, and secret techniques, mostly stays at the dawn peak level. If I remember correctly, over the 2,000 years of the Empire, only 3 emperors have reached the full moon mage level. This is really too hard. Ryan shook his head helplessly. However, starting is always the hardest part, and this setback didn't shake Ryan's determination. After all, you can't travel 1,000 miles without taking the first step. So, Ryan tried about 10 more times. Until his mental strength was nearly exhausted and a dull pain appeared in his temples, he stopped. Although his progress reached 366, there's still a huge gap from 512. Should I add some recovery points? If his goal was 400, Ryan would have no hesitation to put points into his attributes. But this, forget it. With my current progress, I'll wait for now. I only have 10 attribute points left, and when I really can improve in a few days, I'll consider adding more. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Empire Palace, in a magnificent conference room, Menia, the second Prince Efton, Serena, and several royal elders are holding a meeting. In principle, when the Emperor of the Empire cannot govern due to special reasons, this is the highest authority of the Dragon Empire. The situation in Patagonia Highlands is very important, but our empire's guardians are short-staffed and overwhelmed. Yesterday, after review by the Senate, a list of young Imperial strong fighters at the epic level was submitted as candidates for guardianship. This is the final list. Please review it, and if there are no objections, we will approve it quickly. Menia, sitting at the main seat, spoke while waving her hand. A few secret chambermaids stepped forward and placed a list on each royal family member's table. At this moment, the second prince, Everton, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be? As the maid respectfully handed over the list, Everton's eyes quickly fell on the paper. Lambert, disciple of the title Sword Saint. Participated in many top-secret Imperial missions. Entered Sword Saint level a month ago. Rain, deputy commander of the Imperial Sword Bearers. Possesses unknown dragon bloodline. Distinguished military achievements. And so on. Sure enough, Everton's eyelids suddenly twitched fiercely. If Rain becomes the Imperial Guardian, then the next step would be a mutual selection with the dragon, bypassing the reserved Dragon Knight process and directly becoming a Dragon Knight. At the same time, more importantly, almost all of the Empire's resources would be open to him. This means his strength could greatly increase again. Even if the Emperor recovers from his injury, in the current turbulent environment, he would be cautious about dealing with such a powerful person. No, I must stop this. I agree. With the current chaos in the Empire, the Guardians need fresh blood. Otherwise, relying only on us old folks, we won't last long, said an elder from the royal family, lowering the list and smiling as he nodded. Yes, especially Rain. His strength is quite formidable. He easily defeated Pantos Kirk. He should have joined the Guardians team long ago, said another elder, who seemed to have watched Rain and Pantos Kirk's match, stroking his white beard and smiling in agreement. Others also expressed their opinions, all in agreement. Seeing this, Everton's face grew even more grim. His own great-aunt, who was beautiful, talented, and capable, seemed to have already made alliances with some royal elders. However, clearly, great-grandmother did not reveal Ryan's secret, which is a weakness. There is no way now except to tell this secret to stop him. Even if it causes a conflict with great-grandmother, there is no other choice. Wait, I do not agree with Ryan's promotion, Everton said loudly. Huh? Everyone present looked at Prince Everton in confusion, because in terms of strength and participation in missions, Ryan was the most qualified. The Empire Guardian evaluation focuses on two main points: personal strength and involvement in Imperial missions. Ryan has risen from a sword bearer to a higher rank, participating in countless missions of all sizes. It can be said that if Ryan is not qualified, then no one else on the list is qualified either. Everton, put the big picture first. Mania's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a noble, commanding aura radiated from her. She faintly guessed what Everton wanted to say. Everton's eyes sparkled as he looked at Mania and smiled. Great-grandmother, I don't think you told the elders that Ryan does not have the blood of a dragon, but rather the blood of a multi-headed dragon. What? Everton's words immediately caused several royal elders present to gasp in shock. As descendants of the dragon bloodline, they naturally knew this secret. And Lanila also covered her mouth lightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Since watching Ryan and Pantos Kirk's duel, Lanila had secretly admired Ryan. Before, she had seen many talented young people in the Empire, but none had truly moved her, until she saw Ryan's brilliance at the royal arena. But she never expected that Ryan was descended from a multi-headed dragon bloodline? Wait, I heard that great-grandmother Mania once. Lanila glanced at her expressionless great-grandmother and felt pity. saying, "Everton, without proof, don't speak recklessly." Proof? Those who fought in the Ferdinand Forest battle are witnesses. Do we need to call each one over? Everton sneered. For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on Manhwaedit at the head seat. They knew that the Imperial leader who went to support the Ferdinand battle was none other than the Red Queen, Manhwaedit. But at this moment, Manhwaedit was silent, because this matter is very easy to prove. Unless she silences all the elite Imperial soldiers involved at the time, which even if possible, is clearly unlikely. Everyone present is very clever, and they immediately understood what Manhwaedit's silence meant. Because silence itself often indicates many things. I suggest we vote by a show of hands on whether to approve Ren's appointment as the Empire's guardian, Everton said confidently. Then, he was the first to raise his right hand and said, "Those who disagree, please raise your hand." As expected, one by one, the royal elders raised their hands. According to our family tradition, as an evil bloodline outsider, all descendants of the multi-headed dragon bloodline must be eliminated. If that's the case, I support the second prince's view, someone said. Everton looked around proudly. 3 of the 4 royal elders had raised their hands, including himself, so out of 7 people, 4 had voted against. Another elder, who was close to Manhwaedit's grandmother, didn't raise his hand, which was normal. As for Rhaenyra, Everton was a bit surprised she hadn't raised her hand, but since it didn't affect the result, he didn't pursue it. For votes to 3, grandmother, it seems, Everton said with a smile. But before he finished, Manhwaedit interrupted him. Wait, when His Majesty is not here, I am fully responsible for the Empire's affairs. Now, I exercise the final decision. We will not discuss Ren's promotion to the Empire's guardian anymore, Manhwaedit said calmly. What? Grandmother? If father knew about this, he definitely wouldn't agree. Everton's eyes widened instantly. He jumped up from his seat, face flushed, and loudly questioned. Oh, but I have that right now, don't I? Manhwaedit said calmly, glancing at Everton. You will regret this, Everton said through clenched teeth, breathing heavily like a bull. Then he snorted loudly and quickly turned to leave the palace meeting room. Second prince's residence. Bang. Back in the study, Everton couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He viciously threw a cherished stone sculpture of a half-body figure onto the ground. For Ryan, Great Aunt would rather have a direct conflict with me. As expected, women are women. Buchanan lowered his head even more, knowing he shouldn't or couldn't interrupt such a topic. All right, Buchanan, you can go out now. Understood, Your Highness. After Buchanan left, Everton took a deep breath to calm himself. He went behind his desk and slowly turned the base of a crystal ball on the 3rd shelf of the bookcase. Soon, the bookcase split in 2 and moved apart, revealing a hidden door. Entering the secret door, Everton walked down a short corridor and arrived at a small room. This was a tiny secret chamber. Around it, besides common gold, precious jewelry, and ancient books, there were intricate magic circle lines carved into the floor, seeming to be a rare type of magic array. As Everton silently recited a spell, a faint blue light flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. When Everton reappeared, he was in another place. A familiar and strong medicinal smell hit his nose. He had arrived at the Dragonscale Brotherhood's secret base, specifically the place where they made special dragon blood potion mixtures. Your Highness. A strange-looking, ugly person stepped forward and bowed. How are the tests going? Are the super evolution potions still not ready? Your Highness. The 3 people currently tested all couldn't handle the huge energy of the potion and burst apart. Even those with legendary-level strong physiques couldn't withstand it. But we haven't gained nothing. We tested a young dragon, and it surprisingly could handle the super evolution potion. However, its growth seems a bit strange now. Oh, take me to see, Everton said with interest. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 walked down a long corridor with tall cylindrical tanks on both sides. Inside, a special liquid soaked various bodies, humans, dragon people, and even other monsters. Some were alive, some twitching, and others seemingly dead or unconscious. Further ahead, there were more tall cylinders, but inside were various sized baby dragons and huge adult dragon hearts. These hearts were still beating. A team of 3 strong dragon guards patrols back and forth, keeping a tight watch. Every few dozen meters, there is a tall, sturdy dragon that looks very similar to the transformed bowstaff. Further inside, Everton and the ugly monster pass by a special room. The room is quite large, covering at least a few hundred square meters. Inside, there are many green bushes, vines, and other plants, creating a small forest scene. Even more surprising, dozens of tall, beautiful elves live inside. However, upon closer look, these elves have very pale faces, large and dull eyes, and are much thinner than normal elves. Their exposed arms are covered with many tiny holes. Seeing the elves, Everton recalls his original goal when founding the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. Elf blood essence and dragon bloodline can be fused through special processing, creating a new special substance. I call it the Super Evolution Potion. The potions that boost bloodline power or evolution are actually just byproducts of the Super Evolution Potion. Soon, Everton arrives at a large, sealed room deep inside the hall. He finally understands why his chief alchemist looked hesitant and speechless. In front of him stands a huge, deformed, fierce beast. From any angle, it's hard to see its original sleek, beautiful dragon form. The beast has 5 heads, but only one is normal. The other 4 are either deformed or shriveled, hanging around the main head like pendants. 5 heads, each with a different shape. But these heads are very different from well-developed multi-headed dragons. The dragon scales on its body look like a palette of colors, some red, some green, disorganized and scattered across its body, lacking any beauty. The only remarkable thing is that, although it should have the energy fluctuations of a young dragon, it now radiates power comparable to an adult dragon. No, it's even stronger than a mature 5-colored dragon. Moreover, Everton keenly noticed that as the giant beast in front of him devoured unknown fierce beast meat with its big mouth, its energy fluctuations were rapidly increasing. This made Everton think deeply. After a moment, he turned and asked, "Lunflyer, why has it become like this?" I believe it's because the new Super Evolution Potion we developed has 2 strong side effects. So, even dragons can't handle it? Then what's the point of this potion? Do you think I can handle it? Everton squinted and looked unfriendly at his chief alchemist, Lunflyer. This, Your Highness, developing new medicines is a process of continuous experimentation. At least, we're very close to success, aren't we? Look at how beautiful it is. Lunflyer blushed and excitedly defended himself. Beautiful? Everton looked at the deformed giant beast not far in front of him, then glanced at Lunflyer, who was equally deformed and ugly, and felt speechless. However, despite Lunflyer's back, crooked neck, crossed eyes, and even serious bad breath, it was undeniable that he was a top-level alchemist, perhaps the best in the entire empire. That was also why Everton chose to work with him. All right, then. What is your purpose in bringing me here? Everton pointed at the deformed giant beast and asked, Your Highness, although it looks ugly, I can guarantee that with its current rapid growth, as long as it is given enough food, it can reach the level of a late epic old dragon within a week. Of course, the cost is also high. I estimate its lifespan is only a few decades, maybe just over 10 years. I think you could try to enslave it? Lunflyer suggested. Enslave it? Are you an idiot? Where do you think I would use it? Everton looked at him with a foolish expression and asked, But, Your Highness, it looks so beautiful and powerful. It would be such a shame to destroy it, Lunflyer said with regret. Since you want to keep it, then keep it for now. Just observe the effects of the potion. It's only a waste of some food. But, you need to speed up your research work. I can't wait too long. After thinking for a moment, Everton decided to encourage his subordinate's enthusiasm. Don't worry, Your Highness. Very soon, I will present an improved version of the Super Evolution Potion. Deeply moved, Lord Renfrew patted his withered chest and said, Currently, I have some ideas. I plan to increase the amount of elf blood essence in the upcoming potion mixture. Very good. I look forward to your good news, Everton nodded and replied. 2 days passed quickly. On the side of Viscount Hamadi, the investigation was progressing rapidly. As soon as he returned, he immediately gained strong support from his superior, Marquis Royce, and almost mobilized all the federal spies in the Imperial capital of Tamriel. Unfortunately, there was still no definite news. Only 1 day remained before the 3 days he had promised, which made Viscount Hamadi feel quite uneasy. After all, he had promised Lord Rain on the spot. If he couldn't deliver, how would Lord Rain view him? How would he view the credibility of the Federation? Still no news? Hamadi looked displeased at a spy beside him. Sir, no news yet. Neither Prince Everton nor his butler Buchanan have left the residence much these days. The only time Prince Everton left was 2 days ago to attend a meeting at the palace. As you said earlier, if that secret base is located somewhere, we can only find it by watching their movements, the spy reported. Staying at the residence and only going to the palace once? Hamadi frowned upon hearing this and began to think. The palace? That seems unlikely. Making potions requires raw materials, and transporting them is too troublesome. The residence? By the way, didn't you previously monitor an important royal family member of the Empire? Are those surveillance reports still available? Hamadi asked. They are. Show me the surveillance reports on the second prince. Understood, sir. Soon, Hamadi received a large stack of documents about half a meter high. Sir, these are records of the second prince's travels over the past 3 years, along with some details of his daily habits. That many? Select the travel records of the second prince from the past 2 months. I want to see them. Hamadi thought for a moment and decided to review the travel records from the past 2 months. He figured he could find some clues. He didn't believe it. If that stronghold was really so important, why hadn't the other side visited it in 2 months? Half an hour later. The Royal Academy has been visited 5 times in 3 months, which is suspicious. The headquarters of the Royal Alchemist Association has been visited twice in 3 months, which is somewhat suspicious. Finally, it was within his residence. After investigation, Hamadi was fairly certain that the possible secret location was among these 3 places. Just as he was about to have spies quickly contact the 2 locations to set up ambushes, suddenly, new intelligence arrived. Sir, we have confirmed that the secret location is most likely inside his residence. Huh? Hamadi looked surprised. We found that the amount of fierce beast meat purchased by his residence has increased several times in the past 2 days. However, the kitchen staff said they haven't received such a large amount of fierce beast meat. Clearly, it has been sent somewhere unknown. Excellent. You and your team will be credited for this. Hamadi nodded repeatedly and praised. Meanwhile, at the Bishio Mechanical School, Audrey and Alicia were busy working and chatting at the same time. Since the core members of the school had all gone to the Cyrodiil Plateau, many tasks were left undone, and they had to help out. Audrey, can you believe it? Since yesterday, the number of apprentice mages and mages wanting to join our school has increased 7 or 8 times. I'm tired from reviewing all the applicants. Most of them come from noble families of the Empire. With such good conditions, why do you think they want to join our school? Alicia asked while organizing personnel files, complaining a little, but also feeling happy. Probably because of Lord Rain, Audrey said with a gentle smile. All right, but even though Lord Rain is very powerful, why do you think they choose to join our school? Alicia asked. Although our school has just become a large mage school, many noble children could choose from other big schools, Audrey replied. Maybe it's because of Lord Rain's potential. He defeated the veteran Empire Guardian at such a young age, Audrey said with a longing look in her eyes, and she paused her work on the documents. TSK, Alicia waved her fair hand in front of Audrey's eyes, teasingly asking, have you already started imagining things? Alicia, don't say that. What if Lord Rain hears you? Audrey blushed and said shyly, don't worry, Lord Rain is meditating peacefully and can't hear us. After saying that, the 2 pretty girls with different manners started to playfully tease each other. Not far away, inside a secret room. Over 3 days, although the progress increased to 392 tokens, the speed of improvement was slowing down. Rain knew that this was close to his limit. Even though he gained 26 Morwell runes, which was a big step, it mainly showed he was familiar with the 5th level model. Future progress would be smaller and smaller. To make a big jump, he needed to truly increase his total mental strength or improve the progress of mental energy solidification. However, reaching the peak of the Dawn Mage is not easy in either case, Rain sighed. Just like Ancient Dragon Soul Elixir, at his Dawn Mage peak, its effect was very weak. Maybe, after I become the protector of the Empire, I can find something that helps me grow stronger. At this moment, the mark on his mage robe suddenly flickered. Rain immediately knew who was looking for him. He quickly waved his finger, and a familiar complex mark appeared in the air in front of him. A familiar, slightly tired female voice came from it. Rain, I hope I didn't disturb you? Of course, Mania. You sound a bit tired. Yes, I've had a lot to deal with lately. But this time, I want to tell you something very important. Your multi-headed dragon bloodline has been exposed. I think. You should be prepared. The voice on the other side sounded hesitant. Multi-headed dragon bloodline? Rain looked strange. Although he hadn't clarified this before, he was definitely not from a multi-headed dragon bloodline. Mania, actually, I am not from a multi-headed dragon bloodline. Huh? Mania on the other end seemed a bit skeptical, but she also understood logically that Rain didn't need to lie in front of her. Really? Really? But what about that time in Ferdinand Forest? You can think of it as me borrowing the ability of a high-level magic device. But this device is integrated into my body and cannot be taken out to prove. Rain explained. All right, that's hard to believe. But you still need to be careful. Everton has already directly questioned you at the new Guardians Council. Rain said with slight disappointment. It's a pity that I can't become an Empire Guardian. Rain sighed. Pity? Minia's relaxed laughter came from across. No, I think you misunderstood. I have already forced this through. You are now a Guardian of the Dragon Empire. What? Rain was shocked. Really? Get ready. You should receive an official notice soon. This. All right. Thank you, Minia. Rain said seriously. After a moment of thought, he understood the huge pressure Minia was under. It wasn't from the second Prince Everton, but from all the other royal family members. After finishing the message with Minia, a happy Rain left the secret room. He greeted Audrey and Alicia, then took a carriage back to his residence. When he arrived, little Matteo came to report that Viscount Hamadi had come to visit. Hamadi? Could it be that there is news about the secret base of the Dragonscale Brotherhood? That's good. Things are wrapping up on my side, too. Please let him in, Rain said to Matteo. Understood, Lord Rain. Soon, Hamadi, wearing a black hooded cloak, was led into the study by Matteo. Oh, so the secret realm node is probably inside the second prince's residence? Yes, Lord Rain. We are 90% sure. We considered sneaking in directly to investigate further, but given your follow-up plans, to avoid alerting others, we didn't proceed. We came to ask your opinion. Do you think it's necessary? No need. The area is already very small. Thank you, Lord Hamadi. Your help in this matter will be remembered. Rain nodded. Seeing Rain's serious look, Hamadi was suddenly struck. He immediately understood that this matter might be more important to Lord Rain than he had thought. A top expert's promise is priceless. Serving you is my honor. Hamadi felt excited, with a slight blush, and quickly stood up. By the way, we have an inside contact at the second prince's residence. Do you want to monitor his movements constantly? That's good. If he leaves the residence, notify me immediately. After thinking for a moment, Rain nodded. Because Rain considered that if he directly invaded the small secret realm, Everton, the second prince, might be the first to notice any problems. Therefore, it's better to invade when the other person is not near the key point. At least, during the time before he returns, he can make full use of it to find Anna's mother, Doreen Eagle Moon. Understood, Lord Rain. Once there's news, I will inform you immediately. This is a communication runestone. When the other person leaves, just press it. Rain handed Hamadi a faintly glowing communication runestone. The next morning, Rain had just woken up when he saw that Olena had already arrived at the residence. Lord Rain, you have been appointed as the protector of the Empire. Before Rain could ask, Olena, with long strides, hurried over excitedly. I thought you might be because of your bloodline. She paused, realizing that what she was about to say might not be appropriate right now, and quickly shut her mouth. Rain, who had already received the news from Minia earlier, remained calm. He simply smiled and said, the news came a bit faster than I expected. Did you already know? Olena still looked very excited. Just a little earlier than you, Olena. Would you like to have breakfast together? Thank you, Lord Rain. I've already eaten. By the way, do you know what benefits come with being the protector of the Empire? Olena asked with a smile. Well, I haven't looked into the details yet, Rain replied while eating breakfast. You will be granted a mansion in the inner circle, and you will also receive the Duke's title. Of course, these living conditions are probably not what you're most interested in. What you might be more interested in are the next two benefits. The first option is that you can directly choose a partner with the dragon, but you need to apply in advance. You will receive a reply within about 3 days. Oh, so I don't have to wait until September? Ryan raised an eyebrow, looking a bit surprised. Not at all, Lord Ryan. Then please make an appointment for me. Certainly, Lord Ryan. Additionally, you will be rewarded with the chance to select a treasure from the Empire's treasury, such as a magic, potion, or magical device that interests you. Oh, that sounds good. Can I go now? Ryan put down his fork and napkin, wiping his mouth, and asked, Ryan was eager to find out if there were any high-level mental enhancement potions in the Empire that could help him improve. In theory, potions like the ancient Dragon Soul Elixir should exist at the Empire level, and probably more than one. If he could obtain such a potion, his advanced meditation method, level 5, could make some progress. Also, if there are other rare potions, he would have clear goals for the future. No? Would you like to wait a moment? I can help you apply immediately. Okay, no rush, Ryan replied with a slight smile. Soon, Olenna hurried back, saying, Lord Ryan, I've made the appointment for you. We can now head to the Empire's treasury. Thank you, Olenna. It's my pleasure to serve you, Olenna said, flicking her hair and bowing slightly. As they sat in the carriage, suddenly Ryan's expression changed slightly because he sensed a message from the communication rune stone he gave to Hamadi. After a moment of thought, Ryan decided to act immediately. Olenna, I need to leave for a little while. Huh. Before Olenna could say anything, Ryan vanished instantly from the carriage. This scene caused Olenna inside the carriage to widen her eyes and open her mouth in shock. Although she often completed tasks for the Empire's sword-bearers and was experienced, seeing Ryan disappear right before her eyes left her speechless. This. Incredible. Could it be that Lord Ryan has mastered the lost space magic? Olenna said, still stunned, after a long pause. At this moment, Ryan had already used the shadow shift to suddenly appear inside the study of the second Prince Everton's residence. He quickly looked around, then smiled. With his peak perception ability at dawn, he soon discovered the hidden door behind the bookshelf. Ryan didn't bother to study how the mechanism was triggered. Instead, he activated Shadow Shift again and entered the secret room equipped with a teleportation magic circle. Found it. It's definitely here. Ryan looked at the teleportation magic circle on the ground, flickering with faint light, and smiled. For most wizards, facing this teleportation magic circle, they could only stare helplessly, unable to enter the secret realm. Because only those who knew the spell to enter the secret realm could use this teleportation magic circle. Of course, calling it a spell isn't entirely accurate. It's more like a trigger. Its essence is a specific wave pattern, similar to a key, just like every door lock needs a matching key with certain teeth to open. Next, I will forcibly enter this small secret realm. I hope its stability is high enough, Ryan whispered. In the next moment, he disappeared again, and somewhere mysterious in a three-dimensional space, a bubble-like membrane was suddenly pushed through with a pop. Meanwhile, Everton, who had just entered the palace, suddenly sensed his waist pouch vibrating. His expression changed drastically. No, someone is invading the secret realm. He immediately turned around and quickly returned to his carriage, saying, quickly head back to the residence. Huh? Buchanan, his companion, looked puzzled. Since this meeting was very important, the second prince had already arranged to meet with several royal elders. But seeing his prince's terrible expression, he immediately understood what was happening and responded, Yes, Your Highness. What Ryan saw was a deep, dim stone hall. On both sides of the corridor were large cylindrical containers filled with strange corpses, organs, and other oddities. A few groups of bizarre dragons patrolled nearby. The air was filled with a strange, dull, medicinal, and bloody smell. Intruder. However, before Ryan could carefully sense how much this small secret realm was resisting him, he heard deep roars coming from all around. Ryan quickly looked around and saw several tall, strong dragon men rushing toward him, swinging their long-handled weapons. It turned out that as soon as he entered the secret realm, he was spotted by a patrol of strong dragon men behind him. With the growls of the dragon men, more dragon creatures and strange beasts were alerted and came rushing toward him. We need to fight quickly and decisively. Ryan then slammed his hand, which was glowing with a dark silver light, onto the gray stone floor. As ripples of metallic waves spread out, these strong and fierce dragon men were pierced by sharp metal spikes suddenly emerging from the ground. They looked like skewers lined up around him. Hearing the noise, the ugly creature Lindflyer hurriedly ran over, cursing it. These foolish dragon men just like to shout and scream over small things. Things like this happening with these test subjects escaping. As Lindflyer spoke, he gradually fell silent, staring in shock at the forest of meat skewers before him. This. Who are you? Maybe you should tell me first. Who are you? Looking at the ugly creature before him, who resembled Quasimodo from the old stories, Ryan sized him up and showed a curious expression. Ugh. I am Lindflyer, the person in charge here. Lindflyer gulped nervously. He could feel the terrifying mental power fluctuations from the young man in front of him and knew that if he didn't answer or tried to scare him with the second prince, he might immediately become one of the nearby meat skewers. Person in charge? Good, Ryan nodded. He was pleased that the person named Linflyer was aware of the situation, which saved him a lot of time. Where are the elves? There. Over there, Linflyer trembled as he pointed in a direction. Take me there. Why, yes, sir. Soon, under Linflyer's guidance, Ryan arrived at the room where the elves were kept. Seeing the group of female elves with blank expressions and slow movements, Ryan's face darkened. He emitted a strong pressure and asked Linflyer nearby, "What have you done to them?" "Nothing. Nothing much." Renfrew trembled as he looked at Lean. "Your lordship, I was simply giving them a low-dose sleep medicine for a long time." To make blood sampling easier? Ren glanced at the numerous needle holes on the elves' arms. Yes. Yes, Ren nodded nervously, unable to hide it. Who is Lady Darren Eaglemoon? Ren asked, looking at the somewhat dazed female elves, using a touch of mental energy. The special sound waves finally elicited a response from the women, especially one who, upon hearing the name, showed a flicker of emotion in her large eyes and then looked toward Ren. With a quick glance, Ren was sure she must be Anna's mother. They looked very similar, at least 80%, maybe up to 90%. Darendrina, Anna's aunt, also shared about 70 to 80% resemblance. "Hello, Lady Darren. I am a friend of Anna," Ren said as he stepped forward. "Anna?" She stammered, seeming a bit confused or disoriented, but the name held special meaning for her, so she managed to speak. From her expression, Ren knew he had found the right person. "Yes, Lady Darren. I will you out first." Since he was here, Ren planned to rescue all the elves. But he glanced at Linvely and hesitated for a moment. Aside from the fact that this strange person's pharmacology skills were unmatched in his experience, killing him now seemed a shame. He also observed the female elves. Aside from being dulled, numb, and weak from long-term use of sleep medicine, their bodies hadn't been harmed. This was very different from his previous assumptions that these female elves were imprisoned in chairs, subjected to abuse, or forced to be breeding tools. Most importantly, they cooperated fully, showing they were probably timid, making it likely they could be persuaded to switch sides next. Soren thought for a moment and decided not to kill them. Instead, he quickly evacuated the female elves. Lunfriel looked ahead at Ryan, who was leading the female elves away. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he stood there dazed and confused. He thought he was definitely going to die. But, unexpectedly, he had survived. One thing he was sure of was that the person in front of him could easily and effortlessly kill him, but they didn't. This puzzled him greatly. Could it be that the other person only wanted to rescue the elves? Anyway, I am grateful for the luck goddess's blessing. Roar. A fierce and chaotic dragon roar sounded from behind Ryan. Not good. Experiment subject 1 has escaped. Lunfriel exclaimed. Because of Ryan's destruction, the magic barrier imprisoning experiment subject 1 was also broken. Without the barrier, relying only on thick chains, it was impossible to control the creature. Huh? Ryan turned to look into the dark depths of the hall. He could feel the strong presence of the other. Approaching the peak of the epic level? What is that thing? Sir, that is my test subject for the super evolution potion. It's now out of control. We need to run. It might have already grown to the level of an ancient dragon. An ancient dragon? Ryan's eyes narrowed. No wonder he had sensed something deep inside the hall earlier. Huh? So it looks like this? Interesting. In an instant, Ryan figured out what he should do next. In a corner of the palace garden, 2 elders were chatting casually. Elder Ivan, do you think Princess Minia's decision was a bit too hasty? Even though Lord Ryan saved her life, I feel she was too reckless in this matter. Elder Ivan frowned, unsure how to answer. According to the royal family's ancient rules, once someone was confirmed to have dragon blood, there was only one outcome. Either completely eliminate the person or take no action. There was no second choice. But from his interactions with Ryan, he hadn't sensed any signs of violence or chaos in him, which didn't match the records in the ancient texts. Currently, we cannot confirm whether Lord Rain possesses the multi-headed dragon bloodline, can we? After thinking for a moment, Elder Ivan said ambiguously. But, just as the old royal was about to say something, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from the inner ring nearby. Boom. A fierce explosion came from the residence of the second prince, Everton, followed by a loud, angry dragon roar. In the sky above the second prince's residence, a strange, fierce, and ugly monster appeared. It had a dragon head with 4 other heads that looked deformed or shriveled, making it hard not to think of a multi-headed dragon. This sudden event immediately drew many sharp griffin knights swooping down. Since the second prince's residence was right next to the palace, 7 or 8 Imperial dragon riders appeared in the air instantly. At this moment, the second Prince Everton also arrived at the gate of his home. Seeing this scene, he was naturally furious. "Rain, how dare you invade my home? I was just here to save someone. Also, did your people create this monster?" Rain, floating in the air with his arms crossed and a faint smile on his face, continued, "Don't deny it. I have proof." "You." Everton's face instantly turned red, and his chest heaved violently. Earlier at the meeting, he claimed that Rain had the evil multi-headed dragon bloodline. But now, the problem was that the monster created by his dragon-scale brotherhood looked more like Rain's multi-headed dragon bloodline. Rain's words immediately caused more than 10 Imperial guardians and elders of the Council of Elders to look at second Prince Everton with strange expressions. After all, just a few days ago, the second prince had claimed that Rain's bloodline was the multi-headed dragon. But today, it seemed like he had accidentally revealed his own secret, secretly creating a monster that looked very much like a multi-headed dragon. This made people doubt how credible the second prince's earlier claim was. Everyone's gaze briefly lingered on second Prince Everton before shifting back to the strange multi-headed dragon. The creature was so ugly, but undeniably, its aura was growing stronger. After carefully sensing it, many Imperial Guardians' eyes widened slightly, and they whispered, "Peak of the epic level? Ancient dragon level? If it's really the second prince, how did he manage that?" Before they could think further, they saw the opponent roar loudly and charge at Ryan again. Faced with the attacking experiment, Ryan did not stay in human form this time. Instead, he immediately transformed into a huge dark silver dragon and engaged in close combat. Just now, after sending the elves to his home, Ryan quickly returned to the small secret realm and struck the experiment with a powerful, sending it flying out of the secret realm. "Everyone, why not work together to help Ryan?" Elder Ivan said softly to the few elders beside him, watching the strong, tall, dark silver dragon and the multi-headed dragon fighting fiercely. "It seems the accusations against the second prince earlier don't hold up. Let's attack together. This is the Imperial capital, and we should end this quickly." As he spoke, the guardians of the Empire around them all made their moves. Some attacked the experiment directly, while others cast large protective spells to hide the scene from spreading. After all, this is Tamriel, the capital of the Dragon Empire, representing the pride of the Dragon Empire. With so many guardians joining in, the battle quickly became one-sided. Although the opponent's energy fluctuations reached epic heights, their fighting skills were not impressive. In the fight between Ryan's dark silver dragon form and the opponent, they were evenly matched. Plus, with so many Empire Guardians attacking together, within 10 seconds, the opponent let out a mournful cry and fell heavily from the sky. Ryan naturally delivered the final, plunging his sharp, massive claws deep into the opponent's chest as it fell, ending the fight completely. Boom. The 2 huge figures fell from the sky onto the front lawn of the second prince's residence. In an instant, a small mushroom cloud spread out, smoke and dust rising everywhere. Taking advantage of this moment, Everton ignored the experiment's life or death and quickly rushed toward his secret chamber. He had the node key and could return to the small secret realm at any time, but the teleportation array there had to be destroyed immediately. Otherwise, if everything inside was leaked out, even as a prince, he might end up under house arrest. As for the position he once longed for, that was even more out of reach now. As long as the connection between his residence and that secret realm is cut off, he can completely deny any subsequent issues. Amidst the smoke and dust, with the stabbing of the Thunder Dragon Claw, the system suddenly prompted, "Ding." Detected that the host has touched a special blood essence, and some dragon gene fragments are absorbable. Do you want to absorb them? Note: absorbing these dragon gene fragments can significantly increase the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Huh. Some gene fragments can be absorbed? And only part of them. Ryan was surprised, then immediately overjoyed. How many different dragon bloodline essences did that guy mix when making the super evolution potion? He knew his current bloodline concentration had already reached the super level. It would be very difficult to improve further. Ryan never thought he could increase his dragon bloodline concentration through this guy in front of him. He knew very well that the Dragon Scale Brotherhood was essentially an organization run by the second prince, Everton, using all kinds of shady methods to obtain blood essence from different dragon bloodlines. Most of those dragon bloodline essences are very diluted. How many offspring would it take to extract enough? It now seemed Ryan had underestimated the scale of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood and the talent of that ugly, strange man, Lunfriel, in potion-making. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Then, the system's prompt flooded the screen. Congratulations! With the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the 7th form of the mutated dragon bloodline, Ancient Elder Dragon form. The host's bloodline has mutated, and the special ability 3 Heads has been upgraded to Multiple Heads. In the 7th form, the host will possess the special ability Multiple Heads. Multiple Heads effect. Besides the main head, the host can choose and grow multiple dragon heads with different attributes, gaining corresponding dragon abilities, including but not limited to breath attacks, innate powers, and melee combat skills. Note: currently, the host controls the heads of the Void Dragon, Corruption Dragon, Ancestor Dragon, and Red Dragon. Note: the maximum number of dragon heads currently is 5. In the 7th form, the host will continue to have the Void Dragon's special ability Vaporization. The 7th form of the Mutant Dragon Bloodline, Ancient Elder Dragon form, when activated, the body transforms into a giant dragon, doubling in size compared to a normal dragon form. Its strength and agility are increased accordingly. It becomes immune to all toxins and diseases below a high level, and immune to all magic damage within 350 degrees. Note: duration depends on bloodline concentration and physical condition. Multiple heads? Reen looked at the system prompt showing this special ability and couldn't help but laugh a little. He was trying hard to avoid others thinking he had the dragon bloodline of a multi-headed dragon. But now, this special ability 3 Heads had actually upgraded to Multiple Heads. Forget it. Increasing combat power is the most important. The rest, I don't need to think about too much. Reen thought for a moment and then stopped considering it. At his current strength level, unless facing a divine avatar or some unknown ancient beast coming back to life, there are very few enemies who can force him to use the Multiple Heads ability even in his Ancient Elder Dragon form. Additionally, this ability allows him to perform powerful combined attacks similar to a group of dragons working together, like the previous Red Dragon secret technique, Melted Core Flame. That was a super powerful attack that required 3 Ancient Elder Dragons to perform together. Last time, he could only temporarily use this ability after sacrificing his dragon blood in Myenia, but now, he can use it permanently. When Reen transformed back into human form and slowly walked out of the smoke and dust, on the other side, the second Prince Everton, who had completely erased the secret chamber, walked over with a grim face. Just as the two were about to clash fiercely, the sky suddenly rained down several royal elders, led by Elder Ivan. Elder Ivan looked serious and stepped forward, saying, "Second Prince, Reen, Your Excellencies, this matter should end here. What do you think?" "Ivan Elder, I have no objection." Reen was in a very good mood after rescuing Anna's mother, Darren Eaglemoon. Moreover, the secret schemes secretly carried out by second Prince Everton had ultimately turned into a gift for him, which made him even happier. Finally, out of respect for Myenia, Reen decided not to pursue the matter further with the second prince in front of him. After all, from another perspective, he can be considered the other person's great-granduncle. All right. Thinking about it this way, I feel a bit embarrassed. After all, how old is he? He now has a great niece who is even older than him. Of course, if the other person keeps refusing to give in, then I won't hold back. Don't be proud. You think using test subjects can hide your true noble bloodline? This matter will eventually be revealed. The second prince, Everton, stepped forward, suppressing his anger, and stared intently at Ryan, speaking in a low voice. "Then you should ask others," Ryan said with a smile, glancing around. "You." Everton naturally saw the scrutinizing looks from everyone and became even more furious. After speaking, Ryan took a big step past Everton and went to greet Elder Ivan and the others. Everton, still standing in place, began to calm down and quickly reflected on the whole situation. After thinking carefully, he turned with a stern look and asked Buchanan beside him, "Buchanan, how do you think Ryan knew the location of the space node?" "That. Normally, it's impossible for him to find out. Your Highness, I've never let anyone get close to that place. Even for special items, I personally sent them to the warehouse and pushed them in myself." Faced with the second prince's suspicion, Buchanan's forehead broke out in fine sweat, and he immediately bowed and replied, "Forget it, let's not talk about this now. Quickly go to the Imperial Manor and have someone activate the backup magic array. I need to know the extent of the damage." "Understood, Your Highness." A few minutes later, Ryan returned to the carriage. "Ryan, Lord Ryan, you just went to." Inside the carriage, Alina, who had seen and heard the commotion outside, naturally noticed. At this moment, her expression still looked a bit unnatural, as if she hadn't fully recovered. "Haha, I went to do something I've wanted to do for a long time, but never did. By the way, Alina, we need to return to the estate first. In an hour, we'll head to the Imperial Treasury. Is that okay?" Of course, Alina quickly returned to her usual capable demeanor, nodded, and agreed. Before heading to the Imperial Treasury, Ryan still needed to arrange things for dozens of elven women, including Anna's mother. He had considered escorting the other person to Ferdinand Forest, but after some thought, he decided to first notify the elf ambassador in the Imperial capital to contact the Ferdinand Forest side. Meanwhile, he contacted the Master Alchemist of the Royal Alchemist Association to help improve the elves' condition. This way, when Anna and her mother reunite, they won't be too overwhelmed with sadness. At this moment, everyone in the mansion was naturally shocked to see the 20 or so somewhat dazed elf women suddenly appear. However, both the beautiful woman Jennifer and the wild girl Regri recognized Anna's presence immediately and guessed what was happening. When Ryan returned to the mansion, Jennifer had already arranged for maids to give these elves a simple wash. Soon after, 2 master alchemists from the Royal Alchemist Association arrived to diagnose them. It was quickly confirmed that these elves had only been affected by long-term use of sleep-inducing potions. As long as they stopped taking the medicine and received some treatment potions, they would gradually recover. Once everything was settled, Ryan and Olena headed again to the Empire Treasury. At the inner ring of the Imperial capital, at the gates of the Empire Treasury, stood a tall building resembling a temple. It appeared to have only 3 floors, but the area was quite large. The exterior walls were made of gray-white marble, giving a grand and majestic look. Because the items stored here are extremely valuable, all exchanges require the guardian to be present in person to avoid accidents. After passing multiple checks, Ryan and Olena entered the hall. A beautiful female attendant quickly approached and bowed, saying, "Honored Ryan, greetings. Nice to meet you. Please allow me to briefly introduce. Due to different categories, these treasures are stored in different locations. May I ask if you are here to exchange for potions, magical tools, or spells?" "Potions," Ryan replied. On the way here, Olena had already given him a brief explanation. The Empire Treasury is actually a general term. In fact, this building is divided into several secondary treasuries, each categorizing different materials. "Understood, Your Majesty Ryan. Please follow me. Ms. Olena, would you mind resting in the lounge nearby?" According to the rules, only Ryan can go alone, the female attendant added to Olena. Of course, Alina nodded. Soon, Ryan followed the attendant down the right corridor to a smaller hall. There was only a counter, and a clearly powerful female wizard was standing there as the clerk. Seeing Ryan, she immediately stood up and bowed. "Do you have any potions that can increase the mental strength of a dawn wizard?" Ryan asked directly. "Yes, Lord Ryan." "Please wait a moment," she replied. "This is a list of the potions currently available in the Empire's treasury that meet your criteria. The Extraordinary Wisdom Elixir. The Ancient Mental Fission Potion." The female wizard quickly explained each one in detail. Half an hour later, Ryan had exchanged for the potion and returned to the secret room of the Baisho Engineering School. He chose the Extraordinary Wisdom Elixir, an ancient potion that can steadily boost a dawn wizard's mental power. Like most rare potions, it works best on the first use, with diminishing effects afterward. Ryan chose it because its effects are relatively stable and it has almost no side effects. Potions that can steadily increase a dawn wizard's mental strength are very rare even in the Empire's treasury. They mainly fall into 2 categories. One type is made from formulas the Empire has obtained, allowing limited production. These potions have been tested and are very reliable, like the Extraordinary Wisdom Elixir Ryan exchanged for this time. The other type comes from ruins or ancient potions that are preserved in small amounts or are unique. Their effects are uncertain, like the Mental Fission Potion. Currently, Ryan's mental strength on his attribute panel has reached 295 points. 10 points were gained as a reward for becoming a goblin engineering expert, and 2 points were spent rescuing the elves in the small secret realm. Although he didn't recover points after fighting the experimental creature, during the rescue, he used Shadow Shuttle, which consumed a lot of mental power. Traveling alone or carrying others through shadows greatly increases the mental energy used, growing exponentially. Let's see how much this extraordinary wisdom elixir can increase my mental strength. After a brief preparation, Ryan drank the blue glowing elixir in one gulp. A refreshing taste like a sweet fruit filled the mouth, and as it slid down the throat into the stomach, Ryan soon felt a warm sensation spreading through his belly. This warmth was like winter sunshine or a hot spring after snow, giving him a strange feeling of comfort. At the same time, a cool breeze began to flow from inside his body and gradually reached his mind. Then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations! Your mental attributes have increased. Congratulations! Your mental attributes have increased. After the effects of the potion wore off, Ryan looked at his attribute panel, which clearly showed mental, 310, qualitative 92%. Did I just increase by 15 points? Yes. Looking at it this way, this extraordinary wisdom potion probably raised my total mental power by about 5%. Ryan looked at his attribute panel, where his mental strength had finally crossed the 300 mark, and he couldn't help but smile. Feeling the changes in his body, Ryan quickly decided to try the 5th level of the Iron Heart again to see how much progress he could make. Suddenly, Ryan's expression froze, and he was stunned. This level of mysterious energy particle fluctuation. Clearly, it has increased quite a bit compared to before. Although Clara had warned him about this half a year ago, this time, the fluctuation was much more significant. Let's say, previously, the increase was about 2 decimal places per day, but now it has reached about 1 decimal place. Although this increase seems small, it's only been 1 day. Over time, it adds up to a lot. The same scene was happening all over the Empire. Not only in the Imperial capital Tamriel, but also in the northern Frost Plains, the eastern Summer Sea coast, the northwest Cyrodiil Plateau, and even across the ocean in the Federation, many powerful people looked surprised. Some of them immediately frowned and showed concern, thinking about what this might mean. Meanwhile, inside the palace, in a secret space beneath the ground, a stern voice echoed. It was heard by every royal strongman in the palace. In 2 days, I will try to break through to become a semi-god again. Gather the Empire's strongest fighters and return to the Imperial capital quickly. Great. Father Emperor's test. Ryan, you can't possibly pass it. Second Prince Everton heard this and was naturally very happy. Inside a luxurious palace room, Minia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she said, "The Emperor has woken up? But is this decision a bit too rushed?" On the other side, Elder Ivan looked complicated. An urgent meeting was held immediately in the palace. Attendees included Minia and other royal elders from the dragon bloodline. I think we can hold the new Guardians Award ceremony in 2 days. Good idea. That way, calling most of the Empire's Guardians back to the capital won't seem so sudden, Elder Ivan nodded. But after the Empire's Guardians leave, how do we handle the gap in the strength of the provinces? Those evil cults will take the chance to act, and the common people might be in danger. Another elder frowned. We can't worry about all that now. We have to choose the lesser harm, Elder Ivan sighed. I suggest we also recall Walker Mace, Minia, sitting at the main seat, said. Walker Mace? But if he leaves, what if Queen Strist from Wind Phoenix Queen's side makes a move? Another elder asked. I agree. We must learn from past lessons. If we had recalled strong people like Walker Mace last time, things might have turned out very differently, Elder Ivan supported. After half an hour, the meeting ended. Colorful magic messages spread from the palace to all directions. To be cautious, a few minutes later, many bloodhawks and swallows carrying secret messages flew out again. The message only said, on the last Sunday of this month, the Empire's new guardians will be awarded. This was a plan discussed by the royal elders, the best reason to gather most of the Empire's guardians in Tamriel in 2 days. Of course, for the gods, this cover-up might not be very effective. But some things, if delayed and revealing, could increase their chances of winning. The residents of the Baishio Construction School. Rain briefly tried and was pleased to find that his progress in the 5th level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method had increased by 3 more, reaching 395 runes. This was in line with his previous expectations. Increasing mental power greatly helped improve his meditation progress. After a few hours, Rain pushed his progress to 412 runes, but the speed of improvement slowed again. He knew that at this point, his progress was nearing its limit. In other words, the benefits of taking the extraordinary wisdom potion were now almost exhausted. Absorbing divine power crystals still works best, Rain sighed. Suddenly, Rain's communication mark on his chest lit up. He sensed it briefly, frowned slightly, and immediately left the secret room to go to the palace. Since magic communication isn't completely safe, Minia was waiting in a sealed room in a side hall of the palace. Soon, Rain arrived in the secret room with the help of a maid. After the maid left, Rain asked, "Minia, what's so urgent?" "Minia, there's something you need to pay special attention to. In 2 days." Minia explained the details. After hearing her, Rain's expression also grew serious. He then realized that the Emperor's last attempt to become a demigod was interrupted at a critical moment by several divine avatars, and he did not succeed. He was also seriously injured. Previously, he had received different information. It seemed that, for the sake of the Empire's morale and royal prestige, the news had been altered and spun. The story now said that the Emperor was injured but succeeded in his promotion, instead of failing. So, it's very likely that those divine beings will come again this time? After thinking for a moment, Rain asked. Although Minia had briefly merged her consciousness with his before, it was only for a short time, so she only knew part of her secrets and knowledge. Yes, that's very possible, Minia nodded. Minia, 2 days might be too soon. Why doesn't His Majesty choose a more prepared time for the promotion? Rain asked again. Because the strengthening of energy tides greatly enhances the effect of divine revival, much more than our own power increases. Although the increased fluctuations in energy tides will bring more strong individuals to the Empire, it will take time. And, unfortunately, time is not on our side. I understand, Ryan nodded. I have one more question. I heard that the founding emperor of the Empire, Emperor Atlas, was a semi-divine level expert. Later, it seems 2 other monarchs also reached this level. Where are they now? This question has been on Ryan's mind for a long time. Of course, if it weren't for his special relationship with Minia, Ryan probably wouldn't find anyone suitable to ask about this. Indeed, all 3 ancestors successfully reached the semi-divine level, but that was 2,000 years ago. At that time, the Empire had just been established, and shortly after their ascension, they noticed that the energy tides gradually declined into a low fluctuation. Humans are not immortal. They have limited lifespans. Perhaps gods and ancient giant beasts can avoid death through slumber, but humans cannot. So, even if the ancestors were powerful, they could only seek other methods. According to royal secret records, the ancestors and the few full moon witches at that time all traveled to other worlds. Other worlds? Ryan's eyes widened in shock. Although he had read about other worlds in ancient texts, he knew very well that the other worlds Minia mentioned were definitely not the same as the infernal worlds or demon worlds. Is it through some space portal? No. According to records, the ancestors said that only after reaching semi-divine level could they perceive, through some mysterious sense, the existence of a constantly changing portal. Perceive through some mysterious sense? Ryan frowned slightly. If what they said is true, and the records are accurate, then what this reveals is worth pondering. Could this be the reason why gods descend in disguise to prevent the monarch from ascending? That's unclear. Maybe it's also because of other reasons, or perhaps not just that. Minia shook her head. Ryan nodded. He could understand that. Even though Minia is an important royal member, she is not the emperor. Some secrets are normal for her not to know. Additionally, today he has already learned enough information. Reen, if the situation becomes as serious as last time, I hope you will stay safe, Minia said seriously, her beautiful eyes fixed on Reen. I will, Minia. You too. By the way, this matter is top secret. Besides the royal elders, even other protectors of the Empire are not yet aware of the details. Understood. After leaving the palace side hall, Reen first returned home to make some arrangements. Fortunately, his residence is located in the 3rd ring of the Imperial capital, far from the palace. Even during the last major battle, the main affected areas were only the palace and the inner ring. The 2nd ring was almost untouched, let alone the 3rd. However, Reen still made some necessary preparations and reminders. He told his family to avoid going out in the next few days and set up a protective magic array inside the house to defend against the after-effects of any fighting. Reen, do you think something will happen? Jennifer, the beautiful woman, seemed to sense something. Don't worry, it's just precaution. Reen promised Minia not to reveal this matter to others. Also, for those who haven't reached the epic level of strength, knowing in advance might not be a good thing. A few hours later, Reen returned to the Baishio construction school. This time, he didn't go into the secret room but headed to the construction hall. Looking at the tall mechanical demon Tyrannosaurus, a glint appeared in Reen's eyes. If what Minia guessed is true, the day after tomorrow will indeed be very dangerous. But at the same time, this is also a chance for me. It's all about whether I can seize it. Thinking for a moment, Reen summoned Audrey and said, "Audrey, gather all the rare minerals in the school and bring them here." Meanwhile, above the Caspias province, an old man riding a giant blue dragon seemed to be inspecting the area. Suddenly, the pattern on his wizard robe's chest flickered faintly. With a point of his finger and a listen, his face showed a hint of doubt. However, after a moment, a dragon and a person quickly flew toward the direction of Tamriel in the Imperial capital, deep inside the giant wind eagle nest in the Beverly Mountains. Suddenly, Queen Beatrice of the Wind Phoenix raised her beautiful face and looked toward the sky on one side. She could clearly sense a familiar aura rapidly moving away. Has Walker Masto left? It seems that the energy tide wave caused by this situation is unusual. If you looked from above, you would see a huge silver dragon flying quickly toward the Imperial capital above the clouds, with an old man on its back holding a twisted gray wooden staff and wearing a gray wizard robe. This person is Walker Masto, a veteran protector of the Empire and a sword wielder, who has a brief acquaintance with Rain. At this moment, if someone expanded their view to cover the entire Empire territory, they would see similar scenes happening over the provinces of Mosul, Nam, Sava, and others. One day later, Cyrodiil Plateau. Inside the underground assembly hall of the Isodra School, 5 or 6 high-level wizards are discussing something. Bradley, the deputy leader of the Bichu Construction School, looks happily at the sand table that mimics the terrain of the entire Cyrodiil Plateau, and says, "Leader, with the large number of mechanical sickle-claw dragons and sharp howling dragons left by Lord Rain, plus the strong support from the Isodra School, we are now unstoppable. We have cleared more than 70% of the plateau land. Moreover, the most important point is that, based on the distribution of the alien spider groups, we can roughly determine that the hidden school of Tutkash is located somewhere in this narrow." Bradley points to the narrow area on the western side of the plateau and says, "Yes, this is indeed a happy victory. However, the hardest part is yet to come. I suggest delaying the next attack and immediately contacting Lord Rain to come to the plateau." Leader Moria's expression is not so relaxed but rather cautious, and he says, "Because I have seen detailed battle reports. Even with the help of such sharp mechanical creations, the casualties among the wizards are not small. This is despite most of the enemy's frontal attacks being borne by mechanical landbirds and mechanical sickleclaw dragons. It shows that the alien spider groups are far more powerful than we initially expected. Moreover, the main force of the Tutkash school is currently lurking somewhere like a venomous snake, waiting to strike. Although we have some preparations, we must not let our guard down." "I agree. It would be better to launch a full attack after Lord Rain arrives," nodded the old wizard with a bushy beard from the Isodra school. He had seen Graham's strength before and knew not to underestimate him. Even with their powerful weapon, the Destroyer, they could only barely stay undefeated. At this moment, a young wizard with a happy face hurried over and reported, "Leader, many representatives from other wizard schools have come to the Imperial capital. They say they want to join the Construction Association. This time, they are here to visit and observe." Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Already other schools want to join so quickly? Which schools are they? Deputy Leader Bradley immediately asked. "They're the Medium School Jianyan Construction Workshop, the Clay Puppet Secret Arts Institute, and some other small wizard schools. They all sent representatives." "Wow. These 2 medium schools, we haven't really dealt with them before." "Yes, I heard that 2 days ago, Lord Rain already registered the association's affairs with the Imperial Wizard School Federation. Also, I heard that Lord Rain has officially been promoted to Imperial Protector." "What? That's great." Moria slammed the table hard, her face flushed with excitement. "It's been many years. The Bishu Construction School hasn't produced an Imperial Protector for many years. Lord Rain, no, Your Majesty Rain's strength has long surpassed that of a typical Imperial Protector. It's only natural that he is now honored as a protector," said the gray-haired old wizard from the Isodra school, stroking his beard and smiling to congratulate him. "No wonder, they came so quickly," Bradley said with realization. Just as everyone was smiling happily, suddenly a young wizard ran in anxiously, reporting, "Something's wrong, leader." Several great lords. Just now, bad news came from the Telufto Valley. 3 construction wizard squads were completely wiped out. What? One squad had at least a mechanical sickle-claw dragon and a mechanical screamer dragon. All 3 squads were wiped out? Yes, sir. We've sent people to investigate urgently. We suspect that place might be the secret base of the Tutcash school we've been searching for. Immediately contact Lord Rain. Yes, Your Majesty. The next morning, on the main road inside the Empire, lanterns and decorations were everywhere. The people learned that the Empire was about to hold a ceremony to honor the new Imperial Guardians. The event was set at the Royal Arena. At this time, the Royal Arena was already decorated beautifully. The stands were almost full of noblemen, noblewomen, and young ladies. Reen looked at the lively scene and quietly sighed. Even among nobles, at this moment, we are no different from ordinary people kept in the dark. Your Majesty Reen, perhaps we should see this differently. For most people, not knowing might actually be a kind of happiness, Lambert, who looked serious, said quietly. The guardians who came from all over the Empire were quickly taken to a secret room after arriving in the capital. They were given important instructions, along with extra battle and healing potions. Reen also met Lambert there, who had recently become a sword saint. He was one of the new guardians as well. At that moment, the Red Queen, Minia, on the royal stand smiled gracefully and stood up, showing her elegant and noble posture. She announced, after discussions with the royal family and the Council of Elders, "I am proud to declare that the ceremony to honor the new Imperial Guardians is officially beginning." Minia's words were like cold water poured into boiling oil, and suddenly, the entire royal arena erupted with excitement. Applause. The first is Lord Reen from the Sword Bearers Department. He is also the youngest Imperial Guardian in Dragoon Empire history. Reen didn't expect Minia to introduce him first. The youngest Imperial Guardian ever? That's incredible. Indeed, it's impressive. And this Guardian truly deserves the title. Just a few days ago, Lord Paniscork, who was called Stormcloud, was defeated by Reen. No, by Lord Reen. That's right. The Empire is quite progressive. They don't judge guardians by age or experience. The noblemen, ladies, and young ladies around whispered quietly. At that moment, someone clapped again, immediately sparking applause from everyone. The second group singing filled the arena with excitement, reaching a peak. "Thank you, Your Highness Minia. Thank you, the Council, and everyone," said Rain, bowing slightly in the center of the arena to show his gratitude. Suddenly, at the heart of the palace, a powerful aura rose sharply, dignified and grand. Even with the layers of magic defenses weakening it, everyone inside the palace could clearly feel this presence. The nobles present were momentarily at a loss. However, the guardians of the Empire, who had prepared in advance, looked serious and focused on the palace center. They whispered, "Is the ascension beginning?" It seemed that Princess Minia was unaware of this aura, speaking calmly. "The second new guardian of the Empire is Lambert." Suddenly, Rain looked up, staring into the sky above. A mighty, surging energy appeared out of nowhere, growing stronger and stronger. A shadow over 100 meters tall gradually became clearer and more solid. It was a strong man wearing black leather armor, with 2 battle axes hanging at his waist and holding a large dark bow. An avatar of the hunt god Lin. This must be at the demigod level, right? "Your Majesty Rain, it looks like we're going to fight hard," said Lambert, the sword saint, with no smile remaining on his face, looking serious. "No, it's just a little short. Strictly speaking, the opponent is still at the peak of the epic level." Unlike Lambert, who had just reached the sword saint level, Rain was already at the peak of the Dawn Mage. He carefully sensed that the avatar descending was not yet at the demigod level. But the bad news was that the avatar was very close to being a demigod. If we compare the opponent to a peak Dawn Mage, then the hunt god Luen's incarnation had already reached about 98% or 99% of the process to become a true god, at the very top of the peak. I see now. The reason the Emperor chose to ascend these days is because of this. Rain suddenly understood what he hadn't fully grasped before. Minia was right. Time is not on our side. In a few days, the divine avatar that can descend might directly be at the demigod level. Even if the Empire gathers all its guardians, the situation probably won't improve, and the losses will likely be much greater than now. In that moment, Multiple grand illusions appeared in the sky from different directions, radiating powerful energy. A giant, hundreds-meter-long destructive serpent appeared in the western sky, with 3 large, painful human faces on its neck. This is the devouring serpent worshipped by the serpent cult. At the same time, Hela, the goddess of the underworld whom Ryan knows well, appeared in the southern sky. Other divine avatars also appeared in midair. This terrifying scene, like the end of the world, froze the joyful and festive atmosphere. The nobles fell silent, trembling with fear. Are the gods' avatars appearing again? It's over, everyone hide quickly. Quiet. Remember, with so many Imperial guardians present, there's no need to panic. Suddenly, a noble on the viewing platform screamed. A woman dressed as a noble lady beside him looked crazy, holding a dagger and stabbing her husband in the stomach. The palace guards immediately rushed forward. But similar scenes were happening around the viewing stands. It was unclear whether this was a sudden attack by cultists or a result of the divine avatar's appearance causing mental chaos. At this moment, Mania paused her speech and said calmly, "Everyone, sit quietly. Remember, you are nobles of the Empire, representing its dignity and strength. Guards, if anyone disobeys orders, eliminate them immediately." Mania's words, infused with mental power, quickly calmed the chaos. For a moment, among the nobles, there were all kinds of reactions. Some wanted to hide, some muttered in despair, and others maintained their composure, pretending to be unaffected to uphold the dignity of the Empire. Meanwhile, the Guardians looked up at the sky, focusing all their attention there. That was the real threat they had to face. Several large, imposing figures also caught the eyes of the people in the second and third rings of the imperial city of Tamriel. Quick, hide in the wine cellar. Don't look. A mother quickly covered a young boy's eyes and pulled him into a house. Fortunately, she pulled him back just in time because the young boy had just looked directly at the hunting god Lone. His fragile mind instantly began to twist, his eyes turning dark and emitting a fierce, beast-like look. However, since only a short time had passed, the boy quickly returned to normal after going back inside. Inside the Ryan mansion, the sister Mint and Ryan's mother Emma, who had been playing in the front yard, were quickly escorted into a room by the savage girl Ragri. Don't look at the gods in the sky. Gods cannot be looked at directly. Clea stopped the guard who wanted to check the situation, speaking in a serious tone. Although the women were shocked, they did not panic. One reason was that Ryan had given them a preventive shot, and the other was that they relied on a magic circle set up earlier by Ryan. This magic circle now offset the pressure and influence of the distant gods. Above the Imperial city, contrary to the reactions of the people, the defense forces above the Empire's sky were gathering. Whether it was the teams of Griffin Knights or the armed airships with dark gunports on their sides, all were heading toward the palace. Roar. Around the palace, giant dragons soared into the sky, some familiar to Ryan, some unfamiliar. There were Reginald and his dragon partner Ted. There was Elder Ivan and his red dragon beneath him. Even the notorious Storm Cloud Panaskork did not avoid battle, controlling his green dragon Hazes to confront the enemy. Above the palace, a huge 5-colored energy shield had formed. Ryan could feel that the shield's protection was even stronger than the crystal barrier of Ferdinand's elven city. On the ground, large and complex magic circle lines appeared, clearly showing that after the last lesson, the palace's defenses were now very strong. Dragon's Heir, it seems you haven't learned from last time, a majestic and commanding voice echoed. Everyone, attack now. Suddenly, many giant shadows in the sky launched attacks on the 5-colored rotating shield. The sea goddess Hela waved her hand, causing a wide waterfall of black water 100 meters wide to pour down from the sky, shaking the shield violently. The devouring serpent coiled its snake body and suddenly bit at the colorful spinning shield above the palace, causing a large dent in it. In the next moment, with the help of other divine avatars, the colorful shield was suddenly pierced, creating a big hole. Quick! Everyone, follow me to fight. Elder Ivan shouted loudly. About 20 guards of the Empire rushed forward to block the divine avatars. Meanwhile, the last hunter god, Luan, looked at the encircling guards with disdain. He raised his dark, giant bow and aimed at the ground below. An arrow made of blood-red energy appeared on the bowstring. The tip of the arrow, the arrowhead, formed a blood-colored energy whirlpool. Inside the whirlpool, tiny energy crystals shimmered like tiny stars. Everyone could feel the huge power hidden inside. Watch out. Elder Ivan, the Empire's warriors warned. They knew the arrow was aimed directly at Elder Ivan, who was in charge of aerial commands. The speed of this arrow was impossible to describe. At first, the blood-red energy arrow was still on the bowstring, but in the next moment, it seemed to jump and suddenly disappeared into the fire shield of Elder Ivan's divine magic. Only ripples of energy showed that something had broken through the shield and brushed past Elder Ivan's nose. Fortunately, Elder Ivan had moved slightly before the arrow was fired, thanks to the warning. Roar! Elder Ivan's red dragon beneath him cried out in pain and fell from the sky. Although the arrow did not hit Elder Ivan directly, it struck his giant red dragon partner. With just one shot, the hunter god Luan broke through the late-stage Dawn Wizard's divine magic and severely wounded a grown red dragon, almost killing it. Everyone present was stunned, as if they had been poured with cold water. This is the instant teleportation arrow of the hunter god Luan. It said you can't dodge it. Mania, who had come to Rain's side, looked serious. Since Mania lost her dragon partner Tassa, she was responsible for ground defense according to the plan. Impossible to dodge? It saw the devouring serpent in midair, immediately spitting out a huge, cone-shaped flame. In an instant, the air within hundreds of meters around was ignited. The blazing fire covered almost the entire length of the giant serpent's body, causing the devouring serpent to feel pain and injury for the first time. But its counterattack was also very sharp. It swiftly extended its snake head in a lightning-fast strike, wrapping around the giant red dragon king. The two huge creatures immediately began fighting fiercely. Finally, it's out at this moment. The hunting godwin smiled slightly and raised his great bow, aiming at the red dragon king. Not good. Ren, I'll handle this. I need to stop the hunting godwin, Mania said quickly, her face changing. If the red dragon king is seriously hurt, there will be no force left to stop the devouring serpent. Moreover, other divine avatars are nearby. Even if more than 20 Imperial Guardians join forces, they cannot withstand it. They might be cut down easily, broken through from the center by the enemy. Wait, let me do it. Ren stepped forward and stood in front of Mania, saying. Ren knew very well that even if Mania tried her best, she might not be able to hold back Luan. A small mistake could mean her death on the spot. He definitely couldn't let that happen. Ren, you. Their eyes briefly met. Mania seemed to see the confidence in Ren's eyes. She nodded and stopped trying to persuade him. Take care of yourself. As soon as she spoke, in the next second, Ren disappeared instantly. Then, a dark silver giant dragon about 70 or 80 meters long appeared beside Luan. It spat out a fiery breath directly at Luan's head, blocking his view. Huh? Interesting. Luan still pulled his great bow without dodging. Suddenly, a black membrane appeared on his body, like a divine shield, easily blocking Ren's fiery breath, which was at the level of an ancient dragon. Nice talent. Maybe, against opponents of the same level, this move can be a secret weapon. But unfortunately, you are facing a god. And what if I am? In the next moment, Ren's sharp dragon claws fiercely pierced the black membrane. The membrane was extremely tough. Although it was dented in two large arcs, it still seemed to resist Ren's attack. With a loud roar from Ryan, muscles tensed, and with a sudden puff, his claws tore through the dark membrane. One dragon claw even directly grabbed Luan's arm. Chirp. Because of Ryan's interference, the arrow shot by the hunting god Luan missed the red dragon king and instead hit a mansion in the inner circle, instantly creating a deep crater in the luxurious estate covering hundreds of square meters. It's you. At this moment, Hela, the goddess of the undersea, also noticed the sudden appearance of the dark silver dragon that blocked Luan's arrow. As an old friend, Hela immediately recognized the other's identity. However, in the next moment, whether it was Ryan or the hunting god Luan, they suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Ryan used shadow teleportation, bringing Luan to the sky several thousand meters away. Ryan knew very well that resisting the attack of multiple divine avatars was impossible by brute force. The only way was to separate Luan from the others, giving a chance to win. Dragon's descendant, the ability to teleport through subspace consumes a lot of energy. For you, it's a heavy burden. I doubt you have much stamina left now. Are you trying to lure me into an ambush? Unfortunately, I just slightly interfered earlier, so I disappointed you. Luan smiled as he drew two short axes from his waist, seemingly unbothered by Ryan pulling him away from the other gods. No, I just don't want anyone to see what happens next. Before the words finished, the dark silver dragon Ryan transformed into began to change again. Its neck suddenly swelled with two large bulges, and two heads of the red dragon, blooming like flowers, quickly grew out. Just moments ago, he had silently recovered once. In his ancient dragon form, repeatedly using shadow teleportation drained a lot of mental energy, especially the second time, when he transported with Luan, causing energy consumption to skyrocket. Multi-headed dragon bloodline. The sudden change in Ryan also made Luan, the hunting god, reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. Good surprise, I see. But unfortunately, you are facing a true god. Even with a multi-headed dragon bloodline, it's not enough. Lircon. Luan held his double axes and suddenly trembled slightly. This tremble was very subtle. If not looked at carefully, it was hard to notice. But in the next moment, a pair of blood streaks suddenly appeared on Rain's dark silver dragon body. Feeling a sharp pain, Rain looked down and saw that his tough, steel-like scales were shattered in large pieces, bleeding profusely. 2 deep cuts suddenly appeared on his chest. Do you see the difference? Luan said with a smile, as if he had done something insignificant. This is the gap between humans and gods. Even if they seem to be on the same level, in reality, the difference is huge. However, since you have the bloodline of a multi-headed dragon, perhaps I can give you a chance. Kneel at my feet as a servant, and I will forgive your offense. Rain was not surprised by the attack power of the hunting god Luan. He had fought the sea goddess Hela 3 times. At the same level, unless using higher-level power, he was always suppressed by the opponent. This is because gods are nearly perfect in magic and combat skills. The long years have given gods unparalleled combat experience, dozens or even hundreds of times more than humans. So, it's normal for a god to have such strength. Is that all your strength? It seems weaker than I expected. Rain tried to provoke the opponent with words while quickly healing his wounds. Arrogant. Luan's face darkened with anger. He swung his 2 battle axes rapidly. Blade dance. Shishishi. The axe blade swung through the air, releasing a transparent energy attack similar to wind blades, instantly hitting Rain. Suddenly, dozens of blood marks appeared on Rain's dark silver dragon body, making it look like a blood dragon. But Rain wouldn't just take the hits passively. He raised his dragon claw, and a humming dark silver metal disc appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, it rapidly cut toward Luan's waist. Trivial trick. Luan showed a faint smile, then swung his axe to strike the disc. Shoo! Bang! A high-density transparent energy collided with the blade teeth spin disc, causing it to shatter instantly. The 2 energies nearly canceled each other out. Ryan had never met an opponent who could so easily counter his Dawn Killer move. Is it ineffective? It seems I have to use that move, Ryan thought to himself. He saw Ryan's main dragon head open wide, unleashing a cone-shaped flame toward Luan. In response, Luan's body suddenly formed a black thin shield, and he quickly swung his battle axe at Ryan again. But what Luan didn't expect was that the other 2 red dragon heads also opened their mouths and started to spray flames. In an instant, all 3 dragon heads shot out cone-shaped flames that quickly merged in the air, forming a very hot, bright white glowing sphere. This was the secret red dragon technique Ryan learned from Queen Minia's memory, Melt Core Flame. A powerful attack that only a red dragon of 3 ancient dragon levels could perform together, now unleashed by Ryan alone. What? Luan's eyes widened in surprise. For a ball formed by a large amount of fire energy, attacking it directly with an axe would cause it to explode. So, experienced Luan naturally chose to dodge. But just as he tried to escape, he found his right ankle was wrapped tightly by a thick, tough dragon tail. This pause caused him to lose his chance to dodge. Luan could only defend himself immediately, enduring the full force of the Melt Core Flame explosion. Boom! A shockwave, like a small nuclear explosion, spread out in the sky thousands of meters above. Large white clouds were instantly torn apart and disappeared, like white cloth being ripped. From a distance, it looked like a tiny star exploding with white light flashing in the sky. That bright flash outshone the sun. Such power made even the 2 fighting above the palace look up and take notice. That's that move. Hela, the Sea of Darkness goddess who had just defeated a green dragon, immediately recognized that Ryan was using the same move that had defeated her transformed form. Luan, that fool, must have underestimated that human. Could it be that cursed blasphemer Ryan has somehow survived again? Hela's eyes flickered as if weighing her options. Should she continue forward or turn back? First, she decided to eliminate the humans who repeatedly disrespected her. Greg, how about leaving this to you? I'll go help Luan deal with that young man. Huh. Hela, is it really necessary? The god named Grek was about 70 or 80 meters tall, wearing a crown embedded with jewels, and clad in shining golden armor. But what was shocking was that his body was covered with countless arms. Clearly, he was the evil god worshipped by the cult that believed in limb severing. He had already pressed the heads of a green dragon and a red dragon onto his back arms. The two dragon heads were controlled and spat out flames and acid wildly around him. "Our first goal is to quickly defeat these ants," he said. "Then, we must kill the human emperor who is trying to reignite the divine fire. That is the most important task. Yes, Luon is not easy to defeat. We should handle what's in front of us first," Hela agreed. Although she still felt that the blasphemer should be eliminated quickly and not allowed to grow stronger, she knew there were more urgent matters at hand. Their main target this time was to kill the human emperor, not anything else. Because over time, their summoned avatars would grow weaker. Most importantly, she sensed that Luon's aura had not disappeared. This meant the blasphemer's attack had not defeated Luon. Meanwhile, on the Empire's side, Lord Ryan is incredibly strong. He single-handedly took down a divine avatar? The Sword Saint Lambert looked at the mushroom cloud in the sky, stunned. He thought that after becoming a Sword Saint, his gap with Ryan would narrow, but now it seemed the distance was actually widening. He felt he was falling further behind. "No, not yet. The opponent is only injured, not defeated," Mania said, observing more carefully than Lambert. She sensed that the aura of the hunting god Lon still remained and had not disappeared. "That's magma core flame." Elder Ivan, who also had a contract with the Red Dragon, was the first to realize that Ryan was using the Red Dragon's secret technique, magma core flame. But how is that possible? Elder Ivan's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. He knew that the secret technique, the flame of the molten core, required at least 3 ancient red dragons working together, similar to how human wizards combine their powers to cast high-level spells. It was impossible for a single red dragon to perform alone. But the problem was, Ryan had just managed to do it. Other protectors of the Empire, who had contracted with red dragons, also looked surprised, clearly sensing something unusual. As for the nobles and fighters in the arena, their spirits soared. "Is that Lord Ryan? He's so powerful. The hunter god just now must have been killed in the explosion, right? Does Lord Ryan have any injuries?" From afar, Imidair, Ryan, transformed into a dark silver dragon, was covered in blood, with almost no intact scales. He had just fought to hold back the hunter god, Loon, and couldn't avoid the explosion of the flame of the molten core. He was badly hurt, but luckily, his strong body and quick healing meant his injuries were already healing fast. Compared to Ryan, Loon looked even worse. One of his eyes was blind, and his left arm from the palm down to the forearm was shattered. His skin was burned all over, blackened and smoking. But his body was also healing rapidly. What made Ryan uneasy was that, although Loon's aura had weakened slightly, his threat level had actually increased. It seemed that in the next moment, disaster would strike him. "Very good," Loon said in a deep voice. "You've caught my interest, human. From now on, you're my prey. Run and struggle as much as you can." As soon as he finished speaking, Loon swung his single-edged battle axe, slashing heavily through the air at Ryan. But in that instant, Ryan's heart sounded an alarm. Phantom shift. In a flash, before he could recover his strength, Ryan used his unique ability from the Void Dragon. The 80-meter-long dark silver dragon instantly became semi-transparent. CH. Even so, a long, jagged wound suddenly tore open on Rain's dragon body, from the left side of his neck to the base of his right wing, and blood shot into the sky. "What? My illusion ability can block over 90% of physical damage, but this..." Rain's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the long scar on his chest. "Huh? I didn't die?" In fact, the one more surprised than Rain was the hunting god, Wen. As a god himself, Wen knew exactly what had just happened. Despite his tearing strike, even other gods would be instantly torn apart by such an attack, yet this human before him had somehow resisted with a special ability. Double ability talent? Even with the multi-headed dragon bloodline, you just used subspace teleport, and now you also have illusion ability? That's extraordinary talent. One quickly recognized that the ability Rain had just used was very similar to the signature power of the Void Dragon. "I think I should capture you and study you carefully." Meanwhile, Rain was also thinking about his battle strategy. In the brief fight just now, Rain had used his most powerful moves repeatedly. If not for 3 recovery boosts, he would have already run out of stamina. Since the 3 dragon heads, magma core flame, isn't enough, then I'll use 4 dragon heads. But first, I need to attract his attention. As Rain narrowed his eyes, thousands of meters away underground, a huge metallic creature slowly emerged from the ground. It's a massive head of a magical Tyrannosaurus. Its bright red eyes fixed on Lwin, the hunting god, who was in midair. Seeming to sense something, Lwin, who was facing Rain, relaxed his focus slightly and looked down at the ground. Whoosh! 2 beams of red energy shot instantly toward Lwin. At the same time, Rain activated Shadow Teleport and appeared behind Lwin almost instantly. Roar! The dark silver dragon Rain had transformed into raised a huge crest on its neck again, and another red dragon's head opened its eyes wide. The advantage of the Magma Core Flame's secret technique is that as long as there are enough red dragons of ancient dragon level, the power can keep stacking. Flame Breath. All 4 dragon heads simultaneously spat out cone-shaped flames. For cone-shaped flames suddenly shot toward the hunting god Lwin, forming a large, bright white fireball in front of him. Facing the dazzling light that was dozens of times brighter than the sun, Lwin's face showed fear for the first time. Rain was more determined than before. He used shadow teleportation again, sneaking behind Lwin, grabbing his arms with dragon claws, and wrapping his tail tightly around Lwin's waist. The only thing hiding was the main dragon head. Boom! A larger mushroom cloud than before shot into the sky. This shockwave even affected the nearby mansions and houses hundreds of meters below, damaging nearly 100 buildings to varying degrees. A few seconds later, Lwin's huge figure disappeared from the air, leaving only a bloodied, dark silver giant dragon. Rain's situation was also very bad. He was gasping heavily. His tail was now only a small part, most of it vaporized in the recent explosion. His thick claws were almost torn apart, scales had vaporized, and only a little muscle remained, with some red blood still hanging on his bones. Despite his severe injuries, Rain's eyes shone with unusual energy, fixed intently ahead. In the air, a blood-red crystal about the size of a palm floated up and down. If looked at closely, one could see Lwin's angry face reflected on its smooth surface. Magic crystal? No, this aura should be a fragment of a divine shard. Rain could feel the powerful will of Lwin, the hunting god, hidden inside. Rewinding half a minute earlier. In the chaos above the palace, even with the Red Dragon King Straz and the Peak Dawn Mage Walker Massey joining, many of the Empire's strongest fighters were still retreating under the pressure of the 7 divine avatars. Now, the front line had been pushed back to the palace grounds, and the gods had regained the upper hand. Suddenly, everyone looked up at the bright white light and mushroom cloud in the sky. That is, Lwin's guy, he really can't be trusted, said Hela, the goddess of the dark sea, narrowing her eyes. She could no longer sense Lwin's presence. Clearly, he must have fallen in that last attack. However, that heretic was becoming harder to fight. He actually had the power to launch such a high-level attack. This level of power, that's already a semi-divine energy wave, said Grek, the evil god wearing golden armor and with multiple arms, his eyes showing surprise. He naturally also felt the disappearance of the hunt god Lwin's aura. Even the devouring serpent and the red dragon king, who were fighting fiercely, stopped their battle and looked toward the distant sky. In the large vertical pupil of the red dragon king, Straz, there was a look of deep doubt and amazement. As the king of red dragons, Straz knew very well that familiar mysterious energy pattern. But this level of power? It's just too shocking. The 3 pale faces on the neck of the devouring serpent also showed a serious expression, because the huge explosion just now made it feel a deep threat. Lambert, the sword saint who had just retreated, looked at the incredible explosion in the sky and asked Mania beside him, Lady Mania, that explosion just now. Do you think Lord Reen won? Probably, Mania replied with a worried look on her pretty face. The explosion was so strong that even she wasn't sure if Reen could survive it. But she was now commanding the ground battle and couldn't go to check on Reen's situation. Inside Reen's mansion, Lager and Kriya, the 2 women, were not ordinary people, so they naturally weren't afraid of divine corruption powers. They had been watching Reen closely. When they saw Reen fighting fiercely with the hunt god Lwin in the sky, their hearts clenched and fluttered wildly with the changing battle. The barbarian girl Lager tightly held her large shield and battle axe, her grip tightening and loosening repeatedly. Kriya, we're too weak compared to Reen. If only we could help him, How great that would be. Lager wanted to rush out and help, but she knew very well that the level of the fight Reen was facing was beyond her reach. If she charged in, it would only distract Reen and wouldn't help the battle at all. Lagle, you shouldn't think that way. Ryan is improving so quickly, Kriya comforted her. As a witness to Ryan's rapid growth, she knew very well how astonishing his progress was. It's normal that they can't keep up. In fact, not just her. With Kriya's extensive knowledge at the Royal Academy of the Empire, she had never seen anyone whose progress could match Ryan's speed. We help him with other things as well, which is also a kind of support, just like what Jennifer is doing now. In the sky. Without hesitation, Ryan quickly grasped the divine fragment. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Divine fragment detected that can enhance the crystallization of mental power. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Ryan immediately chose yes. In an instant, he felt a surge of evil yet powerful energy coming from the divine fragment, accompanied by the low whispers and malicious curses of the hunting god Juan, as if trying to distort his mind and influence his will. Logically, divine fragments left by gods are not things mortals should covet. Only after reaching the level of a full moon mage or a demigod can humans handle such divine fragments. However, this problem doesn't exist for Ryan. Because once the system intervenes, all obstacles disappear. The divine fragment of the hunting god Juan, purified by the system, had all residual divine will erased. The remaining pure energy surged from Ryan's arm straight into his mind. At this moment, the mental energy point in Ryan's mind also began to grow rapidly. A few seconds later, after completing the absorption, Ryan checked his attribute panel. Mental, 314, 100% crystallized. Wow, it's full already. Ryan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, the hardships he just experienced and his injuries didn't affect the happy smile on his face. Doesn't that mean, once I master the 5th layer of the advanced meditation method of the Steel Heart, I can directly step into the full moon mage level? The effect of the 5th level of the advanced meditation method of the Iron Heart is to form an Iron Heart in the mental sea. In a sense, this has begun to transcend human limits and can be seen as a partial manifestation of a lower-level divine entity. However, if the Iron Heart is not formed, it is like Ryan at this moment. Even if his mental power reaches perfection, he cannot advance. Suddenly, the powerful energy surge from the distant palace interrupts Ryan's thoughts. Huh? What is that? Ryan involuntarily turns his head to look. He can feel a strong aura rising from the palace, full of majesty and dignity, but it differs somewhat from the aura of a deity. Has His Majesty reached a critical moment in his promotion? Above the palace, the feelings of several gods are even stronger and clearer. We need to speed up. Hela, don't worry about that human for now. Our goal is to prevent humans from reaching the semi-divine level again. That's what matters most. Yes, no matter how strong that human is, it will take time before he can advance to semi-divine. By then, we will have already descended as semi-divine avatars. He won't pose a threat. The sea goddess Hela, intentionally wanting to argue, hesitates because she has fought that blasphemer 3 times without defeating him. Out of face saving, she stops speaking and nods in agreement with the other gods' opinions. Then let's act together. The Judgment Sword. The evil god Grek, with multiple arms, roars angrily and thrusts the great sword in his main hand into the ground of the palace with force. Instantly, hundreds of arms repeat his action, stabbing their swords into the ground. Bright red ripples flash across, causing the intricate defensive magic arrays, ground, pillars, and other structures on the palace to shatter inch by inch. For a moment, it seems as if the palace has endured a level 10 earthquake, beginning to collapse everywhere. Blackwater wraiths. Hela, the sea goddess, raises her fair hand, and in the air appear countless black water whirlpools, each containing the anguished faces of ancient spirits. Go. As she waved her hand, hundreds of dark water whirlpools shot straight down onto the shattered ground, followed by a series of loud explosions. Other divine avatars also started to attack. In an instant, the entire central area of the palace was completely destroyed. Quick! Stop them! Elder Ivan's eyes widened as he shouted. Their target is His Majesty the Emperor.